And one thing came off their agenda, which is the open space plan. Okie doke, everybody. It is now 4 o'clock. Good afternoon. This is the Town of Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission, and we are having a virtual meeting on Thursday, September 8th. Our
recording in
seated
progress
alternate tonight, if we need one, would be Mr. Wells. In addition, I have some changes in the agenda to announce. First, we have the following postponements. Item number 5, Lauren Maybaum for a final coastal site plan at 655 Steamboat Road. I assume we've got an extension for that. Then item number 14A, did I get that number right? Yes, 14A, which was Railroad Avenue Realty at 281 Railroad Avenue for a 17-unit residential building. The also number 12 has been withdrawn. That is Alexandra Farbman and Descendants at 22 Dairy Road for a final site plan and special permit. And finally, another postponement, Greenwich American Inc. for a pre-application review for a development at 1 American Lane, which is affectionately known by P&Z as the BEX. And that is also for a multifamily development. It currently lists 456 units, but I believe it's a smaller number. And with that, we will begin with our agenda. I would like to suggest we combine the first two items if the applicant agrees. Who will be representing the town of Greenwich?
I believe it's Luigi Romano.
Mr. Romano, if you would kindly raise your hand. Oh, there's Peter Lowe. Good. And Mr. Romano, if you would also raise your hand. I'm not seeing. Oh, there he is. You got him. Okay. And Mr. Romano, if you would go ahead and you can unmute if you wish. Hello.
That would certainly make it easier to talk, wouldn't it?
Well, we could disagree with you all we wanted. Okay, Mr. Romano, if you don't disagree with us, we'd like to combine the MI and the final site plan at 101 Orchard to
No
make it.
disagreement.
Okay. And if you would proceed, sir.
Okay. Yeah, so this is for a new renewal for a lease for Ableist to use the Pomerantz property over in Montgomery Pine Needham Park. Bear with me for 1 second. I'm just pulling it up myself. I just got back to the office. Yeah, so Ableist is a 501c3 nonprofit organization providing services and support for special needs individuals. They've done so in the area for quite a while. And back in 2002, they were granted a lease for the Contemporary House within the Pomerantz property. That was renewed about 10 years ago for a second 10-year extension. This is for the renewal of that lease for another 20 years.
So it's for a straight 20 years. I meant to double check that and forgot.
I believe so.
Can someone look?
Yeah, I thought it was 10 with an option to renew for 10.
Yeah, the last one was 10
Okay,
with an
it may
option
be
to
10 and
renew.
10. I know the
Say
last
that-
one was 10 and 10.
Okay.
Right. I saw the 10, the request for 10, but I didn't see an extension for 10, even though that was the last time it came through, but I didn't see a request for that.
I think it's
So I guess we'll
paragraph
make it-
14.
Paragraph 14 of the lease.
Yeah,
Oh, thank you, Mr. Wells.
well, if I'm recalling correctly. Way at the end. Lease renewal 14. Abolists shall have the right privilege to seek renewal of this lease for a successive additional term of 10 years.
Okay, so
So
it's
no
a
10 and 10.
one-year term for now, and they may seek the renewal in 10 years. Katie Pentrick, would they come before us for that renewal, or would it be automatically done?
It's usually automatically done. If
Okay.
it's part
your approval now unless you
Okay.
state that you
All right.
didn't want the case.
Okay. The only
So
question,
is
go
it, is
ahead.
it an automatic renewal though? Is that the way it's set
No,
up?
Board of
Or-
Selectmen has to approve it.
In that case, the commission would also have to.
Okay, so all we would do is move the 10 years now, and then with the advice that it would return that it must be reviewed by P and Z for a future renewal. Now, Mr. Romano, by any chance, did anybody look at whether this is highest and best use, if this is what we want to continue to do? Was there any evaluation of the property? I'm just curious.
So the property itself, I know they've done some retrofits and enhancements too, as part of their original lease. They've maintained it, taken it out of our inventory. I know historically, we have not spent any time nor money on the premises, and they've been self-undertaking all the work necessary there. I believe, I don't want to speak out of turn, but I believe the same goes for Parks and Rec. I don't believe they've given any time nor money for the maintenance of the grounds that they have been leased.
I'm
Those
sorry, I
the-
was asking you a different question. I was asking you if this was the best thing we could do with this building. If the town looked
Yeah.
at whether the, sorry.
Sorry,
If
I guess
this
I
is
was getting
not
there
if
in a
we were
roundabout way.
maintaining it. Yeah,
Yeah,
I was
so-
just
so-
asking you, I'm sorry, I just wanted to cut to the chase. Did we say,
worries.
oh, we could use it as a kindergarten or whatever? I mean, did anybody look at whether this was the thing what the town really wants to do with this land?
Yeah, I can't say that a specific analysis has been done for that site, but believe that it is in a very effective use as today.
Okay. What I would suggest then is that we request that if it comes in for renewal, that it be evaluated whether there is another use at that time that would be more effective for the town.
Mhm. Okay.
Okay, all right. Okay, with that, is there any comments from the commission? Bad grammar. No comments from the commission. Does anybody from the public wish to comment on this application, these two applications? No. Any objections to our closing these applications at this time? No. Therefore, these two applications are hereby closed, and we would entertain a motion if Mr. Secretary is so inclined.
Okay, for the MI, municipal improvement lease extension 101 Orchard Street, PLPZ 2022-214. Office of the First Selectman is requesting municipal improvement to extend the lease between the town of Greenwich and Avalis of the contemporary building within the Palmer's property. The commission finds the original lease had a start date of 9/30/12. And at a meeting on June 9th, 2022, the Board of Selectmen voted to approve the referral of MI to the Planning and Zoning Commission in accordance with Section 699A2 of the Town Charter. As indicated in the 2019 Plan of Conservation and Development, the proposal is consistent with the guiding principles 6.2 and 6.4A. Therefore, motion to grant municipal improvement status in accordance with Section 99A2 of the Town of Greenwich Charter. As requested, the lease will be extended to September 30th, 2032, with a possible extension for an additional 10 years.
Which shall come before the Planning and Zoning Commission prior to being reviewed by the Board of Selectmen. At that
Well,
time,
The Board of Selectmen would review it first and refer it to the
and
commission.
refer it, yes.
Yeah, so.
Okay.
You're right. I don't know
Okay.
what I was thinking.
But I
Yeah.
think, I think just to be safe, I think the lease itself should be changed. Is there any issue with doing that, Luigi, just to put that language in there?
I do not know.
I don't think so, because, I mean, next you obviously have to go to the RTM, so you could just pop it in there.
Okay.
Is that fair enough I mean, that way it's not a condition, it just is. The language will be that way. We'll read that way.
Right. We're not changing the situation. We're just telling you to make sure that somebody's awake in 10 years. Is
I will
this
relay
also,
that comment.
Yeah.
okay, is this also the appropriate time to add that should such a renewal be considered in the future, that the applicant will evaluate whether this is highest and best use for this property?
Previously, we've done that in the site plan.
Yeah.
All righty, then somebody remember for the site plan. Okey doke. With that, do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Levy seconded? Mr. Levy has seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Mr. Levy?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0, and we go to the final site plan.
Okay, 101 Orchard Street, application PLPZ 2022-399 for final site plan. The applicant is seeking approval for continued use of the contemporary building within the Pomeranz property under conditions of the prior site plan approval in the R20 zone. Therefore, motion to approve the application, noting the following. At the time of lease renewal, the applicant shall return with a study of best possible uses of the subject property. The applicant shall adhere to any and all conditions of the stated in previous site plan approvals, and the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
And I think we should also add that the commission notes that the site plan as proposed contains no proposed work. No work at this time. With that, do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Lowe has seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Mr. Levy?
Aye.
And Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Mr. Romano. Are you staying for the next ones?
I don't believe so. I
Okie
don't
dokie.
think I'm on any of those.
All righty. Okay, with that, thank you, sir. And we go to the next ones. Mr. Michael, I suppose will be presenting, and that is applications 3 and 4 for a municipal improvement for improvements to 2 intersections at Greenwich Avenue and Arch Street, as well as Havermeyer Place and Grigg, and also for the final site plan for the improvements at those same 2 intersections. Mr. Michael, actually, do you want to start out with how it's developed, how all this has evolved, and then we got some questions for you, I think.
Okay, so we first came to you back the beginning of July. At that time, we presented our initial MI and site plan for the 2 intersections. We received some comments from the commission, from the public at that time, and we were asked to work with the Greenscape Committee and Historic District Committee. We went and we held a meeting, internal meeting with them to talk about some of the recommendations that they had. They provided us some comments. We went back to the, made a significant number of those comments, modifications. And we came back to you on, I believe it was July 19th, and showed you kind of a rough draft of what we came up with between the first meeting and the second meeting with those modifications. We collected some further comments from your group and put it all kind of together on paper. And what you have now in front of you is very slightly modified from what you saw on the 19th, but mostly just tidied up. We just cleaned up what we had presented then, because most of the comments that we had received by the 19th were more just long-term cleanup type stuff. So with
Okay.
that, yeah.
So first, did you attend the briefing yesterday? I did not see you, but
I was there for most of it. I had another conflict at the very beginning.
okay.
But I was there for most of it.
So you heard, we found the beta comments very valuable because they really put the context on how long there's been a call to put pedestrian safety improvements on the avenue, and that they find that they are supportive of this. And I thought that was valuable because they're an objective view. They're outside the town. They're an objective view on this, and they're supporting it. They did have some suggestions on the plan that I'd like to go through with you, but there are 2 very large issues that have come up both from the public and also from the commission that I'd like to run by you first. The first one is this confusion about the any impact on the deeded open space that is in front of the Board of Ed building. And the second is to discuss in general the green space impact. Mr. Levy expressed yesterday a concern about how the shifting of Arch Street was creating a much larger asphalted area. The commission had understood there's a net increase in green space, and we'd like you to cover that, both of those points.
Okay, so first on the deeded open space issue, all the improvements that we're doing is within town right of way. The town right of way, going back to, I believe it was the late 50s, early 60s when the I-95 was constructed. The town created right of way along Arch Street for the potential expansion of Arch Street. That came through planning and zoning and so forth. So that was created. That's where that property line is located. And we have a survey from a registered land surveyor that shows where that property line is, and that's the property line we're utilizing. All of our work is within that town right of way area. So we're not working outside of the deeded right of way area. The second piece is when it comes to green space, if we look at this as two individual projects, the Arch Greenwich Havemeyer intersection, we're basically at a zero net loss or addition. And if we look at the Fawcett and Grigg as its own entity, it's a little bit over 2,000 square feet of additional green space. So for the whole project, we're just over 2,000 square feet of additional green space that we're adding as part of this, as our develop, as we're doing our work here. So even though, there is some of that right of way that is in front along Arch Street there that's currently grass area, that's being converted to that big landscape island that we're putting in near the corner, and then a few other landscape islands throughout the project. So, the net.
Mr. Michael, if I may interrupt, can you show us on some depiction of this, of Arch Street, exactly to what degree the current roadway will have an impact on the west side of Arch Street as it exists today? I recognize that it's in the town right away, but I think some confusion has been created by saying that, although it is also true that it's different from the way it stands today.
So do you see my screen?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So you can kind of see where the road is, and then this has the aerial overlaid. So this is where the existing curb line and so forth is, right through here on Arch Street. And yes, the new curb line is out at this line here.
And so how many feet roughly in a range of feet will be consumed by this expansion to the west?
So it is taking about 3,000 square feet of area within the town right of way.
Okay, so in terms of a width of a strip, because I'm not very good with square footage and mentally trying to picture it, does it range from a foot to 3 feet to 10 feet as you move up Arch Street that is being captured by the new roadway definition?
So if we're to start here where the existing driveway into the Havemeyer building is, you're talking a couple feet, but by the time you get right in through here, you're probably talking 15 to 20 feet worth of area between the new curb line and the existing back of the sidewalk.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Okay, if you would proceed, Mr. Michael.
So I think that answers the two questions or two comments that you had about the green space. And,
Okay.
Actually, it doesn't actually deal with my question at all. And the fact is that you're increasing the amount of paved area, just as Mr. Lowe was saying, by a substantial amount. And so you're creating a sea of asphalt. Which is not really as with our
So I'm just going to relay that because Mr.
downtown
Levy,
area and keeping that. Jeff, did you say?
yeah, Mr. Levy's breaking up, so I'm going to relay that, Mr. Michael. What is concerning him is that shift creates what he's been referring to as a sea of asphalt. And is there, to talk about what has been done to mitigate that, if you looked at every option and what you've considered? To that, I will add again, and as I said this to Mr. Levy yesterday, we did note that Beta endorses this shift as creating a more safe environment. However, Mr. Levy's concerned by how much asphalt it adds and the changing character of the avenue. Go ahead, Mr. Michael.
So if you recall from the plan that we submitted in the beginning of July, there was a significant amount more green space over in this area and along the frontage here as well, to kind of break up that initial piece. One of the concerns that was raised at that time is it was really taking away from the geometry that Boart designed, that triangulation geometry. And we really tried to focus back in on this triangle here and eliminate that kind of what was being called as the random oddball island pieces or random pieces of green space out there. Or, you know, for lack of better terminology, the engineering design, so to speak, right? And not looking at the architectural type features. So we initially had some of that. By getting rid of that, we pulled the asphalt here. What we've tried to do to break up some of that is we put this island in here so that that breaks up the look of it. It's a at grade island, but it does have some different textured pattern to it. And, you know, the main purpose in this whole redesign is to align these two intersections and make it more of a true, true T intersection. So that's what we're looking at doing here. So by doing what we've, designed here, that's what we've done.
Well, it still doesn't deal with the issue of this sea of asphalt that you're creating and how it impacts the character of the town. So you can add as much green space as you want, and you can divide it up any way you want, but you've created a very large continuous area, much larger than anywhere else in the downtown area of a spread of asphalt, which just doesn't fit the character of the town. This is a kind of a development you'd find in New White Plains, maybe, but not in Greenwich. And that's my real problem with this design.
Do you have another comment on that, Mr. Michael?
The only thing I would add there is this area here, which currently is just all a large piece of asphalt. We've added this landscape island in here to kind of break up that kind of larger asphalt area. This crosswalk is a significantly longer crosswalk currently. And so that's one thing that we've added to kind of break up that, significant large area of asphalt through there.
So if I
Well,
could just shift you, okay,
It
if I,
does not break up the area that you've created. It puts
Okay.
it, there's a wedge now between what was the existing streetscape of the avenue and Arch Street, but in fact, Arch Street is much wider and much more deep, and the amount of asphalt is doubled in that area. And that's what I'm talking about. It really is not part of the character of the avenue. And I feel that the character is extremely important, especially at this juncture.
if we could just, if we could park that for a second and let's move on to another question we wanted to ask you, Mr. Michael Beta, our traffic consultant, had some comments on some additional changes some modifications you might consider. Have you had an opportunity to review those?
Yeah, we looked at them. Most of them, I think we can accommodate a couple little things.
Can we get rid of this screen and jump quickly to those second 2 pages of the beta, Pat? So everybody can see them, and you did such a good job so we could read them. And then you could focus us on what you disagree with, Mr. Michael. So as we're gonna need that for the site plan anyway, as we review it.
Mr. LaRoe, while you're doing that, Mr. Michael, just a quick question. The bricked divider along Arch Street, is that flush curb or is that a raised curb on that island?
It's flush.
Okay.
And while Mr. LaRoe is doing that, let me just ask you quickly, from what we've seen, the landscape plan has not been completed. We debated and we give you, I'm not sure we're going to give you an option, but I'd like to throw out that either you go to ARC, but my preference would be that you work with the Greenscape Committee. I think they've been closely involved in this project and that you have the advantage of having the participation of the Tree Conservancy. If you would agree to, when you develop the landscape plan, that you go to the Greenscape Committee for its finalization.
I think we're happy to work with the Greenscape Committee on it.
Yeah, they're kind of nice and you're on it too. We like them a lot. All right, so
Yeah.
the landscape plan goes to the Greenscape Committee. The senior center driveway, we were confused by it for a sec yesterday. You were leaving it intact as it is now, right?
We're leaving it intact, and we're just making sure that it's
Right.
with the new alignment. We're bringing it out onto Havemeyer, if that's the question. We initially at one point had it out.
Yeah, you're leaving it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're leaving. Yeah,
Leaving it out on Havemeyer.
okay.
Mr. Michael, or Patrick, can you go to that particular section of the plan?
Well,
Try the next
actually,
page or two
he's
down.
up.
There it
Oh,
is.
but he's up. Okay.
Mr. Michael, with that,
we'll do something to keep you from driving out the wrong way there, Nick.
yeah, I think it just seemed a little bit too convenient. I know there's an arrow now, but I've seen a few people just kind of, oh, I'm driving over the crosswalk. I didn't know.
Yeah. We'll
Okay.
we'll do that. That's, to be honest, that's one of the big concerns that we had about the area, is that's how people do it right now, because the crosswalk is shifted back some. So by putting a little bit of that landscape island in there, and we'll probably make a little minor tweak to the length of that nose coming along Greenwich Avenue.
Right, I see it.
Clear, so we can probably stretch that out. So
Great, thank you.
Okay, now,
Yeah, but on another note, I think that it would be a good idea to put back, there's easily 2 spaces that you could put back in there that I think are needed. One on Havemeyer and one on just below the intersection on Greenwich Avenue.
Well, we're gonna look
that
at
would be a
that.
good idea.
I think Beta made some comments that are along that vein. So can we bring those whoops, yeah. And Pat, you know how to make it so we can read it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh. Okay, well, we'll read this one first. And then we'll read the other one. Okay. Yeah, okay, does anybody have the hard copy and we'll just go with that? Okay, Mr. Michael, since we're having a little bit of tech issue, I don't want to slow us down on this. Go ahead and the little boxes that Beta put on the plans, if you would go through them, go ahead and start with the Upper Avenue because it's where we started with the little boxes. Do you have them in front of you? If not, I'll do it. Hold on. Site plan. Mm.
It's a big file to open.
Well,
I'm just-
my
I'm
iPad
opening
keeps,
mine, so, yeah. I'm
yeah,
just
my
opening-
iPad keeps crashing. I could read it over the weekend, fortunately. Is anybody able to read the boxes? My iPad's just crashed 3 times.
Yes, I can.
Okay, go ahead. It's because he's not working with a town iPad. Go ahead.
Okay, this is starting in the
Arch Street.
northwest corner of Arch Street.
Okay,
First one says relocate this sign according to commitment on record. This is the historical marker, and I think we had discussed it being relocated to the center of the new triangular island.
We're gonna work, yes, we're gonna work either to put it there, or we might be putting it just north of where it currently is in the grass over there. So
Okay,
we'll work with the historic district and.
okay. Next
Great.
one.
the next one going same west side. This is talking about the median in Arch Street. It says, is the median necessary, or can it be more narrow with a consistent width? It is impacting the travel path for eastbound vehicles, making it less smooth. I
Yes.
think
so-
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. We're gonna look at that as we further develop the plan. And I think that if there is something that we can kind of smooth out that, I think the plan that they were looking at was a little bit older than the most recent one. We've made a slight tweak on the most recent design to make sure that it's a little bit smoother there. But
Okay, it goes probably with the next comment that the travel path and alignment for the reconstruction of Arch Street is not very smooth and lane widths are inconsistent. This is a red line which they've drawn northbound on Arch Street. As it kind of passes along the new parking spaces, and then splits between the going north of the triangle and the slip lane.
correct.
There it is, right there. Yeah. So I guess what you're saying, you've kind of made design changes to this. You're ready to kind of smooth this out a little.
Right, we're fine tuning that design change to make it so that it's smoother over the entire stretch.
Okay. Then the next one, this is northeast note. It's pointing to the crosswalk between the existing monument and the new triangle. And it's asking, is this right lane appears very wide. Can it be tightened? It seems to be the width of the slip lane they're talking about, which is indicated at 27.89 feet.
Yeah, so Patrick, if you scan over a little bit to the right, maybe.
Bingo, there's it. Thank you, Patrick.
Yeah, so this one we have looked at trying to narrow it down. We do have to meet the truck turning movements that we anticipate in this area. So we've run those. And as we do our finalization of that, we will make sure that it's as tight as we possibly can to shorten that crosswalk as much as we possibly can. The other piece of this discussion that they talked about was potentially adding a little bit of a bump out on the corner and so forth. And I know that was something that we originally had there, but then because of trying to maintain the Beaux Arts design, we wanted to really focus on the triangulation of the corner of the island, matching kind of the triangulation of that, and focusing that, what do you want to call it? The sidewalk piece kind of pointing straight at the monument and so forth, kind of giving that line of sight right down the middle of the triangle. So,
Okay, could we ask you to add that item to finalize that consideration, since you have two people on Greenscape who have degrees in specialization in Beaux-Arts, that'll really help. What you guys can do is just solidify that with them. The thing that was extraordinary to me reading Beta's comments, Mr. Michael, is whereas our residents got very nervous about the slip lane and it looked more dangerous than the present situation, that Beta supported this concept that you all came up with of having this and saw it as being safer. So whatever it takes to make the slip lane work at optimum effectiveness and safety that you and Greenscape are comfortable, I'd like to, do that.
right.
Okay.
We're happy to do that. I know that when we met with them initially, we brought up, you kind of see the red lines going through the island there. Their concern was that you didn't have much, you had a lot of green on one side and not much on the other side of that. And they really liked kind of the symmetry of the green on both sides of the sidewalk there. But we'll continue to work with them on that and see what we can come up with.
Okay.
I just want to comment on the parking on Arch. I think that that's part of the problem with that area. And with parallel parking, to it would be a much better.
Mr. Levy, we can't quite make out what you're saying. I don't know if anybody else picked it up.
I think what I heard him kind of ask is parallel parking a better option along Arch Street? The one thing that we have been really trying to do with this project is we've heard from the residents that they do not want to lose parking and they want to add some parking. So in order to add parking and to make it consistent with what's shown on Greenwich Avenue, this new plan adds 11 spaces plus one ADA accessible space. So for a total of 12 additional parking spaces that are not in this area right now between the two projects. So, we hear all the time that there's not enough parking on Greenwich Avenue and in the area. So by doing this plan, we're adding as many spaces as we possibly can.
Yeah, and of course, okay. Did we hit all the little boxes?
On Arch Street, we have, I believe there were some more down below on Greg.
Okay, and that little bump out, there's a bump out thing. Okay, so let's go down to Greg. Yes, there is. And I have a comment on Greg as well.
Okay, so starting at right there at the head of Greg, they're talking about the radius of the Greg Street turn from Greenwich Avenue west.
Yeah, so we'll take a look at that. It turns into the truck turning movement piece again, that we do have to accommodate the possibility for delivery trucks going down Greg Street. So that's one of those pieces that if at all possible, we'll see what we can do about it.
Okay, and then the last two spaces on Fawcett, they're talking about consider widening the bump out or prohibiting parking here because their spaces are too close to the walkout to crosswalk and encroach when drivers are backing out.
Yeah, we've modified that and shown that on the latest plan that you guys have received.
Okay,
So
are the spaces eliminated or is it more green space?
I believe one of the spaces is eliminated and one of them is converted into, we revised the location. We moved the ADA accessible space closer to the avenue and used the one space as the hatched area of the ADA accessible space.
Okay. Then the next one was talking about the crosswalk right before Greg Street from east to west on Greenwich Avenue. They're asking if the crosswalk can shift slightly north to allow the vehicle back out of the closest parking space without encroaching. They're indicating, I guess there's a 17.5 foot back out area.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that and see if that's feasible and reasonable.
Okay.
Okay,
Have to look
Now-
at whether we might have modified that parking space since the plan that they were looking at, so.
very good.
Now, I raised something with the commission yesterday. Pat, can you shift this to the west? Okay, stop. So I raised something with the commission yesterday that I continue to be very ambivalent about. Once you have done work, I think asking you to go back and change it will be complicated. I'm continue to be uncomfortable with giving one restaurant a dining patio, with selecting restaurants that will have a dining patio. It doesn't seem equitable to me. And we've had concerns raised about equity. I would like to see that space in front of Melly Mellow turned into green space. Now, at this point, we need to hear from the rest of the commission. As you know, we can't make a decision at the briefing. So I raised this yesterday, and commission, what are your sentiments on this?
Your thought on going back to revise something, whatever it is, wherever it is, in the town. I agree with that. It always seems to be kind of a difficulty. And it was like, well, we put it in the first time and we'll get to it later. When we get to it later, it's 25 years later. So we really need to think about it today, because I think, in my opinion, what we get today is what's going to be there for a very, very long time.
And so therefore, Mr. McRae, some thoughts?
I would say, to me, the focus would be on green space. The more area that can be planted, the better, to really give Greenwich Avenue a place that really sprout trees and hedges, that kind of stuff, as opposed to being just one really long parking lot.
And given the concerns that Mr. Levy raised about the asphalt, I would say that that's an excellent point.
And
The
was
other,
even to say on the opposite side of this, at Fawcett, we have the green space and a bench. Why don't we say green space and a bench?
other commissioners opine, disagree? Would you see this change made?
Well, I just have an observation, which is that it seems to me with COVID, we loosened up a lot of things to enable restaurants to survive, essentially. And in doing so, we've sort of let loose, a situation where you have some restaurants in town who are able to take advantage of the lessening of restrictions during COVID, and others, frankly, who didn't have that option. And this is almost a bigger decision than just what we're going to do with any given restaurant frontage. It seemed to me that we were only allowing restaurants to have outdoor space that owned the space, or it was directly in front, or they could adequately accommodate it. So somehow our policies from the beginning are arguably discriminating against some of the restaurants. So I'm not sure how we square that, but I'm in favor of more greenery and less asphalt.
Anybody?
I am too, but I think that here's an opportunity to not lose so many parking spaces. So I would try to find a happy medium between, putting in a tree and some landscape, a nice, comfortable kind of area, but not need to extend it so far and put some parking back in.
So Mr. Levy, we discussed that with Mr. Michael at the last meeting, that I started it at that position at the last meeting. The reason that they were doing the patio at all was the whole issue of people not backing out into active pedestrian areas. Now, Mr. Michael, Beta had suggested you slightly relocate that pedestrian crossing there. I think that's the one they were suggesting you relocate. So if you did that, you might be able to save a couple of parking spaces. I don't think we asked you that. Nick, did we ask that one?
They actually asked us to move it further north, so.
Further north.
Further
So
north.
that would impact in going into that
Another
area,
parking
so,
space. So Mr.
Um,
Levy, the issue was that it was because of the backing into the pedestrians that they were doing that patio. So we then said, well, if you're gonna need to get rid of the parking, at least give a green space. Go ahead, Mr. Michael.
I understand, but still, I think there's an opportunity not to take so much space away and
Heard ya.
and put some,
But-
okay?
But again,
Uh,
you know, what Beta is saying is, and I just keep repeating this because it was a real aha moment for me reading their comments, that for years, people have been telling us to not have cars backing into the pedestrian crosswalks. Go ahead, Mr. Michael.
So what I will say is if I was not trying to deal with what I've been instructed is somewhat of an equity issue, with the current outdoor dining regulations allowing for the use of parking spaces that last through the rest of this year. And then my understanding is there's going to be further discussion on clarifying those this fall, winter timeframe. And if those get changed to where we're not allowing the parking spaces to be utilized as outdoor dining, I'm more than happy to make that a patio similar to across the street, or not a patio, sorry, a landscape area with a bench area that's very similar to kind of a reflection of across the street, a mirror image of across the street. If
Yep.
the outdoor dining in the roadways, in the parking stalls does continue beyond this, then we've created a non-equity issue for this specific property by doing that. And that's
I
why
think-
the placement of that is there. Where we're at in our construction, we would probably not be at a point to start construction until next summer on this project. And we can make modifications to this plan, whether it be patio or green space, very, very easily all the way through up until and including during construction on this. So.
I think
Okay.
the counter argument to that, though, what I heard tonight is it's creating an equity issue because nobody else has a patio created, a sidewalk created for them. They're using what's available, a resource that's available, not,
Right.
you know. So
That's what we're saying. We don't
yeah,
want the patio.
It's what Mr. Michael's presenting it in one way and the commission is presenting it in the opposite way. So I just want to make sure that Mr. Michael, you're hearing the opposite argument.
We do
That
not want,
You're creating this discriminatory.
got
practice.
that? I mean, was that not clear? I'm sorry. I thought
I'm
he
not
got
sure
it.
it was. That's why I'm
Just
trying
making
to-
sure. We don't want to select a couple of restaurants and say, oh, so you get special treatment and you get a patio. We've already been asked about this whole equity issue, and we at least want to be equitable towards the restaurants.
All restaurants.
All restaurants, exactly. Okay, so that is our point, and we would put that in a decision. I think we're all concurred on it. Nobody has objected. Okay. All right, you don't have to smile. It's okay. All right,
But to be, just one last thing, to be clear, what I'm hearing Mr. Michael say is that given that there is a current state of uncertainty or flux, that they're not going to be ready to do anything until next year anyway, and maybe this
Right.
will get resolved in the meantime. Is that an accurate kind of?
right, but
what
what
portraying?
we would do is we're going to put something in the site plan approval that's very specific as to what the commission wants.
And I think whatever, just with another application coming up at a future meeting, whatever happens, it has to be clear as to what town resource is being afforded anybody at this point, simply because like the loading zone on Edgewood, for example, there's, you know, if you recall that situation, there's now a site plan approval for something that happens in the town right of way. And so that is a similar thing to what's happening here. So it just has to be crafted very carefully if it goes in the direction as proposed on the plan.
Okay, so I think I'm questioned out. The open space, the landscape plan, the senior center, the dining patio, Mr. Levy's concern about the asphalt extension. We covered the beta suggestions. Does anybody else from the commission have any other questions or comments? No. At this point, then I would like to turn this to comment from the public. If you all would raise your hand so I can see how many people from the public wish to speak. You know what? I'm only seeing 2 hands, but why don't we make it, more hands are coming up. Let's make it 3 minutes, Pat. And if people run out of time, and that way we can be fair all evening and do 3 minutes for everybody. Good? Okay, our first speaker is Matt Pop. And Mr. Pop, if you would go ahead. Mr. Pop, you will be followed by David Wald, and then Francia Alvarez. Mr. Pop, if you would kindly go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Matthew Pop, 54 Mead Ave. I spoke at the last meeting regarding the bump outs, mainly Arch Street intersection. I think I just want to answer Mr. Levy's question about how far the hardscape is going into the green area by the Board of Ed. And to me, it appears, if you look at the beta drawing, it's 32 feet of pavement plus 6 feet of sidewalk. And then it starts not at the road edge, it kind of bumps in further. So it's probably about 42 feet into that area, that green space. That's a significant loss of meaningful landscape area and green space. All of the other green space areas, they're just small, isolated areas. To me, that's not meaningful. Again, that's going to be a significant change. When I first looked at the revised application, the first thing I did was I looked for a grading plan. I figured at this time there would be a grading plan just to see like that war monument just to the west of Arch Street, how that is accessed. It's about 4 feet higher than a road. So I think there's going to have to be a wall there. And without the grading plan, how do you know what the impacts are to the neighboring trees? So again, no grading plan. And again, I was disappointed, no planting plan, landscape plan. Now, if you look at the Elm Street design, the plants now are blocking the sight lines, especially if you're coming from East Elm, looking up Greenwich Avenue. It's kind of a tossed salad design. And I was very interested in seeing that, but I guess I'm not going to see that at this time.
No, you're not going to see the same kind of tossed salad design at the next set of works, and eventually we'll check.
Hopefully not.
Go ahead, Mr. Pop. Sorry to interrupt you.
And the other thing was, I know it was reviewed by Beta, but the one thing that caught my attention was the stop bars on Arch Street. They're not perpendicular to the traffic flow. I've never seen stop bars that are angled. I think that becomes a safety factor, especially the one on the north side of the island. It's a significantly angled, it's parallel to the crosswalk. It shouldn't be parallel to the crosswalk. It's got to be parallel to the perpendicular to the traffic. And then if it was perpendicular to the traffic, then you could realign that crosswalk, as I noted last time, to make it more in alignment with the sidewalk to the north. And then maybe just lastly, the island. I'm not sure why those walks are curved. There's no other curved walks. If we're going to have a focal point, I think we should know what it is. And the walks are, it pinches on the south side of the island. It pinches down too narrow. So mainly, again, loss of significant, meaningful open space. I think is just too great for me to kind of support this. And that is it at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pop. Our next speaker is David Wold. All right, I hope we answered Mr. Wold's questions. All right, Mr. Wold, you've got 3 minutes and I'm not going to interrupt you. If you would unmute. There you go.
Am I with
All
you?
set. Okay.
Okay. My question goes back to similar to what Matt talked about here. The right-of-way that was established in 5960, that was for a potential traffic increase tripling because of I-95 and the need for 3 or 4 lanes. Is that correct according to the town planner or P&Z?
Mr. Michael, would you address that? Mr.
Secondly,
go ahead, Mr. Michael. No, go ahead.
Okay.
Keep talking, Mr. Walden. We'll let Mr. Michael answer your questions later. Go ahead. Sorry.
He will answer at the end.
Yeah.
Okay. The same question about the elevation. There was a request from the Board of Selectmen, from your committee, from the historical district, et cetera, that DPW contacts the Veterans Organization about what they're planning to do with the 2 monuments or the 3 monuments. As far as I have called around, I have nobody who has been approached by DPW yet. So my question is, when will this take place? And yeah, the question about the elevation, we all can see it by walking on the street that between the triangle at World War I and where the intended Arch Street is going to go, there must be 4 to 6 feet elevation. When will we see how they solve that issue? And
Okay.
third,
Go ahead.
I have one more issue, and that is down on Bowling Place, the existing tree to be protected. I would like to see the tree warden explain how you protect that tree when you have to remove maybe 2 feet of ground to make that sidewalk coming down there.
Okay.
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wold. Before we move on, I will let Mr. Michael answer your questions. And
So the original, going back to that, part of the reason was because of needing to potentially accommodate traffic for the additional right of way. And so, you know, what we're looking to do is to better impact the use of traffic. So by realigning the 2 lanes. The Veterans Committees will be reaching out to them once we've moved forward with the project. Once we know that we're kind of in, you know, the municipal improvement process is to make sure that we're on the right pathway, and then we'll move forward with the design of the project. And that time is when we'll be reaching out to the Veterans Committees. We'll be working with the tree warden on protecting the trees, and the elevation issue that has come up deals with, we are going to be raising the road through there. So the road will be coming up some, so that will in turn not require, what we don't believe at this point that it will require a retaining wall.
okay. You know, there are going to be some changes. As I hear you, Mr. Michael, there are going to be some changes. I don't know how. What we might ask you to do is come back as you when you've got all this finalized, because you're with us for a final site plan that isn't final now, and we're very close to needing to close it. And it doesn't sound, even if we take you to the max extension, that you're going to be in a position to give us final. We need to work out how we're going to do that. Are you going to come back in with your revisions?
So the municipal improvement process is for the conceptual plans, and that's what we're there for. The final site plan reflects what that is. The
Okay,
the modifications that I'm talking about are kind of in you know, in what I see is very minor in nature, more like picking colors. But if it becomes major, we would definitely look at coming back.
all right. So Katie, Patrick, y'all help me out on this. A final site plan is a final site plan. If it gets changed, where do you guys draw the line?
Well, I mean, that's the thing. If it's the extent of the changes, that's the issue. I mean, the length of, or the discussion that we just had about all the bubbles on the plans, Mr. Michael, he said, for the most part, those are all there. He's agreed to go to the Greenscape Committee and all of that. So, you know, really, I think that's the question. Are they minor enough? Certainly under the site plan, the commission, you know, modify or condition the plans. So that's something that happens frequently, obviously. So it just depends on the comfort level of the commission.
Okay.
We have, the Glenville plan where the MI was moved forward. and the site plan was requested to come back. That was a different situation, but that's been the understanding the issues with the grants and how these things function and working together between the commission and DPW is obviously not a new thing. So I think in this instance, with the agreement about how things are going to proceed, I think if it's outlined clearly, there should be a level of comfort there for everybody.
Okay. All right. And I guess before they start work, do you do a permit the same as you would do for any other site plan?
Yes, we would do a zoning permit sign off. So that's why I'm saying the specificity in the letter really is helpful to staff, because it's,
Okay.
as Mr. Michael said, it's picking colors. Well, did you make it pink instead of blue or whatever? And then staff can just confirm that what was required was met.
Okay. All righty. I've promoted, Ms. Alvarez and Ms. Messina, I've promoted Fred Camillo ahead of you because he was in the audience, and we normally show deference to the first selectman if he is waiting to speak. Mr. Camillo, if you would go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'll be quick. I know there's a bunch of items tonight, and I certainly wanted to speak on the hospital item on the agenda, though I don't think I'm going to be around for that. I want to thank everybody for their suggestions and for weighing in on this. This is something that we truly believe in for public safety, but also for the aesthetics of the avenue. But I do want to ask Jim a question. Matt Pop had just mentioned about 42 feet more of that intersection there. He was not concerned about anything else, just that street bump out. Am I mistaken where the total, in the aggregate, there's actually more soil, more grass and dirt than what is there now, net? Is that right? Or did his calculation throw that off?
Mr. Michael.
For the entire project, we have a net increase of 2,000 plus green area.
2,000 square feet.
Square feet, yes.
That's a lot. Okay. I heard him say that, so I just wanted to circle back on that. No, I'm again still very, very supportive of this. I hear somebody had mentioned about the landscape on Elm Street getting a little high, and so we had somebody reach out about another area in town way off of the avenue, and the department went over there and cut it. So that is a big concern, that we make sure that as beautiful as these intersections are, that the height remains low enough where when someone's there, it doesn't block any of the views. And other than that, I don't see any downside to it also. So thank you very much for the time to speak on this.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Francia Alvarez. And Ms. Alvarez, all right. And we're back to the 3 minutes. Only the first selectman gets to talk for longer. All right, Ms. Alvarez, if you're ready to go ahead. Aha. Ms. Alvarez? Ms. Alvarez, we can't hear you. Are you muted? Oh, there you go. There you go. All right.
Thank you so much. You could go to the next slide. Thank you so much. My name is Francia Alvarez. I'm with the Greenwich Tree Conservancy, and I'd like to talk about the Arch Street bump out and the trees that are on the property located at the Havemeyer School building. The Havemeyer School was donated by Henry Osborne Havemeyer in 1892 and landscaped in 1915. This was the birth of our Greenwich Town Green. Thanks to the Greenwich Historical Society, we see all the students gathered for their photo here in 1901. Next slide, please.
You're going to do this in 3 minutes, right?
This was an intersection of a federal post office, a town school building, and our town government. There was a World War I rally in 1918 on this town green, and you can see the band marching up Greenwich Avenue. Next slide. In 1988, it was listed in the National Register of Historic Places as a Municipal Center Historic District. Slide number 5. You can see all of the things that come into play to qualify to being registered as historic. Next slide, the town hall. Next slide, the Greenwich Common. Next slide, the Havemeyer School. Next slide, the post office on the right. Next slide, the monuments to our soldiers who lost their lives. The next slide, the Bowling Monument and the Federal Post Office. Note that in all these photos, there are lawns, green spaces, and trees. Whether you are looking out from the Bowling Monument or looking towards it, trees are an important feature. At the Bowling Monument and at the Greenwich Commons, the copper tree is the featured species. As large and as stately as they are, their roots do not like to be disturbed, which happened when a copper beech died due to root disturbances in the Greenwich Common. Next slide, please. The plan now is to shift Arch Street into the right-of-way, the red-lined area in this picture, at the lawn in front of the Bowling Monument, creating an unpredictable outcome, as this is where the copper beech tree roots are located. And as Matthew Pop said, yes, there may be 2,000 additional square feet of green space in this project, but this goes 42 feet, according to what Matt said, into the property that's there. So that entire green lawn will be gone. It'll go right up to the edge of the monument. Next slide, please. Beside the relocation of the roadway, utilities will be added to the area, including storm drains, manholes, catch basins, and a fire hydrant that will need to be relocated. The Greenwich Tree Conservancy believes, given the history of this area and the significance of our town green, these trees, green space, and the town green must be protected. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Joanne Messina. Ms. Messina.
Good evening. I
Hello,
just
Ms. Messina.
endorse what was just said by Matt Pop, by Dave Wald, and by Francia Alvarez. I think it is significant that the gain that has been spoken of in green space is for the Griggs Street bump out, is not for this area. As many of you recall, 15 years ago, we had a lot of discussion about repurposing the Havemeyer building to a cultural center. And a big part of that was to increase the New England town green. And that was to suggested that we bring together the lawn in front of the senior center and the lawn in front of the Havemeyer building and make this our New England town green. So this is clearly going to change that. I don't know that it's an improvement, but there should be, I think, some recognition that we will be losing that type of a space in central Greenwich. Lastly, the tree warden was spoken to, and he did say that he'd like that area to move away from the beach in front of the Havemeyer. He did not, he was not spoken to again. I understand Mr. Michael will speak to him before anything is done, but he was, as our town tree warden, concerned about where that curbing would be in relation to that beech tree in front of the Havemeyer building. Thanks so much.
Thank you, ma'am. And finally, we have Mr. Pop. Oh, and Louisa Stone, whose hand is back up. Okay. Mr. Pop, if you would go ahead. Mr. Pop, you need to unmute. There you
Alex
go.
Pop.
Hi.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this important project. Just again, some of the concerns that were expressed already. I think Mr. Michael said that there's 2,000 square feet of additional green space. Just for clarification, is that just at this bump out at Arch Street, or is that the combined? I think he's referring to Arch Street and the lower bump out.
We'll ask him. I understand it to be the total.
The total, but so in that
Yeah.
central area, I believe we probably would be losing green space. But I just want to, reference that the green space where the asphalt would be, where Arch Street's going to be moved up, that green space that will be lost is significantly more valuable than all the little islands put together. So even if there's more green space, there's a significant loss to the town. And again, I mentioned the last time about a trip to Valley Forge, and people go there because it's open and it's the green space, it's the continuity of the grass and the wide open spaces. And I think we're going to lose that. And finally, the slip out, I know that the consultant said that it will be safer for pedestrians. I just find that hard to believe. But thank you.
And I agree with you. I also was finding it counterintuitive. Okay, until I read that, I was with you guys. It was counterintuitive. Thank you, Mr. Pop.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Louisa Stone. Ms. Stone, I think you're still here. There, maybe she lost her connection. There she is. Okay, Ms. Stone, I found you and I'm promoting you up. Your hand came back down. Okay, there you go. If you would unmute Ms. Stone, you'll be all set. Louisa, can you unmute? Louisa, can you unmute? I can't force unmute her, can I?
Good.
There you go. Okay, you're good. Go.
It's been generally agreed that there's an elevation difference between Arch Street now and where it would be up toward the beech trees. And Mr. Michael has said, well, we'll just elevate the road. We'll raise the road so there won't be need for a wall. Well, if you raise the road up toward the Havemeyer building, what does that do to the east side toward Restoration Hardware? Are you going to have to step down to go down? It's very confusing. I don't see how the commission can approve this as a final site plan when we don't have grading and.
Yeah, I'm struggling with the same thing right now. And we don't have grading, Ms. Stone, and what was the rest of that?
It's all shown as though it's a flat place, and it's not flat. And if you elevate the road to the west, then you're making you have to step down to go to the east. This is a problem. That's my initial thing, was that moving Arch Street over into the Havemeyer lawn is just a bad idea. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stone. All right, that's it for the public comment. Mr. Michael, did you want to add anything?
I don't think so at this point. I think we've talked about everything that came up.
So I then, if I could ask the commission, this item is currently a must decide, and we would have to make a motion to further defer the MI if we didn't want to do that tonight. This final site plan is a must decide. However, the applicant could grant us an extension to the 29th of October. So my question to you is, do you want to close it now? do you want to get a more fine-tuned design before you? And with that, the question is, Mr. Michael, can you finish fine-tuning this by the end of October? And our October meeting is. So commission,
Well, my thought on this is, I think we saw
I'm sorry, what?
we can't, no, you must be,
some, can you?
no,
hear
we
me?
can't hear you. No,
Hello, can you hear me?
no, we can't hear you. Try again now. All right, well, he's muted himself, so we really can't hear him now. Okay, how about somebody else talk to me?
Can you hear me now?
No, not very well. So it's still kind of weird and stretchy sounding. Why doesn't somebody else jump in and Peter
Okay,
Levy? Yeah, and Peter Levy will come back in. Uh-oh.
So
This is,
we'd
this
have
is
to
not-
defer.
Wait.
I think he did that on purpose. He's gonna try
Yeah,
to come
I know, but you know, the problem is if he comes back in,
up. Right.
I now have to wait for him. All right. Well, I'll tell you what, let's do this. Can we legally just tell Mr. Levy what Mr. Macri is about to say when he comes back? Or do we
Yeah,
need to see somebody else?
Hopefully he's coming right now.
Not seeing him. Okay, Mr. McRae, go ahead. We're going to wing it as we see fit. Mr. Wells, just be ready. You've been at all the meetings on this. If Mr. Levy doesn't make it back in,
Well,
you're on.
we're here. We could defer the MI, do the extension to the 29th. Our second meeting in October is the 25th.
25th, yes.
So if Mr. Michael and landscape plan and tweaks can be done before that, then we could do something on the 25th.
Right.
Or we have to pull the trigger now.
Right. And so you're being asked, are you ready to close this application at this time, or do you want to request extensions and deferral?
I can close now.
All righty. Mr. Yeski.
It just sounds like there's a lot of open issues. I'd like to see some more detail. There are a bunch of issues. Unless we can condition this somehow, again, these things come up at the last moment, but there seems to be a number of issues about the grading, the island, whatnot. I mean, I like the plan overall, but there seems to be a lot of loose ends that makes me nervous about closing it.
Okay, Mr. Lowe.
Yeah, I wouldn't, I agree with Mr. Yeski. I wouldn't even know how to close this now, or I condition it now.
Okay.
Because there seem to be so many questions. And we'd end up with something that I don't think we'd be happy or proud of.
And are the questions, the questions are about the grading, or is it things like the landscaping, or what is this specific area of concern?
Every suggestion that Beta made, exactly what that's going to make it look like. What does that plan look with the Beta changes integrated? What are we doing with the patios, the dining patios? Are we going to go ahead with, what are we doing? Is it actually that dining patio at Grigg Street? Are we actually going to do green space? That was up in the air, the Beta suggestions. And then, of course, can we progress the landscaping plan so the commission has some kind of idea? And again, we've had several members of the public raise the grading question. Could we have an answer on the grading and whether or not there's going to be a wall? I mean, I know Mr. Michael's got good engineers on board, so hopefully we could get an answer. I know you wouldn't let us approve an application, and this is the bind. Somebody who doesn't know about the grading impact would not be approved by the commission normally, and that's where I'm kind of hesitant. So could we put you, Mr. Michael, would you be amenable to coming back on the October agenda?
I think our concern as Public Works in the town of Greenwich is that the municipal improvement process is intended to address a conceptual plan and move that plan forward before the town invests a significant amount of finances in doing full-blown design to make sure that the town's funds are not improperly spent.
Perfect suggestion. What we could do then, we are happy to give you a municipal improvement status at this time, but not do the final site plan then. And say that we would decide it. Could we do that? Katie's having a doubt. I can see that.
Yeah,
she's-
I'm literally, I knew this is where this is going, so I'm literally looking up the language of the, of 613 right now, because I think it's supposed to be with the final.
Can I make a suggestion while you're looking at
Yeah, go ahead.
that? Could we convert this from final to preliminary?
Yeah, I mean, you could, so it says the site plan approval by the commission should be required in the event that the et cetera, and one of the, and then 8 of that section under 613 is municipal improvements submitted for commission approval. So it's saying you need to have a site plan approval. I'm trying to think of how we handled it on Glenville, because it was a similar situation. I think it might have, I mean, we have done it that way in the past. Where the MI gets deferred until you get the final site plan. So you've done a preliminary site plan, but you don't act on the MI until the final site plan, which is not what Mr. Michael wants. He wants the opposite. He wants to get the, and frankly, I mean, the commission did do the pre-application, and that plan, has changed substantially between where it came in initially and where it is now. So in terms of spending town money, that's what the pre-application, that's the benefit of the pre-application, where you get that guidance at that point. So I think it's really just coming down out at this point about the details, obviously. So when you've got the municipal improvement, which is about the major intersection improvement, which this is, you have to know exactly what it entails. So studies and surveys is just that. I mean, let's see you've done the study, which is what's before. So now it's the details of that plan is needed. So I think that, the commission, in terms of conditioning something, that's why I was saying, what is the specific, I mean, the patio, the commission can decide on that on their own. The landscaping, Mr. Michael has agreed to go to Greenscape, but there seemed to be some comfort level there. I mean, so the only thing that I can see that really is potentially plan changing, so to speak, is something with the topography and the width of arch. And if that's the case, we do have our required sign off. So maybe at that point, when DPW has those plans and they come in for sign off, if it's substantially different, we could bring it to the commission as a discussion item in a public meeting, see where people are on that. And then if it's substantially different, if DPW agrees to come back and submit that to the commission at that time. Do you see what I mean? Because we have this sign off mechanism anyway.
Based on our design work that we've done to this date, we do not believe a retaining wall is going to be necessary at that location. I would not have a problem with you guys putting a condition on this, that if we determine that a retaining wall is necessary, that we come back and see you.
Okay, so let's just go through, guys, what's our open questions? We don't want a retaining wall. We want clarification on to the extent to which the beta suggestions are going to be, and I want to do this out of decision mode. I just want to do what's open stuff. The beta suggestions, what's going to be implemented. The next question we have is, I believe we may want to see the landscape plan and have an opinion to look at it, an ability to look at it separately. Could we do that?
Yes.
So we'd like to see the landscape plan and separately review it somehow.
Mr. Michael said he was going to do, I mean, the only thing is like with the intersection around Arch and whatever, I mean, that was really just checking on the truck turning radius. I thought that was the only thing that would impact those.
The median, the height of the median, that median that they wanted that Beta wants to have narrowed, all of the Beta suggestions about the parking, all of those things. to what extent is that impacting? The other one is to make sure that we know what happens with this dining patio issue, because I'm very uncomfortable about inequity on the, I don't want to create an inequity, and I'm very uncomfortable that we apply the zoning standards the same to everybody. That everybody get the same treatment, and with the understanding that we have that we're doing it for restaurants. What else do we have open, guys?
I think that the level of complication that the public speakers reiterated very well show that there's a level of complication here that is not dealt with in plan. The plan hides a lot of the complication by imposing this kind of the geometry of the crosswalks on this very awkward intersection. We've created a lot of issues that we simply haven't been able to figure out yet. We're certainly wanting more information about this. This has become more apparent the longer we've looked at this, that this is not a simple, there's no simple solution to this. There are ramifications for everything that are being done here that radiate and create a lot of issues. In most situations, when you do this kind of work to correct traffic issues, it's usually just a plain intersection with four roads coming into it. This is not that. We're trying to impose a certain geometry on an asymmetric geometry that exists. And just by saying, okay, in plan that, we're going to use a Beaux-Arts scheme in order to regularize it, that doesn't meet all of the issues that are involved here. So I think that I'm grateful for what the public speakers have said to clarify some of the issues.
That's why we love Zoom, Peter Levy, because that's how we hear from the public the best. We have so many people. And
I don't want to gloss over that there's a lot of complications here that need to be addressed, and they have not been addressed to the satisfaction of a lot of people.
Okay, folks.
I think you
go ahead, Dennis.
Just so I understand, may I ask Mr. Michael a couple questions that are just yes, no questions?
Please do.
Mr. Michael, you still there?
He's here, yeah. You must be on your phone.
What do you mean I'm on my phone?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Michael's looking at you.
Okay.
Here.
Number one, would you accept the condition that there's no wall, and if there is a wall, you come back?
Yes.
You already said yes, right?
Yes.
Would you accept all the beta recommendations? And do you believe they're all incorporated into your design?
When you say all, I don't know that that's the case, because there's a couple things that they had asked for that we used to have that we took out with adding some additional bump outs. And that was all kind of accepted by this commission. So, and based on the recommendations of the Greenscape Committee. So the majority, if you wanted to say the majority, yes, I would take that
But
statement.
we can also list those exceptions. You agree that we get to look at the landscaping plan in detail after it's finalized or close to finalized?
Yes.
Would you agree to take the patio out and make it green space?
That gets into where's the status of the outdoor dining?
Not really. No, it is not. That's what we're telling you. It has nothing to do with the outdoor dining. We don't want to give one restaurant a patio when we're not giving anybody else a dining patio. It's unfair. it has nothing to do with what we do with the outdoor dining. I think Katie was right. I feel very strongly about this, and I'm not hearing the commission shut me down. So I'm pushing. We have to
And
be
then,
fair.
so we can condition this, that the patio
Patio.
turns into green space.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Does the size of that area shrink in doing so?
It would change from patio to green space. We wouldn't be able to add additional parking. if that's
But the
your-
actual dimensions of it would remain the same?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're getting rid of parking. That's a place where we asked them this already.
Dan,
They said they had to get rid of the parking there, so they went with a patio. And we said not want a patio because it's preferential treatment for a restaurant. And it's a
Understand.
slippery slope for us. Okay, Mr.
Okay, well,
Yeski, go
to get-
ahead.
to
You're
get
doing
us
good.
To get us off the center, I count 4 or 5 conditions we can put in this approval. And take a vote. If it doesn't pass, we can see if we can modify it. If it doesn't pass then, they're back, they have no choice. The vote was taken and they have to come back and either have a different plan or agree to what they have to come back with a different plan at that point in time. So we're heavily conditioning this.
Yes. Okay, can y'all live with giving it a shot, closing this item and giving these a shot?
I'm not so sure about that.
Okay, so the question is, Mr. Levy, you do not want to, first of all, Katie, is Mr. Levy still seated? I don't want to be.
You missed a bit of the meeting, but I think he was in enough of it.
I was listening to the meeting even though I was off screen.
Oh, okay, because you have the other.
All right. Okay, so, Mr. Levy, the only changes he's going to make is whether these conditions we're talking about are furthered before we vote on it.
I would proffer some other conditions.
Okay.
Okay, so why don't we do this? Why don't we close it? Add your conditions, see if we get support for them in decision mode and see what happens.
Okay.
Well, may I ask, since, you might want to have Mr. Michael be able to.
Good point.
Chat
Katie,
with Mr. Levy.
go ahead, Mr.
Like,
Levy.
are these major site revisions or these?
Go ahead, Mr. Levy.
I think we all want to know.
Yep, okay.
I would say that this town green that we're talking about in front of Havemeyer should not be impacted. And it should remain virtually as is. I would suggest that the diagonal parking on Arch be modified to either parallel parking or just fewer spaces in order to ease the traffic flow there. I would venture that it would be important to add some other parking spaces along Greenwich Avenue. I think too many have been taken away from there. I don't think it's necessary to have taken away all the spaces. I think there's a space here and there that can be put back. And that's really it.
How is this project going to work if DPW cannot create the roadway that is at the centerpiece of this whole project?
They will have to modify the plan in order to accommodate that. That's
The problem is, I think, that the entire intersection improvement project revolves around the first priority, which is aligning the intersection. The only way to align it is to go into the Havemeyer property. I mean, because without the alignment, none of the other things are really are secondary. Is that right, Mr. Michael?
That's the purpose of the project.
Is to align it, right?
I think it might be a bridge too far.
It doesn't feel to me like that's the sort of thing you can approve this project and condition, put it on the condition that it completely change.
Well, that would be, yeah. Yeah, sorry.
That feels to me like an up or down vote on the current project.
I'm not following your point, Mr. Gerlach.
Oh, I thought that what Peter was going to suggest was a condition like, akin to the one where we said the patio will be all green space. That's something that you could say, I'm going to approve this plan,
Right.
but condition with this one change. Peter's main change that he would like to make, I don't think is of the same class.
No, he's basically completely revising the project. Okay, so how about this? How about we're gonna have to, I think we're gonna have to consider Peter's conditions separately. And we're gonna have to vote with or with them and without them, because Peter's conditions would completely modify the project.
Well,
So
that's not
ahead.
entirely true. You could put his condition in, you vote on it. As long as the
Right.
commissioners understand what they're asking,
Mhm,
which is if his condition stays,
mhm.
you have to completely upend the proposal.
Okay,
So you either accept that and a yes, or you
Exactly.
reject that. If it gets accepted, it's accepted. If it gets rejected,
we
you
modify
take
our
out
motion.
that condition.
Yep.
And then you vote again.
Okay, I was trying to say that, but you said it better.
Okay.
Okay,
The problem is, can I just make a small point on that, though? There's no plan whatsoever that we have seen or discussed that involves what Mr. Levy just suggested.
We know that.
Yeah, so I don't, to Mr. Berlick's point, it's not really a condition. It's a wholesale change to the plan. So he's
No,
basically saying.
okay,
it's a modification. It's a complete
It's not
modification.
really a modification. It's a brand new site plan. That's my point. It's not a
no,
modification.
I think we understand that. And I think the commissioners understand with this condition, you
We got
either
it.
approve it or you don't. If you don't approve it,
Yep.
it's rejected. Now we go on to the next vote, which is you take that out and you vote
And then
on,
you, on the rest of the stuff.
correct. And then what happens,
Okay.
again, we'll see what the vote is. I'm not
Got that, Katie?
predetermining.
Well, I still disagree. I'm sorry, Mr. Yeski. I don't think you can make a proposal to modify a plan such that you're saying, come in with a brand new plan. You're basically saying, Mr. Levy's suggestion is, I want you to modify this plan in some way that we have no idea what that would look like. Because we don't. It's not been discussed. It's not been presented. I think it is a wholesale new site plan, what Mr. Levy is suggesting.
Well,
It's
how
not
about this? How about a very simple thing? We start out with a motion to deny it. And we see that's not the way we normally proceed, but if that's essentially what we're saying, Mr. Levy is asking us to do, we start out with a motion to deny it, and we see if that motion carries. If it does not carry, then Mr. Levy's conditions, then Mr. Levy's concept does not carry. I
Well-
don't know how else to get us
well,
around this, Katie. We have a
one way-
commissioner who wants to see this changed. We have to respect in some way his point of view.
Well, I think you could do it the same way Mr. Yeski just did it. And Mr. Levy could point blank ask Mr. Michael, is there a way for you to do this intersection improvement project and still save the green on Havemeyer?
And
Can you
then
align- can
if
you
he
align-
says no, we have to make a motion to
Then-
deny.
No, then he said, that's not the plan that's before you. So then I think you make your normal motion to approve and Mr. Levy can do what he wants with that, as can every other commission member.
Okay.
He would vote against it.
Okay, we got it.
Can I also make one more suggestion, by the way? I think Mr. Michael should answer Mr. Levy's question, but, well, let me stop there and see if if he could answer that question, Mr. Michael.
Mr.
Levy's
Michael. You know what we've just asked you, right?
No, actually,
They-
I'm very confused, actually.
But can you meet what you're trying to meet with the intersection improvement and the alignment of the intersection and still keep the Havemeyer green? Is there any physical way to be able to do that,
No.
to align them and still keep the green?
No, and I can't imagine that you could. What you have to do is you have to modify the plan in order to meet the existing geometry and all of the complications of this particular intersection. So it evolved really the simplification of this design creates lots of problems, lots of complications, which is what we're discussing now. By acknowledging that there are these complications, you can kind of deconstruct this intersection and not try to superimpose such a simple solution to a complex problem. And I think that would greatly simplify the design and make it work much better and have much less impact. So that's
Well,
my suggestion.
I think Mr. Wells, in the very, very beginning of this entire discussion, suggested something along those lines, which was, could you make Arch Street one way? I mean, that's the only logical way to do what you're saying, basically. And I think that's been asked and answered. That yes, you could obviously do it, but is that going to meet all the other things that you're trying to do at this intersection? I think Mr. Michael had said no, it wasn't. So I think we've gone through that iteration.
Okay.
Well, I disagree. I do think that there are other solutions.
Okey doke. So
that's
what we're gonna do, as we've just reached consensus, we're gonna get a motion with the conditions on which we had already agreed. If you all want to add Mr. Levy's additional condition, you would vote against that motion, okay?
Yes.
All righty. Mr. McRae, I am so glad that I am no longer secretary. So with that, folks, if
Do you
nobody
want to
objects,
do both at the same time?
I
or
was
we're-
just
right?
going to say that was going to be the second point I was going to make. Obviously, you have to take two separate motions, one on the planning function MI, one on the zoning function site plan. However, I think if you discuss them as one, and then once you've discussed it with what the conditions are going to be under the site plan, you can then at the end take the separate motion. So just
Okay.
discuss it as one, and then at the very end, it's two separate motions, one on the planning side, one on the zoning side. But at
Okay,
least this way,
so,
conversation without bifurcating. it too
right.
much.
So Madam Chair, we need to close both,
yes,
get into
Mr.
discussion.
McRae, we have hereby closed both applications. Seeing no objection to closing these items, we have closed both applications at this time. Is that correct? Everybody concurs, right?
Yes.
Done.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Levy is remaining seated. And Mr. McRae, on you go.
Okay, so for municipal improvement, Greenwich Avenue at Arch Street, Havermeyer Place at Fawcett and Grigg Street, PLPZ 2022-412. Whereas the Department of Public Works seeks municipal improvement status to make a major redesign of the intersections of Arch Street, Havermeyer Place, Fawcett Place, Grigg Street, downtown Greenwich. The commission finds that a meeting held on June 23rd, 22, the Board of Selectmen voted to approve the referral of MI to the Planning and Zoning Commission in accordance with Section 699A2 of the Town Charter. And as indicated in the 2019 Plan of Conservation and Development, the proposal is consistent with guiding principles 1.1B, 4.2J, 4.3Q, 5.5C, and 2.6C. Therefore, a motion to grant municipal improvement status in accordance with Section 99A2 of the Town Charter.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay.
Mr. Lowe has seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye. This is just the MI, right?
This is
Yeah,
just the
this
MI.
is what I was suggesting you don't do. I was suggesting you don't take the vote on the MI yet. So you make,
Okay.
you have to have the two separate motions, but I think you should go ahead and say what you're going to say on the site plan. And at the end, say, what's your vote on the MI and what's your vote on the site plan? Because
Okay, that's
right-
what I thought. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay,
way- that
thank
way-
you for that. All right, okay, Mr. McRae, back you go.
Okay. Greenwich Avenue at Arch Street, Havermeyer Place, Fawcett Place, Grigg Street, intersections, PLPZ 2022-302, final site plan in the CGBR zone. Department of Public Works has applied to make pedestrian aesthetic and safety improvements to the intersections of Greenwich Avenue at Arch Street, Havermeyer Place, Fawcett Place, and Grigg Street. The commission finds that the project construction is being established right of way for each street. The total green space of the proposed plan is approximately 7,274 square feet, a net increase of 160%. This equates to about approximately 2,704 square feet of impervious surface is being removed and replaced with a green space. There are 5 bicycle rack locations indicated on the overall plan. The reconfiguration of the intersection will provide 12 additional parking spaces. And that Beta had issued comments dated 9/2/22 indicating recommendations to the plan. Therefore, motion to approve the plan with noting the following. The Beta recommendations not previously addressed or resolved shall be instituted. Mr. Yeski, if you can assist with this, any required walls or grade changes, you had specifics on this one?
No retaining wall.
No retaining wall. And if that becomes a necessity, they have to come back to, I would assume, the staff or the commission.
To the
Commission. Commission.
Okay, commission.
Okay, come back to the commission. The driveway from the Senior Arts Center shall be configured in such a way as to prevent exiting vehicles from driving through the crosswalk. The proposed sidewalk area to the northwest corner of Greenwich Avenue, Greek Street shall be made a green area with a seating bench niche. The final landscape plans shall be coordinated between DPW Engineering, the Tree Warden's Office, and the Greenscape Committee to be reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Commission.
And and submitted to the Planning and Zoning Commission, yes.
Okay,
Okay,
and I think that's what I have.
you
applicant
got
shall
the,
address any-
you got the
Okay.
dining patio?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't hear you say it. Okay, and then, do we want to do anything with the open space confirmation that the open space, that all deeded open space is protected? Any change there too shall be brought back to the commission?
Sure, yes.
Impact on open space?
Any impact on open space
I
shall be
mean,
brought,
anything else, and if there is work to be done outside of the right of way, then that would have to come back to the commission, because right now it's been represented that it's all within the right of way.
yeah, and there's always
It's
been
still
this
open space.
there's still this murky thing about whether any of that deeded open space impinges on the right of way. And so if any of the deeded open space actually it goes into the right of way, they have to return to the commission.
Got it.
One addition.
I'm sorry, Arn.
Oh, sorry, thanks. Just
No,
suggested.
Arn, can't, not seated. Sorry,
Just,
Sorry.
so I'm not sure, I just want to make sure I understand. So the open space that we're talking about is not necessarily the right of way. That also is part of the open space. Is that correct?
No, there's a right of way and it might have some greenery in it, but that isn't actually deeded open space. And the comment was, if any of the greenery, whether it's in the right of way or not, if any of it is deed restricted open space, it has to come back to the commission.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Does that mean that the redesign of Arch Street, which is impacting the lawn, is or is not open space the way it's drawn right now?
No, it's still inside the established right of way for Arch Street.
So that's not considered open space.
It's inside the right of way of Arch Street, which is not open space. It's the right of way of the road.
Right, so there's right, so
the plan
open
as-
space is really the deeded area. It's not really open space because the lawn is the lawn. Okay, I just want to make it clear to myself.
okay. All right, any other insertions that anybody wants? Is there anything, I hate to say this, staff, did we miss anything?
No, so we've got the beta
Okay.
comments, we've got the patio, we've got the deed restricted open space area, we've got the landscaping.
Okay, just because I'm weird about this, I have a procedure question. Landscape plan returned to P and Z. How do
After
we
it's
want to,
been finalized.
how do we want to
it's-
do that? As a discussion item or as a full-blown agenda item?
I think as a discussion item. That seem good, Katie frowning?
Yeah, no, I think yeah, and then at that point, if it's basically presenting to you what has been done, if at that point you're not happy with it for some reason, then you can tell them they've got to come back to the commission. So in other words, you know, if you really, you're just directing staff in that discussion meeting to say, make this a tree instead of a bush. But if it's something like, no, this landscaping plan is just not acceptable, you need to come back to the commission for a site plan. That might happen also. But the way I'm thinking it is just, it goes through Greenscape. It's, you know, it's before staff as a sign off. Staff is now giving it to the commission as a discussion to make sure that everyone's in agreement. And I assume that there would be agreement, maybe a minor change here or there, but if it's a major change, I think there has to be an understanding that it would then need to go back to the commission as an actual application.
Okay.
You good?
Yep.
Do I have a second?
And obviously, sorry, that would be open to the public, that discussion, just so we're clear.
Yes.
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before we vote, should we go back to MI, do that, and then this?
The MI is moved and seconded, and now the final site plan is moved. We need a second for it, and then Katie's going to tell me how to do a vote.
Or I'm
'cause-
sorry, I'm so sorry, since the MI has been moved and seconded by Lowe, if you want to just take the vote on the, I guess on the, well, yeah.
On the MI.
Yeah, on the MI, yeah.
Okay, so voting on the MI, Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. Levy,
Nay.
Albin is aye. With that, the MI passes 4-1. Now, voting on the site plan as it stands now, do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Lowe has seconded. Thanks, because that makes it simpler. Voting on the site plan as it stands now, Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
No, what Nick just went through, there's no other conditions added, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Then I vote aye.
Okay. Vote aye. Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. Levy,
Nay.
Albin is an aye. With that, that motion passes 4-1. Now, I'm going to ask you guys, when this decision letter gets drafted and sent, I implore you all to very carefully read these decision letters, everybody. And Patrick, would you kindly also send it to Mr. Levy, even though he was not an affirmative vote? Levy, normally the commissioner voting against it does not get it, but I would like you to see it because I want to accurately reflect every other concern we have raised in this regard. Okay, and because we are going to have to make sure this gets implemented. You know, we have some transitions ahead of us and we want to make sure it gets done right. Okay, with that, we're going to move on, folks. Mr. Michael, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Have a good night.
And our next application is the Chabad Lubavitch of Greenwich for a final site plan to remove an existing apartment on the second and third floors, utilize the second floor as a classroom, and relocate an existing playground to the rear of the building at 6 Lincoln. These applications are 75 Mason and 6 Lincoln. And
Madam Chair, while you're admitting the next party, this would be a good time for me to take my leave to go to my other engagement.
good timing.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Wells, you are, oh no, that's right. He's not a regular. Okay,
Yes.
I'm good. I just zoned out for a sec. Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Hegney.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. This is for the Chabad Lubavitch of Greenwich, and it is for their property at 75 Mason Street and 6 Lincoln Avenue. You most recently saw this for the tent that they were looking to put up in the rear of number 6 Lincoln Avenue. And before that, it was to establish a preschool area at 6 Lincoln for 16 preschool children. The property has been owned by the Chabad for over 20 years, and the preschool program has been at 75 Mason for 20 of those years. The commission originally approved the preschool use at the first floor and lower level in 2002. And over the years, we've increased it from, I think we started with 24 children, and it currently is approved for 40 preschool children. What we're looking to do now is we had frankly hoped to have the kindergarten at Carmel Academy on Lake Avenue, but that has continued to be bogged down in litigation, and that is not available for the Chabad to use for its kindergarten program. And we're looking to use the second floor of 75 Mason, which was originally approved and has been used as an apartment as the kindergarten program for up to 12 children. And then to use the third floor. I had mentioned in the narrative that we were going to use the third floor for storage. They would like to use it for offices for the staff of the school. There are no changes to the interior except for based on the conversations and meeting with the fire marshal at site to add some smoke alarms and some emergency lights to the space. But other than that, there's nothing needed interior for construction at all. The change that we're looking to make outside is to move the playground, which is currently at I would say, a very exposed corner of Lincoln Avenue and Mason Street, to the area behind 6 Lincoln, where we had gotten the tent approved earlier this year. What that enables us to do is to have that area not used in a very visible area for children's playtime. By combining the two properties together, we can maintain the same number of parking spaces, and we can also, thanks, Pat, and we can create a one-way pickup and drop-off program, which would allow for really better circulation on site than what currently exists. So the upper left-hand corner is what is the current layout, with 4 parking spaces in the rear of number 6, and the remaining parking spaces in the lot behind 75 Mason Street. If we can go down to the lower map, please, Pat. Thanks. What we're doing here is using the area where is paving in the rear of 6 as the playground, and then creating parking with the one-way in at the easterly entrance, and an exit at what is currently a 2-way lane on the west side. Better flow, same number of parking spaces that we currently have, and we think that this will work better. Also, there is a staggered both drop-off and pickup that has been actually tested for the preschoolers this morning and this afternoon, which worked very well. And that will ensure that there are always adequate parking spaces for the parents either dropping off or picking up their children, because they need to park and walk them in rather than just letting them get out of the car and walk into the building, because they are all young children. There were a couple of questions that the staff had, which we went over a bit at the briefing yesterday, in terms of there will be just one more staff person. The need for the carpooling is still there, and all staff will be required to carpool. That's why we're showing in the pickup and drop-off chart that there would be 6 vehicles associated total with staff. We also had prepared and sent over at the staff's request a chart indicating the ages of the children and the staff that's needed. The preschool children require one staff member for every 4 children. For the kindergarten, it's one staff member for every 8 children. So it's a little different. As I mentioned,
but you're adding 12 kids. So if it's for every 8, you would be adding 2 staff members, not 1.
yes, yeah.
So
Currently,
you said 1 before, and you're adding 2.
well, what we're showing in the chart that I sent over to Pat is
Not open,
that
not open that today, meetings all day. So you're just,
Yep.
if you would just refer to it, you're adding 2, you have to add 2 staff members because you're adding 12 kids and you can't have a half a staff member. So
well, you have actually 27 of the children are under 3, and 38 of them are 3 or older. So it's just the 18 months to just under
all right,
3
so
that
now
require the
your
1 to
numbers
4.
have changed versus what's in the base case application that we received. In the application that we have, there are 52 kids in total, and what you've just cited is 55 kids in total. Which is it?
No, it would
We
be
have an application that
60. It would be 65 children because we have
1, yes, 65 kids. In our
65
application, you're adding 12. You currently have 40, and you are going to 52, not 65. So can you tell me what that is, what the difference is? Our application has at best 52.
So the other 16, which is for a total of 68 permitted, is what we're asking for, is at number 6 Lincoln, where the preschool will
I was
continue there
advised
as
that you
well.
had 16 at number 6. We discussed this yesterday, and then 24
Correct.
in the other building for a total of 40 right now.
No, actually, the commission approved.
I
up
asked
to
this question
40.
yesterday, Patrick, and I wrote down the numbers that I was given yesterday at the briefing. I have
I
40.
think we may, yeah, Madam Chair, I think we may have done the math separately. So the
I asked you
75
this question and I got 40 plus the 12 that's being added. Okay, so
I'm happy to
Mr.
clarify
Hegney,
if that helps the commission.
yes, I think I would, you've given us this in a table now, Mr. Hegney?
I gave a table as to
Okay,
how many children were what ages and how many staff we needed for that.
and how many
Within the
you have
staff
now
report,
that's approved?
yes, what
Okay.
we have now approved is 16 at number 6
Got it?
and 40 preschoolers at 75.
Oh, so now we're at 56, not at 60. Okay.
And we're asking for an additional 12 as part of the kindergarten.
Okay. So where did you have the 65 that you just referenced?
That is the current anticipated enrollment for 27 preschoolers under 3 and 38 3
All right.
and older.
But you're requesting to be allowed to go to 68.
Correct. Yes.
All right. And you're saying you currently have either 58 or 56.
It would be 56, 40 at 75 and
All right.
16 at 6.
All right. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Hegney.
There were a couple of other items that you asked us to address. One was I mentioned with the fire marshal. The question as to whether the State Department of Health was needed for this.
On the fire marshal, you said you're making no changes. You have all the legal egresses that you need to have for the kindergarten?
Yes, there are 2 direct egresses from the space directly outside from the second floor.
All righty. So
it was something that I learned as being a member of the Hamilton Avenue School Building Committee.
Oh, we've learned it before. We bumped into it on Holly Hill when they were going to do a daycare because they didn't have legal
Mm.
egresses. Okay, so yes. So, okay, you've got legal egresses. You have fire department sign off for the building as it is.
Yes, we just went through that with them this summer in recertifying the space for the preschool at the lower level and first floor.
Okay,
and
but
my
we're
client-
asking you about the kindergarten and we don't have a letter regarding the kindergarten. We'd like to see that.
That would be certainly part of the building permit process, which we went through with the preschool. And
we normally ask
as
in
I said,
these-
my client did go through with the fire marshal. If need be, we can provide a excuse
I'd
me,
like
a
the letter.
statement from
Okay.
him.
Mr. Hagney, there's that the last inspection was for basement and first floor occupancy.
Yes, that was for the approved preschool, which had been at Carmel Academy, and they're now moving it back to
Okay.
here because of the litigation there.
Did the fire marshal's office opine at that time on the second floor use for the children?
Actually, that was subsequent to his approval of the first floor and lower level. And he indicated that there were additional smoke detectors and egress and emergency light signs that would be required
Okay, I
as
think
part of
that's-
using it as part of a kindergarten program versus an apartment.
Okay, I think that's what we're looking for is that information, so we know we're going in the right
Okay.
direction.
Okay, so fire is good. Department of Health, you were in the middle of that.
Yes, they only license the preschool and daycare programs. They do not license the kindergarten, so there's no license needed from them. There was a question on the height of some of the playground equipment.
You've addressed that.
It is over, some of it is over 6'6" and would require to be meeting the setbacks required. We provided a zoning statistic chart, which shows that actually we're going to be conforming as to both building coverage and site coverage, which is frankly not the case now, because we are removing all of the asphalt in the rear of number 6.
Okay.
And we're not changing the floor area at all. That's remaining the same. We have prepared a preliminary consolidation map, but as part of this approval, we would be recording that on the land records.
Did it create any
having the book-
nonconformities? I didn't see a sign off on that.
No, it did not.
Okay, all right.
That was one of the questions that we went over
Okay.
with staff.
All right. All right, go ahead.
And then there was the standard comment from the sewer department that we have to give them a letter that says we'll do whatever they say they want us to do. And so we submitted that yesterday. And there was a question about a sump pump. My client went over and took photographs of it. We provided that to staff and over to the sewer department.
So we're going to
the
need
sump
the
pump
the
has
sewer
been-
department is going to sign off, then we would need the sewer department sign off.
I don't yet have that.
Okay.
They were not able to get over there to do the inspection, showing that the photographs that we submitted, taken by Rabbi Darren, are what is actually there, showing that it is a hose that goes outside the building and is not hooked into the sewer system.
Okay.
But I would ask that inspection could be done after or as part of the approval before any building permit is issued, because we still have to go through the building permit process anyway, even if there's no construction going on, because the building department wants to make sure that all the code issues within the space are met, even though we're not doing construction. And that again is I'll give you another example. The electrical inspector comes in and makes sure that all the plugs are, the outlets are safety outlets. So children can't harm themselves with the outlets in the wall.
Mr. Hegney, I think the only issue with the sewer division is that their comments specifically state that it's got to be scheduled with an inspector. And they say specifically, this needs to be confirmed prior to obtaining P&Z approval. So they're requesting us to actually have it done before we give it approval.
Yeah.
And then I didn't see a description of your pickup and drop off plan, and I would like to see that, Mr. Hegney. I'm really pleased that you're already trialing it and that it's worked well. I would very much like to see it. In addition, would you kindly, if Chabad is going to be trialing it again, would you notify staff? I would like to see the afternoon pickup. I believe I'm allowed to do that, right, Katie? We can observe so if you would notify staff, and if anybody from the commission wants to see the afternoon pickup functioning, I'd just be curious. You know, we've just had so many problems with the school drop off and pickup that it's just, okay. I mean, you know what a mess it is around Ham Ave, and you were on that building committee, right? So,
many building committees. But
yeah, well, thank you for that. And you know, Ham Ave, that is a nightmare in that neighborhood. So I would love to see the description of it because I didn't see it here. I'm glad that you're doing the phasing that you're doing now, and I would love to see a written documentation of it.
It actually is is page 7 of the presentation material we submitted. And
did not see it.
And
just quickly, Mr. Hegney,
on the screen.
Yeah, this is the student distribution pickup and drop off chart. Is that what we're looking for?
Yes.
Okay. I'm looking at it here.
Sorry.
And I'm looking at here. I get a quick question. It's showing times, drop off, number of staff. Okay, for I guess pickup and drop, a drop off and pickup. The numbers tally out to 50 students in the drop off and pickup, and we're looking at 65. I'm just how does that work? Do not all the children show up, or is it?
No, they want to approval for 68. Is that what you're asking?
No, no. Nick's question is one: if you're having 65 children, why are there only 50 vehicles dropping off? And the reason for that is that there are siblings that are participating in the programs, so that you have a child of 2 different ages that are part of the program, but come in one car. So that's why we have 50 vehicles and 65 children.
Okay, got that. Understanding that. One of the concerns I would have, and this is because it's a very tight lot, and as you explained, the parents are parking and then walking the child in. This is, or what we're seeing here is on the chart, it happens currently on a day-to-day basis with 50 students that are enrolled now. Say in 2 years, there's a different enrollment, or you're at your max and it's always, the 65 children every day. Is there any way to perceive or actually kind of extend this out to say that in the worst case scenario, this is how it would work? Because we've got a staggered time between 7:30 and 9:10. Would it be best to say this would be the potential or the best way of going about having a staggered pickup where children come at different times? Because it could seem to me that you're staggering times between 7:30 and 9:10, but what happens in, say, 2 years, and there's more people coming at 9:10, and it's not 10 at drop off, it's 20 at drop off. You see what I mean? I think it's actually, is there a way of kind of figuring this out to make sure it's going to be always staggered?
Yeah, short answer is yes. It might help to have Mrs. Darren as the program director. She should be, and Rabbi Darren should be in attendance, and it's probably good for you to hear directly from her as to how the pickup and drop off occurs, and how it could be modified to ensure that you aren't going to have more cars coming than there are parking spaces at any one time.
Okay, and before we go with that, just two things. The site plan, I'd appreciate if you actually put notes concerning signage, one way in, one way out. That way nobody confuses the direction. Even though it's painted on the asphalt, the sign would be best because you don't want people coming in or trying to scoot in the outdoor, if you know what I mean.
No, I think that the layout we're proposing actually works better than
yeah.
the layout that's there right now, and it is important that that
Absolutely.
everyone follows the right direction.
Right. Now, last question was the two employee spaces. They're tandem, and one is on the other side of a walkway from the 75 Mason to the playground. That space inside, that's going across the drive or a walkway. I would assume that walkway is going to be a dropped curb.
Yes.
Okay,
Would be
and
there.
they're employees, so that car stays there all day.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so maybe
that's not going to move.
Right, as part of that plan, actually, those two spaces be signed so they're not used by the parents doing the drop off and pickup.
Yes,
that seems like a kind of a what could be a kind of a conflict between the sidewalk and the parking spaces.
It only works as an employee space. It only works when the space is occupied all day, so that's someone who would be arriving first thing in the morning and leaving late in the day.
So employees get there and they just leave them and just make sure that there's no parents parking there when the employee shows up.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Great.
All right. Anything else, folks? All right. Looking at this chart, Mrs. Darren, so looking at the chart, you have staggered the arrivals, if I've got this right, between every half hour at first, and then it goes to 20 minutes, and then no, it goes to 10 minutes after that, 20 and a 10. And you have bundled the drop-offs, I guess, knowing how the ages of the kids, and in the future you would similarly stage that. I think I'm understanding how you're going to do this, and you're going to do something similar with the pickup, although you have them, you have you have 12 kids that are an hour apart, and that's reflecting their ages, I guess, right? Okay. All right. Okay. So I think I have got that, and I understand how you're going to do it. I'd still love to see it if you guys are going to dry run it again and see how it's working with the kids you've got now.
Come by anytime.
Excuse me?
You could stop by at any time.
Great. I will do that.
Because the preschool has already started.
Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
All right.
So the drop-off chart that we're looking here is established by age. So I don't know what the ages are, but the first drop-off are children of a specific age, and the last drop-off are children of a specific age.
No.
No?
It's not.
Okay.
It's not specific by age. It's siblings. So there's
Okay.
different ages that come in at the same time.
Okay. Is it possible, with exception for siblings, is it possible to distribute them across, say, by class?
So we generally do, like at the beginning of the year, we sent out an email to parents which time is their arrival window. And then we basically have the teacher sensitive to the families that are coming in with siblings.
Mhm. Okay, because my concern is that as things progress, do certain times get more bunched up than others? Or could it be some way kind of thinned out across the whole 7:30 to 9:10 thing?
Yes, 100%. Our plan is to start the kindergarteners earlier, so it's completely not in contradiction with any other drop-off times.
Okay. Could that be revised in the student drop off and pickup to say reflect that or indicate that? Because I think if we move anything on this, I'd like to include the chart as part of that, part of the documentation.
Well, I thought we would keep to this chart for the years in the future, meaning if someone registers, part of that process is this is your drop-off time, meaning they have to agree to the drop-off time so that the traffic flow could work for our school.
Okay, yeah, I think that what I'm looking for is more detail. Who gets dropped off at 7:30 and who gets dropped off at 9:10? They're just saying it just says students, but yeah, which ages or which class, that kind of thing.
Or is it more that, X number of people get dropped off at this hour, Y number of people, and then that will continue through time, and it kind of, and that's I think I've just heard you say that in order to be, as a new student arrives, they have to agree that this is the only time slot that's available. So you will be dropping your child off at this time slot.
Exactly.
Okay, so if that chart could be updated, that would be great because that, then we can make it part of the plan. So we have questions or things, if, there's issues, we can go back and reference it.
But I think it's exactly what Katie said, that we'll keep to these times, and as kids register, those are the times that they need to be dropped off.
Madam Chair, I think the question I'd like to ask is there seems to be a cap at any given drop-off period. Is that the general gist, besides the staffing numbers that increase as the day goes on? So is it possible for the Chabad to agree to a cap at a given time and that be okay, so that we're not, there's no more than 10 or 15 or whatever the number is? Is that how this generally works?
Yes, that's how it needs to function, to make sure that there are always the adequate number of parking spaces. And we certainly could cap it, as you have pointed out, Pat, the maximum that we have here is 15, and capping it at 15 would ensure that there's adequate parking for staff, which come by a van, and the parents dropping off.
Does that address your concern, Mr. McRae? Where
as I'm seeing it. So in the drop off, it starts at 5, goes to 10, 8:30, 8:40 could be 15, back down to 10, and then down to 5 at 9:10. So you get a peak at 8:30, 8:40.
Right.
That kind of thing. That would probably work. Then you actually see how it's going to work. It's staggered throughout those hours.
Right, because
it always would be like that.
Right. The way I see it is the commission's concern, and correctly so, is that the number of vehicles coming to the site needs to be controlled, and not the hour of arrival or who is coming. It's not the Cohens at 5 and the Smiths at 7. Like that kind of thing. It doesn't. So.
Right, and I would imagine actually the drop or the pickup, because it's half day for the preschool, that kind of thing. So that's why it's kind of biased to 12 and 2 p.m.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay. Further questions from the commission? All right.
Mr. Hegney, the vans are kept off site, correct?
No, they stay on site all day. Is
no,
what the letter says. They stay there
Yeah.
on site. That's why it is, because they have limited parking and the vans stay on site all day, correct?
That's part of the vans and staff parking, is that total of 6.
Okay. And the vans collect the staff at various places, or do they congregate at one area to get picked up?
Mariachi, could you answer that? Whether are the staff all coming from one place, or are they picked up at various places?
Well, like 2 vans are teachers that drive from Brooklyn, for example. That's like the fullest vans. So they pick up a group of teachers from Brooklyn. They leave Brooklyn at 7 a.m. and they drive in together.
Okay,
know.
okay. So they're not congregating, say, at a public parking lot someplace. They're actually coming out of the city from a location down there. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Once again, any other questions from the commission? All right. With that, if the commission doesn't have any questions, Patrick, did you?
No, Madam Chair, there's just a hand raised in the
Yeah, no,
audience.
well, I'm going to turn to the public.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, since the commission has no questions, if anyone from the public wishes to speak on this application, kindly raise your virtual hand and we will call on you one by one. The first person is Rachel Rubin. And anyone else who is interested in this application, kindly speak.
Do we need a clock or are we okay?
So far, we only have one person. Anybody else wants to speak? Sophie Zimmerman, 2 people. I'm just going to ask you, Ms. Rubin, if you, yeah, keep an eye on it. Pat, if you would just kindly keep your comments under 3 minutes, we'd be very appreciative. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Got
Thank you very much for
Oh,
thank you
you
very
got
much for
good
the commission
company.
for hearing this today. I am a co-president of the PTA for the Chabad Nursery School, and my son absolutely loves the school, and I would love the opportunity for additional children to have the benefit of the warmth and the incredible education of the school, and also the ability to establish the playground at the school would be just amazing for his development, and I would love to see that. Thank you again so much. We're so grateful for this time. Very, very much appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rubin. The next speaker is Sophie Zimmerman. And I'm working on her. Okay. And Ms. Zimmerman, I am now promoting you. I don't see anybody else who wishes to speak on this application. Oh, we got some more people coming in. Okay. Ms. Zimmerman, if you would unmute and go ahead. And then after that is Marius Olszewski. Go ahead, Ms. Zimmerman.
Hi there. I am actually the other co-president of the PTA. My son Harvey is 4, and this is his 3rd year at the school. And my littlest Hugo has just started. And I just wanted to express my heartfelt enthusiasm for this wonderful institution and community. And it would just mean so much to so many kids after, so much change that we've had over the last couple of years, moving back and forth with the Carmel campus and everything that happened with that. I just really hope and pray that we can come to a positive resolution for these kids with the playground safe and discreet in the back. We'd be so grateful for your understanding. Thank you. Thank you for hearing us out.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Zimmerman. The next speaker is Marius Olszewski. Sorry, I kind of messed that one up. All right. Let me try that again. If I can't get you in on the next try, we will just, I'm not getting this person in. No. Okay, there we go. All right, Mr. Olszewski. If you would go ahead and unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you
Okay,
now.
great. No, I'm sorry about it. Some technical problem here. I'm a neighbor. I live on the street for quite some time, 35 years or so. And I have to say that I'm getting more and more concerned about traffic issues, security, not only for the kids, but everybody else that is actually that lives on the street and is walking around on a regular basis. Basically, this is what I would like to say. Also, I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
Is it really necessary to have armed guards at the facility? And the SUV with police-like flashing lights? I mean, it is really disturbing for me.
Well, we have repeatedly, let me answer it this way. We have repeatedly asked all of the schools, the PT, all the Board of Education, as well as the private schools, to work with the police department to ensure that there is a safety plan for children. And we had been concerned in the past about the location of the playground and how much traffic there was, as you pointed out, around the school. Mr. Hegney, I will ask him when you're done, Mr. Olszewski, if he can give a greater comment than that. Mr. Olszewski, as regards traffic, did you have a specific issue with pickup or drop off, or are you commenting on the general traffic in the area?
Well, let's start with general comments. The traffic is getting worse. There's no question about it. On the street, there is no room to park our cars. I mean, this is quite unpleasant. When talking about traffic, we have a situation where actually across the street from Chabad, there is a clinic of some sort that deals with eating disorders. I mean, we have on a regular basis, we have people parking, disobeying no parking sign. I mean, it is getting a problem. So at the end, with the increased traffic at the very beginning of the street, plus people park illegally. I mean, very often it's instead of driving towards the town, I am exiting and from my driveway and actually driving the other way because there is no way to drive towards Grange Avenue.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Sure.
Anybody else from the public wish to speak on this application?
I just a real quick question, Mr. Hegney. Mr. Wojcicki was talking about an armed guard. Is that just police presence to help with traffic?
No, this is safety concerns that the Chabad has. And perhaps Rabbi Darren and
okay.
Mrs. Darren can comment on that.
Private security then. That's all I need to know.
Private security.
Yeah, I think we should not comment on this. I recently saw that when the Board of Ed, when the Greenwich Public Schools talk about security, they talk about it in executive session. And it is a subject matter that is allowed to be in an executive session. And I would be more comfortable if the rabbi did not discuss the safety measures being taken in a public meeting. So we got one more person from the public who came in. I'm just going to let them in since we hadn't really moved on. I just think it's safer, Rabbi Darren, if we just let it be.
I agree. I'm with you on that.
And I know we had specifically asked that you ensure the safety of the kids, but there was an incident, Nick, after which the commission specifically requested it. Betty Barrelson, you had your hand up, if you would go ahead. And if you would keep it to 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm a neighbor. I live on the next street up from the Chabad, and I pass there on foot and by car many times a day. The children are always quiet, calm, and there are always a number of people supervising the children. There's always a safety person in the parking area, and it's a very pleasant, quiet group of people. I don't quite understand why anyone would object to having the school have a few more kids if they could.
Ma'am, our regulations require us to manage traffic, parking, safety, and people, making sure people obey the regulations. It's just, that's what we do. Nobody objects to children being educated anywhere, anytime. It is not an objection. We have a list of rules and we make sure people abide by the rules just like anybody else does.
Yes, well, these people and the children seem to be abiding by the rules of the
Great.
community.
Glad to hear that. Thank you very much, ma'am. All right, I think that's it for the public comments. Overall, there seemed to be support from the public. We have a couple of open things. One was just the fire and to get the sewer issue resolved. The parking, I believe, Mr. Hegney, you addressed it. It had been raised in the staff report. The parking is being addressed. You only need one more van. No, you don't even need another. You've only got one more staff member because of the ratio of the kindergartners. You've given us the flow. We'll take a look at it, the drop off and pick up. You seem to be in pretty good shape. The commission didn't have any further questions. Could we get those two items done? So that, can we just finish everything up with your approvals? So that we could, so we could move you forward. Could you get the rest of your little outstanding bits done?
Madam Chair, I would ask that both those issues, the fire marshal, who has to come through as part of the building permit process anyway, to sign off on the use, and the confirmation that in fact that the photographs that the Rabbi Darren took actually show what is actually there, which is the sump pump in the basement is discharging outside and not into the sewer, that those be dealt with prior to building permit rather than prior to zoning.
As you know, Mr. Hegney, it is our practice to respect Mr. Feminella when he makes a request of us that we address something during the hearing process. And he has done this, and he has mentioned that this issue has been outstanding since 2017. I totally understand how that could be. I personally, somebody tells you something and you may forget to go back to town hall and straighten it out. But if you guys could quickly move on this, we do always give Mr. Feminella the respect for that. Now, that's my point of view. If anybody on the commission disagrees, please say so at this time.
I don't, can you explain that a little bit more, Madam Chair? I'm not sure what the, it doesn't seem like these issues are anything more than ministerial to me.
No.
So I just.
No, we've just made it standard practice that whenever the sewer department asks us not to decide something until they have signed off, we are respectful of their request, and we do that for all applicants. That's it. I mean, because the sewer department says we've had something outstanding for 5 years and we want to get it cleaned up. Please don't decide this until it's cleaned up and confirmed. We give them the respect of that.
Okay, I understand, but another way to look at that is that we wait until that they get the consideration before they get a building permit.
Right, but that isn't what the, yes.
I just want to make
Yeah.
sure that
I know you want to be helpful, but that isn't what the sewer department's asking us for. That's the issue. And that's exactly what Mr. Hegney said. Could you just go not to building permit, but could you at least go to zoning permit? Does anybody else on the commission want to make an exception to our policy? Please feel free to say so.
I think in this case, actually, the sewer division actually specifically stated in capitals that it was prior to our approval. So they're specifically asking, don't do anything until we're done.
It's just, it catches us in a bad place, and I apologize to you guys. It catches us in a bad place for the future. Patrick is going to tell us that we can't accommodate this on our next meeting. So let's do this, Pat. If you get any postponements, will you try to squeeze this in?
Well, to be a little more proactive, I think it's really up to the applicant to get progress. There's no point in promising a meeting if we don't,
Right.
the sewer's not able to come back
I
until
think
after
they're
the-
in a hurry. So if they're in a hurry, they want to get started with the school year, they've got kids they want to put in the school, I think they will try to hurry it up. So if we get a postponement, if there's any way we can accommodate it, if they've got all their homework done, if we could take care of it.
Certainly, if we are aware of progress before the Friday before a meeting, we can make a accommodation.
Okey doke. Okay, so in that case, we will leave this application open at this time. And we
Margarita, are you able to see if there's any other commission that would agree with Peter Levy? Because
yes, I asked that. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
I have parents like waiting
I
by
know.
the phone for this hearing to be finished.
Mrs.
And
Darren, I asked the commission, does anybody else want to go with Peter Levy? We would need, your issue is that you've already got 2 of us who want to wait, so you're already at 3-2, which means we would not pass it. I'm just saying.
Why can't an exception be made? I mean, we've gone through so much, and
I know,
I don't think it's unfair to ask for an exception.
I know. I realize that, but we try to treat everybody the same. You heard me tear Mr. Michael, I'm sorry. You heard us say that to Mr. Michael. We want to be fair and treat everybody the same. And so rather than, when we start making exceptions, Mr. Hegney will be in for the very next application and say, Margarita, I know for a fact that you made an exception for my client, and that's where I get into the slippery slope. But we will do our best. If you move quickly, we will do our best to get this going for you.
We've moved as quickly as we can. As soon as we
Okay.
saw this comment, we turned to the sewer department.
Right.
And we're waiting. It's the ball is in their court. They have to make the inspection. There's nothing more that we can do. We've asked them to make the inspection. So we've given them that respect, you know, that I didn't wait until the hearing to ask them. I took the pictures, I sent it to them, I called, I emailed, I did not get one response. And I don't think it's really even an exception to the rule when we're saying that we've done what we can. Now it's in their hands. If you want to make the approval based on their inspection, by all means. But you know, we're not asking for, you know, deferential treatment. We saw the comment, we immediately acted upon it. It's not in our court anymore. And I'm not sure what's being asked of
And
us.
as you know, it's been outstanding for 5 years and they are asking us to wait until it's remedied. And that's a very reasonable ask from them. Okay, so we will do everything we can to accommodate you. And in the meantime, we are leaving this application open and we will go to the public hearing. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Bazili, I tried to move him up earlier and I was having trouble. Do we have Mr. Bazili? All right, there he is. Okay, now this time you gotta not deny me to promote you. All right. And can we test your mic, sir? Hello, welcome from summer.
Hello, I'm so happy to be back.
I know you missed us.
Yes, I'm sorry. I guess I was getting a glass of water or something when you tried last time.
Madam
All
Chair, they're just very, very quickly. Mr. Bazili and staff have been in conversations about how to help with the transcripts. And we discussed the idea of having the applicants submit their speaker list. And I think it makes more sense if they do it maybe after the meeting so that, you know, so there's no confusion as to who speaks or who's not speaking, or maybe before, then they amend it. But anyway, we're still working it through, but just so the applicants are all aware and the commission, we'd like to start some new process whereby we have a speaker list as best we can, at least, so that we can help Mr. Bazili with the transcripts. Did I describe that correctly? Do you want to add anything to it?
Oh yeah, yes, I just would like the names of everyone who's appearing and their firm. That would be a big help for me.
Great. Okay, we will make sure that that happens. You just tell us how to be helpful. I am not able to promote Mr. Cohen. Is he no longer representing the applicant tonight? Oh, there he goes. He heard me say it. I've been trying to promote him. All right. Okay. So with that,
Oh, excuse me.
Okay.
Hello, Ms. Halbman. How are you?
so Mr. Cohen, hello. We had a discussion before you begin. We had a discussion yesterday with the commission that they wanted to consider the rezone and the site plan separately because they see it as a very different issue situation. However, when we get to the public, they are probably going to combine their comments because they normally do. You know, that's
Ms.
a tech,
Albin, which item are you talking about?
Greenwich Hospital.
No,
No,
not mine.
That's,
Wrong guy.
that's,
Oh,
that's, yeah.
I'm
but on the
sorry.
wrong application.
Yeah, sorry. All right, I thought it was, okay,
That's
bye.
it. That could be-
See?
All right, bye. He's gone. Now I gotta start all over again.
So we need the
Yeah, Patrick.
Amy Suchin.
It's Mrs. Suchins. I'm sorry.
Oh, Mrs. Suchins. Okay, good. I can start over again. Hello, Mrs. Suchins. Did you hear that intro?
I did, Madam Chairman.
Okie dokie. So the commission wants to discuss the zoning, the rezone, and the site plan separately. But when the public comes in, you're really going to need to have the record combined because they cross over. So what I'd like to do is open both applications right now, but let's talk about one and then we'll talk about the other. And we'll let the public talk at the end of it so that they can talk about the buildings this and the rezoning is this, and we don't have to keep correcting them. Oh, you good with that?
Our preference would be to have a combined public hearing because frankly, the issues overlap. Some of the issues with respect to compliance with the plan of conservation and development, with respect to compliance with
plan
the
of
zoning
conservation.
regulations.
Okay, so the plan of conservation and development relates specifically to the rezone. And we will discuss it specifically in the context of the rezone.
Yes.
We will have a combined hearing, but we'd like to talk about first the rezone and then the site plan, and then go to the public and let the public do both. We don't want to cross over the issues.
Right, and what I'm saying is our preference would be to allow the crossover of the issues because frankly, we think they overlap substantially. Our presentation is intended to be comprehensive. I obviously am going to be the one who addresses the rezoning issues, but I think some of those things really tie into what you will see in the site plan. So to the extent that
the commission only wants to talk about one area at a time. We're happy to combine it. You can present it how you want, but the commission wants to focus on the rezoning separately from the site plan. And I think that's a very fair thing. That there were two members who felt strongly about this. I think it's a fair thing to ask. If you want to present the whole show, you go ahead, and then we're going to break it off into the two tranches. Okay?
That's fine. I just wanted to be, if we're going to have a separate discussion, I just wanted to understand because we have a presentation.
Now I can open this.
Okay.
Yeah, I know the public has to talk about both because they will tell you about the trees at the same time that they talk about the rezone, but the commission has separate buckets of issues and wants to stay focused. Okay, so we hereby open the public hearing, and in opening the public hearing, we go to items 7 and 8, Greenwich Hospital and GH Realty Holding LLC for a zoning map amendment to rezone the properties on Lake Avenue and Lafayette Place. And similarly, for a final site plan and special permit at those same addresses on Lake and Lafayette. All righty. And with that, I turn it over to you. And I lost, okay, all right. And those of you in the public who have your hands up, you can keep them there, it's fine, but it's going to be a while because first they're going to do the presentation and then the commission's got lots and lots of questions. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Madam Chairman, let me ask one other procedural question given the time. Our presentation comprehensively is probably going to run at least a half an hour. So the question would be, do you want us to start or would you prefer to take the dinner break a little bit early and then we could come back and start and run through the whole thing? We could do the presentation and then take the dinner break. Happy to do whatever you would like.
Commissions, how hungry are you?
I like splitting it.
Okay, so they'll do the presentation and take a break?
Yes.
Yes, did everybody just say yes?
Yes. I agree. Yes.
Okay, we're good. Everybody just said yes. So there you go. Counselor.
Thank you very much. And I will turn it
go
back.
present and then we'll break. And then, so public people, it's even going to be longer, but y'all just leave your hands up.
Right.
Okay,
So with that, I'm just checking to see, we have, because of our various presenters, I'm looking to see, I need to promote a couple of people to panelists so they can speak.
Yep, who do you want?
Yep, we need, Diane Kelly.
We promoted her and she fell back out. I'm not seeing her. You got her, Katie?
Yeah, I had the same experience. I asked her to come up and I saw her and then she left.
I don't see her in the room, Madam Chair, but go ahead. Next person.
All right, next
Okay.
one.
Mark Kozak.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Got him.
Luke Voyland.
Chris Grananti.
Chris Granatini. David Ginter. And Chris Enders.
Got him.
You all travel in a pack. Okay.
Try
Oh,
to
there's
be happy.
Diane Kelly. She's back. I got her.
Good, because she's first.
Okay. All right. So, and I bet, there she is. Okay. So she's first and she's back. Everybody else is in. All right, you guys. So you're going to present and we're ready. And so then the next question is, Mr. Basili, court reporter, you now know who all the speakers that they've brought up are. Do you want any further information on them?
Well, it's always good to know how to spell their names.
So Amy, if you could write it in an email to me and then I can get it to Mr. Basili.
I can actually, so the other piece is that the presentation slides have everyone's name and firms on them. So I can also provide the copy of the presentation, which has the speaker names as well.
Perfect. Okie dokie. Away we go.
Great. Diane?
Diane Kelly. She must be muted because we're not hearing her.
Okay, can you hear me now?
There you go. All righty.
Oh my goodness, I'm having such difficulties today. I will take myself off of camera as soon as I finish speaking, just because every time I do something with my computer right now, anyways, more in detail. But I do want to thank everyone for being here. I know this has already been a busy meeting. My technical part was only not working when it was time for us. So we recognize that, the year has gone by in the last, since we've had our last formal meeting with the public viewing, and very much have done a lot of work. And we hope that we'll be able to answer many of the questions that were raised and have a point to make clarifications. And I just want to start when I say the word, hospital, or if I refer to the word of a doctor's office, we all have a clear mental image in our mind. But what I want to make sure that we're clear about what we're trying to achieve here is a comprehensive cancer center. And for many of us, that image, fortunately, is a little less clear, because most of us have spent time in the hospital, or a patient in a visitor as a patient, or even in an office building. But I'm hoping the majority of us have not had to be in a multi-specialty cancer center. And yet, should anyone need that, we really are striving to achieve just that, whether it be for lung cancer, colorectal cancer, negative breast, triple negative breast cancer, prostate cancer. The reason I say those is we know we're not going to be everything for all. Some specialties will still need to go to a larger center. But if you have one of those diagnoses, which are the most prevalent diagnoses in Lower Fairfield County, including Greenwich, Connecticut, you will have the same access to the same level of care at the world leading cancer centers, because we will all be following the same protocols. This will require many more services than we are able to do today. Excuse me, I'm struggling here with a little bit of a cold. So again, the data is based on what the data is showing that our community needs. But the program is based on the goal of being a multidisciplinary certified cancer center. So what I'd like you to know is that the access to the care will be the same in any other National Cancer Institute designated care center, which there are 52 in the country. This right now, Smilow Cancer Center is the only one that carries that designation in Connecticut. I want you to know that if your diagnosis were acute, you would have access to the most advanced therapies available today with over 150 clinical trials. You would receive care steps away from the hospital that could treat you if you needed a transfusion or in any patient stay, which often can be the case. It's not about the physician convenience, as we might think. It's really about what's best for the patient and their family. I want you to know that you would have the entire team of Yale Cancer Center and Smilow Cancer Hospital standing behind you. And this team is oncologists, radiologists, surgeons, nurses, and convenient access to all the lines of care specialties at Greenwich Hospital when necessary. Because of cutting edge cancer care, not just oncologists, but a team of doctors in surgery, medicine, oncology, radiation therapy, imaging, pathology, collaborating together, all in one place where the patient doesn't go to several different places, which I know answers some of the question is, why do you need more space? Why do you need more? So not only is cancer care and need is raising, but what we can offer people is requiring more people per patient, and that requires more space. I'd also would like you to know that you'd be cared for in a compassion and community you know and love. And we think that there's a lot very special about Greenwich Hospital, and we take a lot of pride in that. And we want to maintain that for this group of patients. It would be in a setting that is serene, that is comfortable and calming for you and your family, that feels as much like home, if that's even possible. This is what a comprehensive cancer center looks like and feels like. And this is why co-locating the center with the hospital is so important. In fact, we feel like it's essential. This is what we want for Greenwich. We are not talking about another hospital. And we are not talking about a very busy physician practice with hundreds and hundreds of patients going in all day long. Our patients are there for several hours a day. We are talking about a quiet center integrated in our community that delivers life-improving, life-extending, life-saving cancer care, respectfully, compassionately, and carefully. With us tonight, we have architects, our engineers, our stormwater traffic experts who will talk about our plans and how we will do this with the interest of our neighbors first and foremost. As you will hear tonight, we will have heard from our neighbors' concerns, and we have listened to their needs, the need for quiet and for calm, the need for the best-in-class environmental protections, stormwater management, and an attractive architect. The need for a construction partner that is respectful and accountable to our neighbors and accountable to our patients that are right here on this neighborhood. The need for predictable traffic flow, the need for green space that you can utilize that enhances the look for the entire neighborhood and that brings healing and serenity to our patients. Over the last 12 months, we have worked with our immediate neighbors to understand, to respect, and address these needs, and to balance them with the needs of our entire community. I hope you understand the ardor that we have demonstrated in doing so. I know we all agree how important this work is. Please know, I don't doubt for a moment that we don't all understand how important this is. That has never been our intention, and I apologize if that has been the perception. What I'm trying to emphasize is we simply did not have the room to build the kind of comprehensive cancer care center our community deserves in our existing space. It is impossible. And it is one of the #1 reasons people come to Greenwich for their care. So when they're coming to Greenwich for their care, we know there's more out there and more modalities and more specialists that we can provide here if we had a space that we could actually make that happen as part of the care we deliver. So I hope that you will use the power of your position to enable all of us to benefit from this. Thank you, and I look forward to further discussion.
Thank you, ma'am.
If we have the next slide, please. For those who I haven't had the opportunity to meet, my name is Mark Kozak, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer here at Greenwich Hospital. Good evening, everyone. As Diane has mentioned, engagement with the community has been a cornerstone of our efforts over the last year. We have met with the community and with our immediate neighbors throughout the last year to first share information about our plans, and second, to hear directly from our community stakeholders. As you see on the screen, we've hosted and attended a variety of different meetings with the community, virtual and face-to-face, one-on-one meetings, and larger town hall sessions. Next slide, please. These meetings have given our neighbors the opportunity to ask questions and to voice concerns, and they have been helpful to us in informing the revised proposal that we will discuss tonight. Next slide, please. For instance, we have heard loud and clear that maintaining the character of the community and the serenity of the neighborhood is important. The revised proposal calls for 30% more green space, an increase in the building setback from the road, and the elimination of surface parking, which has all been buried out of sight underground. We have heard that there were concerns in the area today regarding storm water runoff. We have held a number of one-to-one meetings with neighbors who have these concerns in conjunction with our engineers. We are committed to using the best practices to mitigate erosion and to control runoff. Dave Gintner from Redness and Mead will talk more about this later on this evening. We also understand the concerns of the neighborhood and the commission relative to pedestrian and vehicular traffic operations and safety. We've repeated our traffic and parking study in conformance with the town of Greenwich's requirements. The study demonstrates that the project will not have a significant impact to the roadway network and that parking can be accommodated within our current parking system. Additionally, we conducted a traffic survey to give anyone the opportunity to pinpoint and describe areas of concern, and we are evaluating that feedback as we speak. Chris Granatini will talk more about this also this evening. Understandably, we know there are concerns around the noise of construction. No one likes construction when it's in their neighborhood. We have contracted with the best-in-class partner that is committed to a code of decorum and regular off hours when our neighbors can trust that construction will be dormant. And Chris Enders will be here tonight to speak of that. So right now I'd like to turn it over to Amy Suchins, who will go through some of the zone changes we're requesting. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Next slide, please. So just to orient everyone, I think we're familiar mostly with the site. There are 8 properties at issue in the zone change application at the corner of Lake and Lafayette. You know, there was a question about the Bentime Center, which is directly across Lafayette Place. That is already zoned H2, and part of why we believe this zone change is consistent with the surrounding area. That property is in the same zone to which we're requesting, and the hospital, as everyone knows, is in the primary H1 zone. There are 8 properties at the corner. Their prior uses were a mix of non-conforming office and residential uses. They're noted in the staff report as well. And the reasons for the zone change are frankly outlined in your plan of conservation and development and your zoning regulations. Next slide. I think, as you all know, there are 6 co-equal guiding principles contained in your plan of conservation development, and the most relevant one is here on the screen. Principle 6, provide the best quality infrastructure, municipal facilities, cultural institutions, and health services. And the principle highlights the complementary needs of a primarily residential community with things such as offices, parks, restaurants, and importantly, healthcare. Various points in your POCD, you recognize that your residents highlight the proximity to the high quality healthcare, the fact that the population is aging, and those healthcare services are particularly important for that aging community. And from your guiding principle, your POCD then goes into a series of objectives, the most relevant of which is objective 6.4. You could go to the next slide. And objective 6.4 is to implement guiding principle 6 and ensure that the town residents have state-of-the-art health and safety services. And you recognize both that concept conceptually and also reference the hospital specifically as noted in the language. In particular, you noted that majority or 40% of Greenwich residents pursue healthcare outside of Greenwich because they don't believe that the services are available in town, and that the hospital has worked to improve the services that it does offer. Number one, by increasing the availability of outpatient licensed facilities like Bentime, like the proposed cancer center, and relocating many of the offsite, many of the medical offices to more retail-oriented locations. However, there are some challenges, as you note in your POCD. Only 5% of Greenwich's total land is commercially zoned, and that 5% includes multifamily zoned properties such as the one in question here. So the issue becomes, how does the hospital fulfill its obligation to provide high quality healthcare services to the town of Greenwich when it's faced with limited opportunities for appropriate land? And that answer comes in certain subsections, again, of section 6.4. Next slide. Number one, again, highlighting that the top services to Greenwich residents are necessary. You're going to focus on accommodating greater use of outpatient facilities and work to identify longer-term means of supporting healthcare entity land use needs, which brings us, frankly, to today and where we've what the hospital has accomplished. Next slide. In looking at the objectives that I just noted in section 6.4, the hospital has accomplished a number of those. As I mentioned, it has relocated the high turnover services, the ones that have traffic patterns and use demands similar to retail or office, to minimize the demand and impact on the surrounding residential neighborhood. The hospital property itself is focused most particularly on the high acuity services like emergency care and inpatient surgery. And unfortunately, as Diane mentioned, the hospital building itself has been nearly maximized because of a changing healthcare universe where, particularly with the pandemic and healthcare practices that have been learned throughout the last 2 years, in changes in patient demand for private rooms or other things, the hospital building itself is really nearly maximized with respect to where it can be, what it can serve and how it can accomplish. So in order to move forward with the opportunities and providing those healthcare services, the next step is to address the missing service of state-of-the-art cancer care. And as you'll see, the design that we will outline for you tonight closes that gap of the missing elements and longer-term needs that you outlined in your POCD, while achieving a number of other goals that are outlined in the POCD. Next slide. In particular, there are a number of objectives that are implemented in the design that you'll see. There were some that were questions when we went back and looked at some of the comments that were made in the pre-application process. There were some issues about how we would deal with, or how the town deals with, the interplay between institutional uses such as the hospital or schools with surrounding residential services, or excuse me, residential uses. And it appears that what the POCD does outline is to think about those solutions from a design perspective. And those are the things that we believe the plan that you'll see tonight have implemented. Objective 1.1, you'll see extensive tree planting and landscaping. Objective 1.2D, the removal of the surface parking and moving that bulk below grade, providing screening to the surrounding properties. And objective 5.7A, encouraging decreased traffic congestion through the promotion of cross access and shared parking. And that in particular is a key benefit that would be lost by locating the site in the center in a different location. The benefit of the site being directly across the street from the hospital is also its proximity to the existing staff garage and the ability to have some of our staff park in that location as opposed to on site. If the property were to be, or excuse me, the center were to be moved to a different location, we would need additional parking to deal with some of the needs that cannot be accomplished due to the proximity of the existing hospital. So what you'll see, the site design accomplishes each of these three objectives, and we believe satisfies all the goals that you've outlined in the plan of conservation and development. But that document is really your planning and aspirational goals for land use in the town of Greenwich. Your comprehensive plan is your practice. And we'll now turn to what that document and concept addresses. Next slide. So just as a reminder, refresher, the comprehensive plan, different from your POCD, is what the plan is found in your zoning regulations and the zoning map. It focuses on what the actual use of the subject properties are. And as you'll see, the needs that are outlined and highlighted in the POCD are then implemented in your H1 and H2 zones. And frankly, those zones were created and structured with Greenwich Hospital and its long-term needs in mind. Here in particular, the hospital doesn't have a need for RMF zone property. What it has a need for is property that is zoned in the H2 zone that allows it to build a facility designed to accommodate and address the growing needs for cancer treatment in the surrounding area. And the zone change would in fact implement the exact precise purposes that are outlined in the H2 zone. They're noted in the staff report with respect to the site plan and how the property complies. Next slide. And so the purposes of the hospital zone are frankly there are four components, and we believe the plan that's before you is the actualization of all of those purposes. Number one, as we've explained, it provides for the development of facilities that meet a major medical need for the town of Greenwich with respect to high quality, modern cancer care. Number two, it provides a method for the hospital to develop that facility within the H2 zone to address those future needs. Number three, it is a key supporting facility for the comprehensive planning of the hospital. As you heard from Diane, as noted in our application materials, in particular, the document included in our special permit narrative that outlines the types of cancer and the details of what the long-term concerns would be. This is a key element to ensure that the hospital is in a position to be able to treat those patients. And as we've addressed in the discussion about the POCD, it's certainly compatible with the plan of development. We believe it's consistent with as I said, the H2 zone to which we're requesting the rezoning. And as we'll outline in the rest of the presentation, completely consistent with the surrounding land uses in the surrounding neighborhood. The H2 zone was designed specifically to ensure that there would be a proper transition to those surrounding areas and buildings in particular in the vicinity. So with that, I will turn it over to Luke to begin to walk you through the details of that design.
Thank you, Amy. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. So as was alluded to, I think I want to just point out before we get into the drawings that this entire design exercise where we revisited the building and really take a really hard look at how it works, we really were in response to and listening to the concerns and feedback from the neighbors, and we really are working to design a building and a complex that reflects the character of this community. So we're working really hard to achieve that goal. So next, please. So this site plan illustrates two things at once. On the one hand, you can see in the red outline the outline of what we prior proposed a while ago. So you can see on the left the outline of the prior parking footprint that is now entirely underneath the building. And you can also see on the right, the sort of zigzaggy red line. That is the prior footprint of the building. And we are now showing a much smaller in blue footprint. And we were able to accomplish that by essentially taking what was a 2-story spread out building and turning it into a 3-story building. That change has not resulted in a dramatic amount of height because we've been able to sink this building into the earth and adjust some of our floor-to-floor heights to make that work. That means the distance between the floors. So we're pretty pleased with this. The result of this is a significant amount of setback on both Lake Ave and Lafayette. Next, please. This is a cross section looking through the site, showing some of the neighboring buildings. This is looking towards the traffic circle or towards the hospital. On the right, you see the Greenwich Lodge and the Bentheim Building's heights. And then there you can see the building proposed here in the center in the colors. And again, the red line is the prior outline of the height of the building. So our penthouse is a little taller in this case, but it's much further back from the road. So we think from a perception perspective, it will not be as prominent. And then on the left, you can see some of the other neighboring buildings, the Bethel AME Church and Fairfield House. So we're working with the stepping nature of this site and the flow of the hill down the site. Next, please. So this is, now we've flipped around and this is a drawing taken as if you were to cut the building in half and you were standing kind of in the traffic circle looking south. So on the left, you can see the Greenwich Lodge sort of behind those telephone poles. And then on the right, you can see our building. The building is significantly underground. As you can see, all those parking levels are sort of down there. And the clinical levels are tucked into the hill. We're really working hard to minimize and step back the building away from the site. The result being a lot more green space that's available to the public, and just as a general buffer to the building. You can also see at that terrace level there that we're providing a green roof. Again, more green space from a sort of experiential perspective. Next, please. This is our landscape plan. And again, you can see on the left where all that parking was is now a publicly accessible green space with walking paths. And then all the vehicular traffic comes in the center of the site. And then there's the parking garages underneath. And then on the far right, lower right, is the service entry where all the service vehicles would come in and have a place to load into the building. That is that sort of notch there. And that you'll see in the next drawing is actually recessed. And so that loading activity will be hidden from the street. And again, as was pointed out before, there's 30% more green space. Surface parking is eliminated, and we really are increasing that setback. The other thing to note here is all those round circles are trees. And the sort of lighter ones that are along the edge of the site, those are existing trees that we will be keeping and preserving. And then the more heavy or darker green ones, they're all new trees that will be planted as part of this. And so let's go to the next one, please. So this is a view we're starting at the Lafayette side. And actually where that person is in the kind of center of the drawing, that's about where the loading would be. And the trucks would pull, or vans would pull back behind that wall you see there. And that's where the loading activity would occur. In these drawings, we've limited the amount of planting we've shown, just so you can see the building. But as you saw in the prior drawing, there is a lot of screening that is proposed for this site. And then another point so the power lines that exist on the opposite side of the street behind you, between here and the Greenwich Lodge, those are existing and we would not be impacting those, but the service to this building itself from those poles would be underground. Next, please. So now we've swung around a little bit and we're further down the hill, looking more or less from the traffic circle area. And this is a drawing that shows none of the trees that we've proposed, just again, so you can see the building, except for some of the lower ones. And then if we go to the next one, this is a more mature view of what it would start to look like after the trees have been planted and grown in and had an opportunity to really become mature. Another thing to note here in the foreground is an illustration of the historic stone wall historic in nature stone wall that sits on the site that we will be preserving as part of the construction process. Next, please. Now we've swung all the way around to the entry off of Lake Ave. And you can see here the entry canopy and the location where patients would be dropped off and picked up. Though many of the patients would actually enter the building through the parking garage. So at the very back right of the drawing, the entry to the parking garage is around that corner. And that's where most patients will end up driving, parking below, and then they'll take elevators up to their treatment within the building. Next, please. And lastly, this is a final view, just again showing the facade of the building and again that entry condition that I just described. Next, please. So I did want to spend some time on the sustainability features of the building. As we talked about, there's a tremendous amount of green space and native planting that'll be that is on the site. We are actually reducing the amount of paved area on this site compared to what is there today. So there's several parking lots and driveways and so on. So with this move of bringing all of our parking underground, we're going to be reducing that. We have the healing gardens that are on the roofs of the building that are for the infusion patients, which creates a great experience for them. We have an exterior resiliency garden provided for staff. Something we learned in COVID is that spaces for respite for the staff is really important. So we're providing that. You can see an image here of sort of a dry stream bed, and we have this feature that wraps around the building that gives a sense of a natural stream, although it would be typically dry. We're reusing non-potable water on site. We're providing an incredibly efficient mechanical system, and we're actually electrifying this building, so there will be no carbon use on site except for the emergency generator. So this is kind of a big move. Many healthcare facilities are not at this level, so we're really excited about that. We're using really high reflectance roofing material to reduce the heat island effect. And then I'd say the last thing here is that we're going to be providing EV parking spaces in the garage, which is really, again, important as we move to an electric future. And with that, I think this is Chris. Thanks.
Yep, thanks, Luke. So good evening, Commission. I'm Chris Granatini with Ty and Bond, and we are the traffic engineer for the project. I'm also a Connecticut licensed professional engineer. So just to kind of take a step back and kind of state some of the kind of high-level guiding principles that we were considering as we looked at the traffic and parking for the site. And Luke has touched on some of these, but really, you know, avoiding surface parking, that was accomplished through moving all the parking underground under the building in the garage. And, you know, that garage will, in addition to having patients and visitors be able to self-park, there will be the opportunity to operate a valet system in the garage so that patients can drive in and valet their car, you know, inside the garage out of the weather year round. You know, in addition to that, it's the concept of no off-site parking. So the on-site garage has the ability to accommodate all of the visitor patient demand. It also accommodates some of the employee demand for the site with the balance of the parking requirements for this building being absorbed in the employee parking garage across Lake Avenue. And so in total, the Greenwich Hospital parking system and the site will be able to accommodate all the parking demand for this project. We also wanted to make sure that we're looking at safety for both vehiculars and pedestrians around the facility. In the prior application, there were some recommendations for improving pedestrian safety. One of them was to remove the crosswalk that exists today that essentially cuts right through the middle of the traffic circle at Lake Avenue and Lafayette Place. That crosswalk will be relocated to the Lake Avenue leg. You can see in the graphic the larger approach island, which allows pedestrians to cross one travel stream of traffic at a time, walk across the island, and then cross the other traffic stream in a much safer way. Removing them from the center of the traffic circle where traffic is circulating to move through the intersection. So that's one of the pedestrian safety enhancements. We're also proposing a new crosswalk where the site connects with Lake Avenue to the west. There's an RFB that would be located at that new crossing. That's really for the safety of both people that are walking through the neighborhood, but also for the staff to be able to walk to that crosswalk, push the RFB, which is a flashing beacon to alert approaching drivers that pedestrians are ready to cross. We wanted to accommodate and consolidate site driveways on Lake Avenue. We think that the one-way in, one-way out with the ability to circulate in front of the building, but simplifying that area by relocating the valet into the garage really makes that area of the site function very smoothly. And then ultimately, we wanted to make sure that the traffic from this development does not have a material effect on traffic operations, and our traffic study demonstrates that. So next slide, please. So just a very high level view, we've prepared our traffic and parking study in compliance with town requirements. Our findings confirm that traffic operations within the traffic study area are not significantly impacted by the development. Our parking study confirms that the garage and the Greenwich Hospital parking system can accommodate all the visitor and staff parking demand. We heard loud and clear through some of the pre-application process that there were concerns from the neighborhood. So we conducted a parking survey, or a traffic and parking survey that ran for about a month in June into July. And what this graphic on the right of the slide shows you are all of the kind of comment points that we received from the public, where they were able to drop a point and place a comment. And we're going through the process now of kind of thinking through what the comments were and if there are ways for us to meaningfully address the concerns of the neighborhood through an additional process of assessment and data collection. And we're working on that plan now with the intent of doing some additional assessment in September. So, we finished the survey in the summertime, recognizing that traffic conditions in July and August are not comparable to what they might be in September. We kind of held off on getting that underway until we were able to get back to normal traffic, school back in session, and be able to look at what's kind of happening in the field in September. And so we're working on that now. And then ultimately, we just received the peer review comments from Beta last week, and we're currently assessing what those comments mean, developing our responses, and we'll be looking to submit those back to the town in the next week or so. But on face value, we find the comments to be fairly minor in nature, that we'll be able to work with Beta to address those in a expeditious manner. So with that, I'll turn it over to, I believe, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. So while Luke described the dramatic changes that were made to the building, I just want to reiterate some basic features and functions related to how we understand that we're guests in this community, and we want to and describe our continued commitment to the neighborhood during the construction process. As Mr. Kozik described, that nobody likes construction in their neighborhood, particularly when it's next door and abutting their properties. So, we're here to do everything we can to mitigate the impacts on the surrounding communities. So I want to highlight a few items that we've talked about before that have come up during a lot of the neighborhood discussions that we've had in the past. If we can go to the next slide. Another concern around the schedule. Construction has a tendency to run behind, and Saturdays become necessary. However, in this case, as a team, we've recently decided that we're going to stay within the confines of the town ordinance, but also restrict Saturday construction. So for any of the neighboring houses or residential areas, they can count on being able to enjoy their exteriors without the presence of backup alarms or hammers during the weekend. Now, it may become necessary that the town requires that we do a utility connection within the street during a Saturday or during off hours, but we'll happily communicate that well in advance. The construction schedule largely or high level looks to start demolition in early spring of 2023. Generally about 3 months of demolition of the existing structures ending in late spring of 23 with an early summer of excavation and land clearing, early summer of 2023 with a completion in early winter, late fall actually of 2025. Generally, we're looking at between 27 and 30 months of construction. And while it may seem like a long time, it's a function of having driven the site parking underground. There is a lot of rock to remove, a lot of materials to excavate in order to accommodate the underground parking and give us back the green spaces. Another one of the concerns was related to how we were staging our site and how we were treating our contractors in their parking. While we'll accommodate some vehicles on site, it's likely we're going to need overflow parking. So we've already started to investigate the local commuter lots and other properties that would accommodate the number of trade contractor vehicles that were required to bring the necessary manpower to the site. While we haven't decided on any one of those particular locations that we're investigating, our trade bid packages and the contracts that are issued to the trade contractors would deter them from parking anywhere in the surrounding neighborhoods. There's been often conversations around police presence and use of police as traffic control. We assure you that we'll be using certified flaggers and traffic control individuals during times of heavy hauling, deliveries of any sort. Police presence will actually be necessary for lane closures when modifying the intersection and roundabout at Lafayette and Lake, certainly during any of the utility connections. So again, the police presence is there to provide a reasonable means of continuing the traffic flow as you're used to. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned earlier, driving the parking underground requires a fair bit of excavation as detailed in the modeling that we show here. To accomplish this, we will need to blast. Concerns about neighboring structures, existing older homes or buildings has been brought to our attention. The ordinances require a pre-blast survey with all neighboring properties within 500 feet of the blasting zone. All of the blasts are monitored via seismographs throughout the process. Any structures that are identified as needing additional monitoring will be delivered with its own special mitigation plan, and additional seismographic monitoring would be added to those spaces. And again, each one of these processes will abide by the threshold limits set by the state and local regulations. Most recently, we've accomplished this successfully at the new Lebanon Elementary School, where we blasted for a number of weeks in a residential neighborhood where the buildings were in quite close proximity to the blasting sites. We've had great success in the town of Greenwich in completion of the addition to the public library recently. We were described earlier by Mr. Kozik as best in class, and I look forward to proving that to you in the community as we move through this process. Thanks. I think we're turning it over to David Ginter.
Good evening, Dave Ginter, professional engineer with Redness and Mead. Here to talk about two items with you this evening. The first being stormwater runoff post-construction. Post development conditions actually decrease, as has been alluded to a couple times this evening. Decreases impervious coverage by about 11,000 square feet over what is currently visible on site, which a reduction in impervious coverage inherently means that there's a reduction in the peak rates of runoff leaving the property. And there's still a town drainage manual that we have to abide by in terms of water quality treatment for that runoff, which will also further reduce the peak rates of runoff leaving the property. We're doing that in a couple of ways. One way that we're addressing stormwater with water quality is through an underground sand filter, which will collect the stormwater runoff from the driveways through a series of catch basins through the underground sand filter, where it will be able to filter out before exiting the property. And then we also are providing 2 rain gardens, which are going to be focal features within the landscape of that garden area on the west side of the property. Furthermore, we are proposing to pump groundwater due to the depth of this garage. There will be groundwater that has to be dealt with. The groundwater is being pumped and will be sent through a holding tank where the water will be able to be reused. Some of it will be able to be reused inside the building to flush toilets and things like that, and also be able to be used for irrigation throughout the site during the warmer seasons. After it goes through that holding tank, it is directed to an underground infiltration system where we're able to recharge some of that runoff before leaving the property. Even though we are reducing stormwater runoff significantly in a peak flow standpoint compared to existing conditions, there has been neighbor concerns as well as a town discussion with a pond on Glen Court. We have updated and provided a study that the town engineer has reviewed and commented on, which we're further addressing some additional comments he's looking for. But the outcome of the study is that we are a small percentage of an overall larger watershed, about a 200-acre watershed, is tributary to the pond on Glen Court. And with our reduction in impervious coverage and all the other stormwater management practices we're providing on site, we are improving the condition to that pond and not adversely impacting it with the proposed conditions. The second item has to do with what happens during construction and the sediment erosion controls. We have a plan in place. We have started to review that with select neighbors. We've reviewed that with town engineer. And we're obviously using standard practices such as silt fence, hay bales, tracking pads, things like that. We've also talked about for groundwater dewatering, both temporary to make the excavation dry on a permanent basis, if you will, or the temporary dewatering after a rainstorm when the hole is bound to fill up like a bathtub or a swimming pool. We need to get the water out of there. We've talked about using frac tanks to settle any sediments out of the groundwater, the pumped stormwater from the excavation. We have talked about installing portions of the stormwater management system early in the process, which is a little unusual as opposed to doing it at the tail end. After discussions recently with the town engineer, we are in the process of putting together a more in-depth phasing and sediment erosion control plan for review that will formalize some of these discussions, and that'll be forthcoming in the coming weeks for the town engineer to review here. So we believe that in following the state of Connecticut storm sediment erosion control manual and with the oversight that the town has in reviewing of these plans, we believe that during construction we will be mitigating any potential impacts for the downstream facilities. With that, I'll turn it back over to Diane, I think, for a few finishing remarks.
Thank you very much, David and team. And I realize we have several people on probably for public comment, so I'm going to be very brief, other than to thank everyone for your time and attention and just emphasize that I want to end with where we started. And this is about us being a community hospital who has the ability to bring a higher level of service with expanded level of expertise and services that has only become available to us as so much care is changing in the world of cancer care. So, you know, our whole mission is to meet the needs of the community, to preserve the health and improve the health and the well-being of the community. And I hope that you can see that this has been our intention. So thank you again for your time, and we look forward to answering any questions.
May I ask a quick question, Madam Chair?
Yes, of course.
So on the valet parking, is the valet all the time then? Is that just something that's just always there, or is that only there during the peak times? And I think the way I understood it, there was a peak demand of 169, if I remember correctly, at just the Smilo Center, and then there's 120 parking spaces available. So is the valet just to offset, you know, during that time period when the 169 is expected, or is it an all day thing? Like, how does that work?
Chris,
So what I'd like to do, actually, Katie, can you hold that question? Because that is related to a whole bunch of things I want to ask Mr. Granatini that we talked about at the meeting yesterday at the briefing. I wanted to, again, you know, the surplus parking, where it's surplus, where it's
Right.
short, staff, there's a million things I want to ask that. Also stormwater management. But the first thing is, when we come back from our dinner break.
Oh yeah, the dinner break, I forgot.
Because you are jet lagged.
Yeah.
So when we come back from our dinner break, we will begin with a discussion of the rezoning issues. And for anybody who's bored during the dinner break, if you want to go to the building zone regulations and you turn to section 6113 of the building zone regulations, you will see what the purposes of the hospital zones are and what the allowed uses are. And that will also help. I'm saying it for the members of the public. The commission's been agonizing about this for, I can't remember how long, but for anybody from the public who wishes to look at what is involved in this, you have our dinner break to do it. I think I just asked everybody to go to the dentist, but anyway. Okay, so it is now 7:41. We will reconvene in 20 minutes. Patrick will make us a little sign. Okay, over and out. Oh, Pat, you look tired. You just got that look. Oh, you just looked at the agenda and then you looked at what time it was and you said, I'm not gonna be happy tomorrow.
It's just more the end of the week thing, you know. I'm much chipper and sprightly on Tuesday than Thursday.
We do better on Tuesdays. I agree. Let's not have any
Yeah,
more
it's
Thursday meetings.
the next year's calendar comes out. We're gonna try to do it next month, so I'll be cognizant of that.
There's also this whole debate about how we do Thanksgiving, because either you guys work or we work that weekend. So somebody ends up having to cook and work. If you see what I mean.
I mean, I know who I'm voting for in that scenario.
I do not like working on Thanksgiving weekend. All right, everybody. We're waiting for some more people. Holy cow, Madam Kelly, you have filled up the screen. We are overwhelmed here. Poor little commission.
I wonder why.
All right, oops. All right. Oh, people have left us. No, not really. All right, folks, just keep your hands up, okay? We're gonna get there. We're gonna ask a bunch of questions and then we're gonna get there. Okay, we'll wait for everybody else. Do we need to wait? Yeah, we need, because we got to ask people, for example, we need Madam Suchins. Okay, I was trying to get to the town calendar quickly. Agendas, minutes, come on, people. Town calendar. The appointments committee, it can't be. That's got to be wrong that the appointments committee met tonight, right?
It did, but none of us were on it. They were smart enough not to include us on it. So the 3 commissioners are not on it tonight. We're on
You're
the
on-
13th. Next week.
Oh, got it. Okay, so that's their real meeting. It must be an organizational meeting for them.
No, they've got more
All right.
appointments to do. They've got appointments coming
Got
out of their ears.
Got it. All right, okay, do we have everybody? Peter Lowe, he's a slow chewer.
Yeah, the other day, they were mentioning they had like 37 appointments. I didn't know whether we were on it or not.
Well, we have 3 people. We have Nick. I'm just making time while we have
Right,
Nick,
I
we have
understand.
Arn, and then we have our new alternate.
Well, they had, Central Middle School had a bunch of people that need to be approved in order to sit on the committee to make
I
decisions.
saw that. So I have been reading the RTM agenda in my spare time, and I saw that not only that, but the Julian Curtis Building Committee and the Old
Right.
Greenwich Building Committee. All those building committee members have to go through the RTM. But in the meantime, from what I understand, and I'm just still waiting for Peter Lowe. Can someone call him? Remind him that it's 8:04 to not chew so slowly.
I'm here.
Oh, well, we've been waiting for you.
Well, I'm
Can't have
here.
your. Okay, all righty. Okay, so with that, we reconvene, and I was just about to tell everybody, apparently that open space plan has been postponed and then from the RTM agenda, and it's coming before us, which is as it should be. Okey doke. So we now continue, and as we requested, we are going to lead off with questions that people have about the rezone. I think we're kind of split camps. So some of us I'm more interested in site plan issues right now. If it was to be rezoned, here are my site plan issues, whereas other people are interested in step 1. So I'm going to ask the people who have a deep interest in the rezone to lead off with their questions and to call on the folks that they'd like to call on. And I think yesterday that was Mr. Yeski and Mr. Lowe, which is why we were waiting for you to chew. Okay.
Okay.
Go.
So everybody from the hospital's on somewhere?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to fix your display. Everybody's on. You must not be on gallery view. Do you know how to switch it?
Yeah, I don't want to switch it.
Okay, so everybody's here. We're all here.
Okay, well, there's a lot to unpack in this new application. This is a new application, right?
Yes, it is indeed a brand new application.
And are we allowed to use information from the first application, or do we have to go back and repeat everything?
This is a new record, but certainly you can refer to it, but this, and then
Okay.
that'll be incorporated into this record. But that's not, just as a matter of course, part of this record.
But the
Okay,
important
got it.
thing that Katie said is it's a new record.
Got it, new record.
Okay.
Let's start, because we're talking planning. And I was impressed with their presentation. It's added a bunch of new facts that, or new statements that I'd like to dig deeper into. They're absolutely right on the POCD in terms of the need for better health care, better health services. I think I'll just state for the record that I've been very interested over the last several years, starting with writing the POCD and including this comment, by the way, about having these kinds of facilities in the town of Greenwich. So very interested, and I think in the last hearings I've demonstrated that. But let's talk some questions. Number one, in the POCD, I'm impressed that they read it and went through it. But I have to remind them, and it is a big balancing act. We say that zoning changes have to conform to the POCD. Katie, I don't know how many pages the POCD came out in the end. Do you remember? My copy has, by the way, I keep a copy of the POCD on my bedside. So my copy has, I don't know,
143.
143, thank you. It's interesting because when you read those 143, there are 6 objectives. I remember writing them. The first one deals with community character and a sense of place. It's all about keeping residential, and it's actually picking up on the mission statement of the POCD that says the exact same thing. We want to be a residential town. We don't want to be a commercial town. Which is really important when we talk about the planning and zoning, because that is one of the major issues. This isn't a residential zone asking for a zone change. Resident doesn't stop there. The second objective dealt with all residential housing. And those sections are much larger. And there's a priority order to this too, because the third one goes into education, schools, institutions, but not healthcare. The fourth one, I'm just buying some time because they had a lot of detail on the POCD. The fourth one deals with the environment and our natural resources. And the fifth one gets into the economics of the town. And the sixth one gets into the infrastructure. And the very last objective in the POCD, you're correct, is 6.4, dealing with healthcare. Now, to do all that balancing, again, I forget how many objectives we have in here. It's quite a task. Having written it, or I was one of the people that wrote it, the idea was, there's a priority to these things, and you got to balance everything out. In all those objectives, we also write about how we need to protect the residential area, and we actually wrote that in the hospital zone definition too. If you read regulation 113, it says to provide for the development of hospital facilities to meet the town of Greenwich's major medical needs. And I'm reading that because I want to ask some questions later about definitions. And to provide a method for the hospital to develop adequate space, promote, etc., but also make it conform to the residential area. So big issue. And we certainly have done that in the past. And it's always been a problem because a lot of our schools are built in residential areas. So we go into things like the need for buffering. That's a site plan. All the other stuff we're not going to talk about. But that does raise some questions. And I'll try to be succinct, although I think this is our first meeting. And as we go through this, maybe we get better at articulating our questions. Because there's been a lot of new thoughts in here. And I'll state one. I've heard a couple new terms here I'd like to get more clarification of. Um, Ms. Kelly introduced the word comprehensive facility. And maybe that was in the first application, but it struck me when I read the words in the application, the new concept that popped out, which again, maybe I missed it, I'm asleep or something, was that this facility is going to treat all kinds or most kinds of cancer. And it was going to be, maybe the comprehensive word is in there again, but that's a kind of a new concept because we started asking about all the satellite facilities and all the other cancer centers in the area, the regional area. And I think that was a response to, well, this one's different. And then she also said, if I'm quoting this correct, the only other comprehensive cancer center that's certified nationally, and there's only 52 of them, is in New Haven. And this would be the next one in the area. That puts a whole dimension. So I would love to get more clarification on the difference. By the way, another term that was thrown out was community hospital, between the difference of a comprehensive cancer center and a community hospital when the zoning talks about a hospital for the town of Greenwich needs. It's tricky because I still would love to see the town have these kinds of services, but I'd really like to see, for number 2, for example, what cancers is this center going to treat that the satellite centers don't treat? And maybe I misread, maybe I totally misread the write-up, but the satellite's always been an issue, but this sounds like this is going to be, hey, we can treat a lot more. I'd like to see some numbers on that. There's a bunch of satellites, yours as well as competitors, that treat different kinds of cancers. Ms. Kelly might remember that I started going through the medical record and I was way over my head. And I got up to 17 different types of cancers. And I don't know how you classify those all, but the question is basically, can you please define what types of cancer this is going to treat vis-a-vis the satellites and vis-a-vis some other competitors? Because then number 2, this sounds like, and you got to, this is a really fine line because you might remember at the first application, what was being objected to was an enlarged campus, a research center, a national research center. And I got the feeling, no, the explanations of no, we're not going to do that. But this sounds like you are doing that. So I need some help defining the differences and what cancers are going to be treated, which ones aren't going to be treated. And I don't know whether I've said the right words. I'm not a doctor, but I think the concept is there. Next, I really would love, and again, I'm trying to be equal here. I've always said I understand that there's a 60-40 split at Greenwich Hospital, and I don't have a problem with that because it's a business. I get it. But I'd love to see some numbers around that. I've never seen a single number. I don't know what that means exactly. I would love to see real numbers on a piece of paper. Now, we started down this road and somehow it got forgotten or something. And maybe if you gave it to us, I apologize. I don't remember it. But I'd like to see that because then that leads to, well, how many Greenwich residents do you think are going to use this facility? And I'm not sure you can predict that. I saw the number in the write-up about the 600 residents a year. There's new cancer that pops up. That's a good number. And we had some numbers in the past kind of projecting a few things, but it was kind of scattered. And again, if I'm not smart enough to figure it out, I apologize at this point in time. But that difference between what kind of cancer and what one this is going to is very important to, I think, the POCD spirit, which is we want a hospital that, and other commissioners might object, we want a hospital that is focused on Greenwich residents' needs, but this particular commissioner it would be happy if it's 60-40. Other commissioners may not be. The neighbors may not be, but as long as we get the services, I think that would be a reason to look at the zoning change, which would require, I think, based on I read the regs, that need, that service level, and compatibility into the neighborhood, which I think gets more into the site planning, quite frankly. But one of the issues is if you're going to put a bigger institution in a residential neighborhood, the POCD talks a lot about not doing that or shielding it or, compensating in other ways. And yes, at the very end of it, 6.4, there was a reason it was 6.4. And it was because there's a lot of things to balance in the POCD. So I would love it if people do not continue to say, well, it conforms to the POCD. Yeah, there's hundreds of objectives in here, and you have to balance all those. And it's easy to say that, but the priority here wasn't healthcare number one. It was residential. So, in order to kind of match that, we have to get a little more knowledgeable about the need, the services, the Greenwich level, and all of that. And then I also think, I could be wrong, that the actual location, not the site plan, but the location is part of it because it's the one going into the residential area. And I think someone in your team probably heard me say yesterday, I'd rather not get into it in a large way, that there's some rumors that there's some other sites in the co-location next to the hospital, which might be available. And having done a lot of real estate transactions, I know how these things can flip if they're close. And I would strongly encourage that, just not discounting that. I would strongly encourage pushing a little there. It might solve an awful lot of problems, but I can't dictate that. I don't think that's part of our mandate at this point. So I don't know. There's a bunch of questions in there. As I absorb all this and answers back, I'm sure we'll get a little more articulate about what we are after. But I really am after what are the services? How does it impact Greenwich? And explain to me the differences between a comprehensive versus a community versus a Greenwich neighborhood hospital. And you got to walk a fine line, I understand, because some of that feeds into the desire not to expand the hospital in the area. And I want to see the services. I'm not sure about the location. I don't know. I've gone on long enough. Peter.
No, I was going to say that's the longest I've heard Dennis talk since we wrote the POCD. All right. Can
don't
you
talk
all?
a lot unless I have something to say. This is a very important case to us.
It is. We have a lot of people here too. We have a deep interest in the community, and we've got to get to a good answer. Now, Madam Kelly, Ms. Suchins, anybody, do you want to? Are you going to build? I kind of think we should let them start answering Dennis's questions, or do you want to build on Dennis, what Dennis is asking?
Yeah, part of mine is overlap, so.
Okay, go ahead and overlap then.
Well, no, some of it's different. So if it's easier and better for people to respond now, let's respond now. Go ahead.
Okay, let's do that.
Well, why don't I start and my colleagues can jump in if I've missed something. So thank you. And I really appreciate your questions, Mr. Yeske, because they are helpful. As I do recognize that when we live in this world, translation is probably one of the things that I think healthcare people do quite poorly, if I may say so myself. So when I talk about a major comprehensive care treatment center, we want to do that here at Greenwich. And does that mean we bring every single kind of treatment here to Greenwich? No, it's for every diagnosis that you're going to have specialists here in Greenwich, you will have the full treatment available for that diagnosis, which really, I mean that patient. So what that means for comprehensive care, just 15 years ago, most care was delivered by the medical oncologists who do a wonderful job, and they were very much generalist. And as more things have been refined and more is known by individual cancers and their disease state, the teams come together now to take care of the patient. So for instance, if the person has breast cancer, you have a surgical physician that's part of that team, a surgical oncologist. You have a medical oncologist who specializes in that care that'll develop the infusion, the chemo, the general treatment afterwards. You also have a radiation oncologist who's part of it if that's part of your treatment plan for radiation therapy. You would also have now a pharmaceutical person, a pharmacist part of your treatment team. You would have a survivorship person part of your team to understand how you're going to move forward and how other things are affecting you now that you've gone through all those procedures. And we also have nutritional support dedicated to oncology patients, and we have physical therapy support and reconditioning dedicated to oncology patients. So what once used to be almost going to a general practice, if you will, is now highly specialized. Now, so then when we talk about comprehensive clinical care, that's what we mean by that, comprehensive. And you actually have to adhere to that to be part of that standard that we talked about, that you asked about. What does that mean about being nationally recognized by the Commission of Cancer? And it's either 51 or 62. Somebody I'm sure in the chat will know. And Yale Smilow Cancer Center is the only one in the state of Connecticut. And you have to prove that you're providing services in all of those areas. So when I said, if you come in with prostate cancer, you have that full wraparound team. If you come in with breast cancer, you have that full wraparound team. You come in with lung cancer, again, it's a full, your own, your surgical oncologist, your medical oncologist, your radiation oncologist, and they all are working and co-locating together around the patient. So they're talking to each other, because in the perfect world, you're in the middle of the conversation. So can we do that for every cancer? No, we wouldn't do that. You would go to what we would do through Smilow Cancer Program is we would build those programs where the need is the greatest for this community. So you would have to have enough population that actually needs that service. So that leads to your next question of, well, what would we be doing? What would be the specialties? Breast is our number one. Prostate and urogynecological cancers are, sometimes people couple them together, so you could call it one or two, like I say two. And then we have colorectal cancer and lung cancer. So those are the large, kind of organs, if you will, cancer. Now, if other people are having some other treatments and they've gone and they've had a very rare kind of brain cancer and they started their treatment up at New Haven, could they come back to our center and have their treatment plan followed through? Absolutely. That's kind of the beauty of comprehensive. But why this is more than a satellite infusion center, it's because you have we want all these specialists in this building to see the patient. So the patient doesn't have to go up to somewhere 50 minutes or an hour, wherever it is. So it's not, so this will have all of those physicians there. It will have an infusion area there for patients to get their treatments. But those are the main ones that we have been recruiting. And quite honestly, we're able to recruit them to this area because there's a need.
Okay, now, let me, you're giving me some more terms, which is good. Is there any way to look at the regional area that you showed us? And there are satellites of other providers, and somehow show us what's a pure satellite infusion and what's a more comprehensive care. I mean, because you also said that you want to make Greenwich the second major comprehensive care, right? New Haven be one.
Right.
Is that true?
Yeah, after Smilow.
I don't know that I would say second, third, or fourth. Is all communities are going to have something different, what their needs are. Now, are we because I will say that in the Bridgeport area, Mark can help me the name of it. So they have many different treatment modalities.
Park Avenue.
Park Avenue in Bridgeport. So it just depends on well, quite honestly, it depends on what a community can support, how much, this is a very expensive infrastructure for a community. Right. So you're right, not every can support this kind of.
you're
project.
getting exactly what we've been trying to drive in the past. What are the needs of Greenwich residents? And any data, we have never seen any. I
So,
haven't.
you know, I think it will be better, and I don't know if we can do this, and I know that Madam Chair is going to tell me if I can't, she'll say that, but I thought we had provided you with a lot of data, and it could be that I'm just not giving it to you in a way that is answering your questions. So if
Well, I think
I would love to sit with you and go through it if that's
Yeah, we-
helpful, and I can maybe refine it and see if there's a better way to communicate it, because I'm just like looking at data here thinking, I don't know if you have it. I'm just don't know
Yeah,
where we get lost.
We tried that. We were going to do a workshop, but Katie reminded me why we couldn't do it.
Oh, see, now how are we going to do this?
I know.
Anthony, I can't do a meeting like that off. It's all going to be in the public record. But Dennis, I think I get what you're saying. Because if you had 3 hospitals, and just to make it extremely simple, one's apples, one's pears, and one's oranges. And what's the overlap between these hospitals where there's an intersect where one can get apples, oranges, and pears? And what does Greenwich need? Do we need apples, oranges, or pears? So in other words, you've got this sort of regional thing. So where are we fitting into this bigger picture, and where is the hospital bigger picture fitting into the region?
You got the right words. I see this, and don't, Ms. Kelly, don't take this, but I see this as a retail marketing thing, and you've got a regional map, and you have different people providing services. And the question is, how much of those services will the Greenwich people need? And I've seen some global kind of a few numbers, but we never really got into them. That's where the workshop idea came up. And maybe just me, I'm the only commissioner, but I keep driving. Does Greenwich need a comprehensive, or can they go to a satellite, or can they go to another competitor? And that's a reason to change the zoning. If we need these, that would be a reason for the POCD to say, okay, it's okay to change the zoning from residential to hospital.
So we do have data that can show us by diagnosis through the tumor registry, which I'll just say a shout out to Connecticut is the first. Tumor registry is a national database for all diagnosed tumors. And it was started here in Connecticut, and now everybody participates in it. We know where where they live, and we can see where people are going to get their treatment.
Okay,
Not by the individual.
Here's a suggestion. I mean, I don't want to take up any more time. Let's, through
We know
Katie-
we're not meeting the needs of our community because we're not offering this comprehensive care.
I
So
get
we
it.
know that, I think it's, is it
through Katie,
40%?
through Katie, maybe we can figure out a way to do that, keep it public. I'm not looking to do anything that's not public. I just.
No, we could
went
do a
down that
public
path.
meeting. It might be
Yeah.
boring for a lot of people, but I'd be happy to do it this way.
Okay, but I think what drove us is the write-up on this application. It said, we're going to provide a lot more than another satellite might, and we were bringing.
Yeah,
in
it's
questions.
so much more. It's so much
Yeah,
more.
Well, that's new. At least it's new to me, and that would
I'm
help a lot.
I'm disappointed it's new because that means we didn't make a very good case, but here we are. We have another chance at it.
Well, better the second time around.
Yeah, I'm not.
And I'll stop there because I think this is our first meeting. Maybe there's a way we can get some of this, but I think Katie's saying it, you're saying it. I'd like to justify a change in the POCD if there's a real need in town.
If we
That
could
would
do a
be
meeting just dedicated to data analysis, Katie, can we get that in case
Public
people?
meeting.
Yeah, that's what yes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
absolutely.
we got, sure, we don't,
Yeah.
mhm. All right.
We would
Now-
be happy to do that. Can I answer one quick question? You made a comment about being concerned about having a large research center. So when
Yes.
we say clinical trials, it's like treatment clinical trials. It's enrolling patients in the clinical trial, but it requires having the physician there, a nurse there. It's like another treatment option in the building. It's not a big research concept. I just
But you
want to,
do-
the results go to.
You do understand that's creep. I don't know what you call it in the medical.
Well, it's a
profession.
it's a treatment. It's someone, if your chemo's not working, they say, would you like to enroll in this treatment, this clinical trial? And then you get a different treatment when you go that day for your treatment.
Okay, but let me replay that and I'll stop because I want other people to participate. When you say things like that, I'll go back to the original. I don't think the intent was to make this a major research hospital, but when you then say,
it's not.
Right.
It's not.
But then you say we're going to do a cancer center, but we're going to be bigger than a satellite, and it's going to treat more. Depends on the needs. And oh, by the way, it might involve that's like service creep. That's if you're a neighbor or if you're a commissioner, say, oh, they're looking for more and more, and what's going to happen next. So we're really concerned about focusing on Greenwich needs. And the issue is that some of these people that need these services are Greenwich residents. And that's where I start out and I'll end saying, I love the services that are being talked about. I'd like to understand them more, but there is this conflict and balance, even in the POCD, about changing zoning and, conforming to the other POCD objectives, which quite frankly are bigger. That is a big reason why the first application was rejected, in the sense of we want to protect the residential area. And that is a huge POC, and it's written through the whole thing. And I when you state things like 6.4, it's true, but it's 6.4, not 1.1. So, I'll just go back to that. And there was some other stuff, but I want to stop. This is way over my allotted time, way over.
No, not at all. We'll just, you
Yeah.
got lots of credits built up from years on the commission where you go, this is important and it's important to the community. Peter Lowe, did you want to build on that?
Sure. So I guess listening to this discussion, I would again, I'd echo Dennis's comments about with regard to the POCD, just quickly. There is a tremendous amount of emphasis on the preservation of town character and the protection of residential neighborhoods. And therein, I think, lies the primary issue with regard to this rezone. According to the hospital, the majority, 60% of the beneficiaries of the proposed services are people who do not live in Greenwich. It seems that we as a commission, on behalf of a community, need to consider and balance the needs of Greenwich residents, along with the availability of nearby cancer centers and services in Stamford, White Plains, and other locations, against the impact of the presence of the proposed facility and the provision of its services on this residential neighborhood. So, but while we can set aside a discussion of the need for the moment, it's still very difficult to ignore the location of this proposed facility. And that's at the heart of what we're talking about here in terms of the of this piece of the proposal and the change in the zone. And I guess I'd like to hear more. I mean, given the denial of the hospital's previous proposal, and given the continued level of resistance to the currently proposed increased institutional expansion within this residential neighborhood, on the part of both people living in and in the immediate vicinity, and then others who live outside this area. I wonder if you could tell us about any additional efforts to consider other sites since your last application. Also, it seems, just an add-on, it seems that we may be getting somewhat conflicting testimony on the outreach with neighbors, including the claim that neighbors who were members of this neighborhood advisory council overwhelmingly do not support this project. So that's quite a bit to respond to, I recognize, but those are those are issues that I struggle with as a commissioner.
Okay, so what question are you looking for them to answer? You've made some statements.
I'm asking them, I wonder if you could tell us about any additional efforts to consider other sites since your last application. And you feel free to respond to this outreach issue. We'll hear more about it, no doubt, from public comments. But again, this comes down to, as Dennis said yesterday, location to me on this rezoning application.
Okay.
So
So
if
there
I
are
could
questions- there are
answer
questions in
from,
there.
right. So if I could answer from a very technical basis, and what I look at when you look at the legal requirements associated with the zone change and your POCD and what your obligations are. It goes back to my presentation about the comprehensive plan. You look at your zoning map and the actual use of the property, you look at your zoning regulations. And what's clear to me is that the hospital zones were intended to provide for the needs of Greenwich Hospital. There are two locations for the hospital zone: the hospital proper at Perry Ridge and Bentheim across the street. There are no other H zones in the town of Greenwich. And so when you start looking further afield, I think has been suggested by members of the public earlier on the last application, even some earlier discussions and issues that were raised by the neighbors during the course of some of our meetings, then you start to get into questions about whether those locations are consistent, because now you're placing the hospital zone in a different location in town. Arguably, could you get into a discussion about spot zoning as you get further afield? Certainly a concern, and we referenced that when starting to address your other question about other sites or other considerations with Nathaniel Witherell, a potential opportunity with the town there. But to try and change that zone, you have an even more difficult argument, I think, to find that property consistent with the comprehensive plan, because a hospital zone in that location is even more inconsistent with the surrounding area, I think. So when you look at the zoning map, the logical place for the extension and expansion of the hospital zone is adjacent to the hospital zones that currently exist. And this property is owned by the hospital. They have the opportunity and control over the site. And again, I think we start to tie into the issues that are raised in the site plan. Again, some of the objectives that I highlighted, that when you change the zone and how do you marry up the question that Commissioner Yeski asked with respect to having these uses in or adjacent to residential properties, the objectives, and there are some that I cited that are in section 1. You maintain that character. I mean, one of the things that strikes me as someone who didn't write your POCD is that when you look at it's on page 33, when people talk about, and it was what Commissioner Yeski highlighted, when you talk about community character and what people are looking for, you noted in your POCD that what people are looking for is about not necessarily architecture, but about landscape, parks, plantings, those sorts of things, and trying to be thoughtful about the surrounding neighborhood is exactly what we've done in the companion plan. I think when you see what Luke showed, when you look at the landscape plan, all of those things that you highlight throughout the POCD as contributing to the character of Greenwich, to its residential feel, were things that were taken to heart in this plan. And I think the other component is obviously shifting that parking underneath the building to provide for that space and create a feel that's very consistent with the surrounding area. The one other point was that with respect to the other property we mentioned in our application materials, the Prescott House, while geographically closer than Nathan Witherell, also has surrounding zoning, and again gets further away from the existing hospital zones, and has a number of other very site-specific constraints that we think made it not really possible, which is why the issue before you tonight, and in the context of this application, is this site consistent with the comprehensive plan? And is it consistent with your zoning regulations, with the POCD? There might be other sites that one of you might think would be consistent, but we don't own those. We don't control them. Certainly not something that we could bring a wide variety. If we showed up with 10 different sites and said, which one do you want us to rezone? I think you'd look at us and say, make a decision and bring us an application. And that's in fact what we've done tonight.
But I would say, isn't it potentially intrusive and disruptive to a residential neighborhood? You're citing the POCD, but as Mr. Yeski pointed out, that's the consideration and the mention of healthcare services, which is very important, is number 6. And the preservation of town character, the protection of residential neighborhoods is up front and center and runs through the POCD.
Right, and I think that's again where we tie into the question of how has this site been designed, been thoughtful, and we think that it is consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. It's certainly substantially different than the prior application, and really tries to implement all of those goals. As I said, your POCD really does give thought to the various issues. And Mr. Yeski, I did read all 143 pages because I knew you might ask.
Do you have any typos? We're always looking for typos.
No, I didn't find any typos.
Oh God, you hear that, Margarita? There's no typos in it.
So having read through the document, it's really clear that there is a goal that is, a bit of a feel, a vibe almost, if that doesn't seem too casual, that you want your neighborhoods to continue to feel residential in scale and character. And I think if you go back to the drawing that Luke pulled up, that has sort of the site cut through, I think we had done that for Commissioner Macri, that's what we tried to do. And that's why I think, you highlight those design objectives in the POCD. Those are 2 of the ones that are in subsection 1. And I think that's exactly where, and how you resolve any potential conflicts. You ensure that, that what you would be approving in the context of a zone change application is consistent with those goals. Do I think you might have a more difficult ability to analyze that without the companion site plan application? Possibly, and there are towns that don't let you file zone changes without some sort of understanding of what's going to be shown on the plan. And I think that's why, when we started the meeting and there was a comment about, from the chairwoman about trying to handle these things separately. And my comment about the overlap is because I do think that your decision about the zone change is informed by what you're seeing in the special permit and site plan application.
And I agree, and I think we all agree, they do relate. If you can do a great job on site planning, it helps on the integration of the neighborhood. I absolutely agree. Can I ask a clarifying question? Peter, I don't mean to take more of your time, but Katie.
I have time.
Katie, is Katie there? I know I don't have the whatever.
Yes.
Katie, it just occurred to me, and this was a question I never got to ask the first time around. This use, this cancer center use, is it permitted in like 500 West Putnam or Greenwich Office Park?
No, because if you look at the definitions within the H2 zone of what kind of uses are permitted within those hospital zones, they are more intense than what would be permitted in like a medical facility. So we do allow things like, the colonoscopy center or something along those lines, but a full comprehensive medical facility is different than an office building with various doctors' offices within it.
Okay, this is one of these eureka moments, maybe. We've been struggling with why this location. And I've heard, that story's kind of changed too, unfortunately. Like, well, the doctors needed to be able to walk across the street. And Ms. Kelly said, well, that's not really the reason. You want to be close to hospital because of the teams. Okay. If you're telling me that this cancer center intensity would not be acceptable without spot zoning, getting into the spot zoning question, in another, like a commercial area, like 500, like Greenwich Office Park, if you're telling me that this particular use is not permitted, that goes back to the original argument that, hey, you can move this anywhere. We kept saying you could do that, but we need to look at this a little bit closer. But now it's sounding like it's not permitted. Now, maybe there are zones that it is permitted in, the hospital zone, clearly. That has never been put up kind of clearly. I mean, am I over exaggerating? What you're beginning to say is, if the town really needs this, it's only really permitted in a hospital zone. And if you try to put a hospital zone down the street, that's spot zoning. That's not acceptable. Whereas next to existing hospital zones would be acceptable from a POCD and from a policy. Am I overstating this? Am I missing? I'm usually, you're usually really good at saying, Dennis, you got half of it, the other half you're all screwed up and you don't know what you're talking about. I mean, am I exaggerating this or what?
No, you're not. And I think frankly, if it's a shortcoming on my part of explaining why the comprehensive, this overlap between the comprehensive care center, as Diane explained to you, and what the nature of that is, and why, our narrative talks about why we would need to have a zone change in other locations. It's in fact because of the nature of what this building will do for the community, the types of services offered. When you read 6-113B and what the principal permitted uses are, certainly, we're not just professional offices for physicians in number 4. I don't think we're just 3. We start to really fall into the definition that is what the hospital proper would be, where you have general medical and specialized medical clinics, and those sorts of things, as well as acute, chronic, intensive care, outpatient clinics for general medical and specialized medical care. It's some combination of probably 1 and 2. Forced to choose, it's 2.
Yeah, we have to dig into that. I don't want to make any conclusions right now, but Katie, I'm talking to Katie now.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I mean, if you think of a community, just a brand new community, and you think about what one wants within a community in order to make it a community, you have shared things. I mean, you have shared roadways, shared garbage service, etc. And then you have community services such as a hospital, a library, a post office, your municipal buildings, community recreational areas. And that is different than things that can be done on a private side. For example, private, medical offices, if you took all of the uses in the hospital and started to spread them out all over your community, that's no longer the community medical center. That's just now private entities all over the place. So, or, for like a school, for example, you want to have your municipal schools, and sure, you can have private schools, but those are still schools. So you look at what you're trying to do as a community, and that's why we have this zone. I mean, there would be the fact that we have this zone in and of itself answers your question, because if there was not a need to have this type of community system, we wouldn't need to have a specialized zone for it.
I get it. And again, we never had this discussion before. Is there another zone in town that this type of use, intensity of use, would be permitted other than the hospital zone?
No, not because you can have the various things within the hospital zone. Like you can have an emergency medical clinic, you can have physician offices, you can have a colonoscopy center or something along those lines. But to have all of the things in one place, no.
Well, no, just the cancer center. That use.
Well, that's what you need to decide. And when you look at the that's part of the decision here. So when you're looking at the
well,
purpose,
we need to look at it. It's just, I mean, I'll be honest, maybe it's just me, but I've been struggling with this location. Why? And we've suggested others, but we never had this thought that, again, is crystallizing between all of us, that, hey, if the town needs this, which I'd like to see a lot more data on, and if the hospital can provide it, is this the only zone it's permitted in or adjacent, that we're dealing with across the street? You can't put this spot zoning someplace else. That's against our policies. So rather than talk about the doctor having to walk across the street without an umbrella or something, this is a very serious new wrinkle to this, could be a really big wrinkle, that says if the town really needs this, and this is the only place or nearby, we have to find a location nearby that could be rezoned hospital. Here's the one they own. Now, obviously, there's a couple other locations that are adjacent that could be explored. We explored Prescott. I suggested one yesterday. There might be a couple others. I don't know. But I don't know. To me, that's significant. And Madam Chair, I really have exceeded all my goodwill that I've built up for years, not being verbose.
So just so you know, the only thing I'm asking you, Dennis, is when we don't end by 11 o'clock tonight,
Yeah,
you
don't blame it
cannot,
on you.
you're just gonna have to take the grief the commission is gonna give you. Okay. Now, I think we've addressed the zoning. There are some of us who would like to talk about site plan, assuming that the rezone moves
Chair.
forward. So, yes, ma'am. Ms. Kelly and Mr.
No.
Yeski.
No.
Mr. Lowe, sorry.
So just to dovetail on what Dennis is saying or inquiring about, and so I understand this, is there a specific requirement, Katie, that any rezone has to be contiguous to or within a certain distance of an existing, in this case, hospital zone?
well, that's a very interesting question, because when you have a zone such as a hospital zone that is for a specific use like this, like let's call it a municipal zone, might be a comparable type of thing, or an open space zone, or something that is for a specific community use. It has been done in different ways in different communities. So that's why when you look at the purpose statement of the hospital zone, it says should be in keeping with the comprehensive plan for the town, meaning what is this town? I mean, we have our residential by the water, then we have our pocket of commercial, and then we have higher density residential, and we get to lower density residential as we go more north in town. And then we have institutional uses that are permitted within the fabric of our land use pattern. So then that begs the question, how does a zone for this specific type of use like this come into that picture? And in the past, as we've heard it at some other testimony in the past, at one point there was a push from the community and from the commission at the time that the hospital should really try to maintain themselves with a campus feel, and all the hospital use should just stay right where it is, and there should be no spreading out of that. Then that changed, the thought process changed at some point and said, take all of the things that you can take out of the hospital that aren't necessarily within this specialized definition here, such as your physical therapy and things along those lines, and try to put them in satellite offices, please, because that way we can decentralize the traffic a little bit more, and we can use the hospital for the very more, the more complicated things like what is being suggested, with chemotherapy and things along those lines, where there are things that need generators and serious equipment and whatever. So, I mean, that's why the regulation is written the way it is because that's really the question that has to be answered here by the commission.
Well said. I don't know who that is. Is that saying, hey, mom, you did well? Is that what I heard?
Okay, now can we go to site plan stuff? And if you guys don't mind, I think the best thing for those of us who are site plan focused to do is we're just going to lay some questions out real fast for you and ask you to come back at the next meeting with that.
And Madam Chairwoman, I was going to say, to the extent that you had asked and Katie had some questions about parking, our intention was to do a comprehensive presentation about parking, traffic, et cetera, at a subsequent meeting, because as you heard from Mr. Granatini, we did the survey that he showed on the screen. We're working on the results, and we thought it would be easier, and particularly given your agenda and how much we already did, and what we heard yesterday, to do all of that at once. And so if there are questions, you can.
Perfect. I'm going to just make sure you heard the questions, you heard what we raised. I'm going to give you an overview of where the concern is coming from. But I very much want to get to the public. I think it's important that we hear from the public. Peter Lowe referenced that you've been doing outreach. I want you to hear from them. Some of them have sadly fallen out for some reason. They didn't have 2 hours of staying power. But here's the thing. Assuming you rezone and whatever, if I look at the site plan and I say, I'm going to live next door to this building, what do I care about? I don't want traffic all over my neighborhood. I live in a neighborhood that experiences that when there's a problem on 95 and it stinks. If it was me residing, tell us how there's not going to be people circling and there's not going to be this. The numbers are good, but how are we going to manage the parking and the traffic? And I think you guys are clear we're looking for that. So that's one basket. The other one that I think you've done a good job at addressing that was an ample complaint early on from the neighbors is the noise issue. Nobody wants to hear noise from next door with machines and equipment and whatever. So I think if we just touch on that, then the next thing you heard us talk about is this concern about the dewatering and the sump pump process. It sounds like it needs exploration and vetting. We need to make sure we're not destabilizing anything that DPW is trying to find out how many wells there are in the neighborhood, et cetera, et cetera. We need answers on that anyway. We need to make sure that the underground garage is not going to impact the surrounding water table in a negative way. It's not going to impact wells. You need to address whether or not you've done the waterproofing. Wow, I'm talking fast, so I hope you can take lots and lots of notes. So the wells, the sidewalk easements and the agreements, just to touch on that. You're going to do the parking, update the traffic study, explain how you forecast the traffic flow, why it's lower. You'll manage what you do with the bus stop. And we just, again, on the parking. So like, for example, what Katie started to ask you, so how are you going to do this? You've got 83 spaces in one garage and everybody's going to the other one. How do you keep it flowing? And when you say you have those surplus spaces, do you mean that it's going to valet with the double park? All of those things. What we need to know is just it's going to work nice for the neighborhood. If any of us here in this 100 people that are here right now, we're living next door, 107 people are here. If we were all happy, if we live next door to your building, would it be an okay thing to do? And to me, it's noise and traffic. I can live with a larger building next to me if it has lots of green, but that's my key thing, environmental. Arn, you good with the energy?
Yeah, excellent plan.
Okay. All right, now I'm going to go to Nick and Peter Levy, who have been amazingly quiet and surely have comments. Nick, site plan questions, just leave them with the questions. Oh, and the ZEO comments, just address those, make sure that you got the grade plane right, you don't have the walls too high, and that your elevator. We haven't heard from sewer and fire, or I didn't see them. Address conservation comments. A parking plan for the whole campus at the same time. You did touch on the construction logistics in your presentation. I'm really worried about that because it's big. Okay.
And the conservation comments were very favorable, except they did suggest that hydrologic study, as did DPW. So is that
Everybody's saying that?
So is that something that you want the applicant to address? Because I think that's quite an involved study. That's why I'm asking.
And we know it's an involved study, but we think it's important. I love we are very fond of burying garages on the commission. So we'd like to see that work. Okay, Nick, I'll be quiet. You go ahead.
I think actually the biggest question I have, and I think it's actually time for this, is for Mr. Enders. It's time to get into the weeds of the logistics and construction schedule. Seems everybody's on top of that. Of the 27-30 months, can you break out by time for approximate phase? How much time are we digging? How much time is blasting? How much time is getting the envelope in, and how much time is finishing off in final site? For Mr. Ginter, I think actually a good explanation of the absolute requirements of the town's drainage manual and how it pertains to this site. You said that you're going to be limiting impervious surface. Is this going to be an exemption, or is this going to be a full boat for the drainage? And I think actually an explanation of your modeling in layman's terms. The water comes in, where does the water go, and how does it get released out to the various areas, so that people can understand kind of in the drainage for dummies kind of version. How does this work? Where will the water go, and its impact in the surrounding neighborhoods? I think we've seen a similar building now before. I think the landscape plan is doing a lot to save the existing trees, the wall that Ms. Alvin always talked about. I think the sections are good. I think anything is just actually understanding sections in all directions to say, okay, Fairfield House, this is the relationship to that, the Bentheim, the lodge, that kind of thing, in just sections so we can actually see them and reference them off the site plans. I think that's pretty much all I have at the moment.
Okie dokie. Now we're gonna, Mr. Levy.
I really don't have much to add. I just very general things. We've been very thorough so far, but I'm looking forward to seeing more about how cars enter, and are there ambulances that will be coming and dropping off? How does that work? And if there are other kinds of vehicles that come on site, how does that work? Because there's no real parking in front anymore. So that might need to be adjusted somehow. And generally, how long do just some looking forward to understanding the traffic patterns and how long people stay and things like that. The bulk of the building is certainly better, and looking forward to talking more about that. The height is of the building is moderated by being further back from the street. You showed you made a reference to the existing wall, and it looks like you've reconstructed it and made it look more uniform, which looks pretty good, things like that. So that's very nice. The landscaping looks very interesting and worthwhile. And
just curious about how you see that these public space, exterior public spaces being used, and what the community has said about using this space. And like to understand, there's a lot of traffic that moves through here. There's going to be a lot of on-site parking, but I assume there's going to be a lot of pedestrian traffic too. It seems like you have a very small entry space for the pedestrian traffic coming off the street. So I'm just like to see how that all works. And I'll leave it at there.
Okay. Now, with everybody's permission, yes, Mr. Yeski, you're out of questions, Mr. Yeski. Go ahead.
At the risk of stepping on it, if I lived next to this building,
yeah,
there are two things that would drive me crazy. Noise, you mentioned it. Number two, I don't remember all the landscaping, but I've seen a lot of landscaping plans. I would love these guys to go out and do something more creative and innovative. I mean,
it is.
Keep in mind, the lodge is looking down on it. There's other people across the street. I don't know whether the landscaping people can come up with creative solutions based on where the neighbors are. But, you know, when I buy a house, the view and the neighbors are huge importance. So I don't know what that means, but I just know that maybe there's clever landscaping things. Like we put trees in, well, the leaves fall off. So, you know, 2/3 of the year, it's not any good.
Right.
That was what I was getting to as well.
Yeah. Flat green space where you can walk around a garden, that's nice, but doesn't shield the neighbor. I mean,
exactly.
I don't know what I'm really talking about. I admit it.
No, but it's exactly. And it's easy because we can give instructions to ARC. By the way, where are we in the ARC review for this?
I spoke to Marisa and I had asked the same question. She said she could tentatively put them on the September 21st meeting, if that's okay with the commission. She has a space for them on that meeting.
I'm okay with that. And I would like to see, I would like to make sure that John Conti and Hein are both at that meeting. I would like them per Dennis to look at the landscaping. However, if y'all run into a problem with the dewatering, you might want to hold off, because if you have to change any of the site plan in order to address that. So you've got a few days, maybe get on the agenda and possibly see how it plays out. All right. Okay. Can I turn to public comment? All righty. Leading off in the batting order is Karen Vasiliotis, followed by Patrice McCann. Ms. Vasiliotis, followed by Patrice McCann, followed by Brooks Harris, then Barry Cohen. Hello, Ms. Vasiliotis. Ms. Doctor.
Are we on the clock?
Yes, let's go on the clock because we got a lot of people with their hands up. And I'll
Okay.
probably need, hello.
Lousy lighting, but hi.
Hey, what are you
Okay.
gonna do?
There was a lot to unpack, but I'll try to go quickly. For zoning changes, you must explain how the proposed change would generally flow and be in harmony with the town's comprehensive plan. Okay, the first stated goal of the POCD is to preserve Greenwich as a premier residential community by enhancing our exceptional neighborhoods. This does not jive with that. On page 12 of the POCD, it stated that there is no desire to radically change existing land use patterns. This current proposal does not jive with that assumption. On page 17, the POCD reflects the voice of the community. People stated strongly and consistently that building a better Greenwich involves maintaining small town character and a New England feel. This proposed change does not jive with that. Guiding principle number 1, preserve our community character and sense of place. Improvements must enable the protection, preservation, and enhancement of character elements. This does not do that at all. They mentioned that in the comprehensive plan, the hospital zone is to provide for the hospital's needs. The zoning map, according to the hospital, is the logical, this is the logical place to expand, is near the hospital. If you use that logic, all of the residential buildings owned by the hospital on William Street are fair game for a zoning change. I don't think that the town wants to do that. So this is the same concept. I also asked how Sloan Kettering and other hospitals have been able to build their facilities away from their hospital zones in other neighborhoods. I don't necessarily think that this would entail spot zoning. In addition to visual character, zoning regulations also aid in protecting other landowners from impacts associated with the use and preservation of natural system services. Objective 1.2G specifically states that building zone and subdivision regulations would be reviewed to further protect and expand community character to prevent commercial impacts and activities from encroaching on residential zones. This project is doing just that. And as point of reference, the Bennett Cancer Center operates on a comprehensive cancer center model, if not with with the National Cancer Institute, as this facility wants to do. But under the guidance of the NCI, a comprehensive cancer center has control of setting standards of research and care. They look for new approaches to diagnose cancer and treating it in different forms. They establish programs and train qualified professionals. These professionals can reach large populations of people afflicted and affected by the disease. So again, we are looking at a regional, not a community hospital, no matter what the community, what Greenwich Hospital said. Thank you.
Wow, perfect timing, ma'am. You must be on the Board of Estimate. Thank you. Our next speaker is Patrice McCann, followed by Brooks Harris. And Mr. Harris, I'm going to go ahead and promote you now to save time. All right, Patrice McCann. All right, if you would go ahead. There's Brooks. Ms. McCann, if you would go ahead. You just need to unmute yourself. Ms. McCann, if you would unmute.
Oh, thank you.
There you go. Okie dokie.
Thanks, everyone. I always appreciate the commission for allowing me to speak, especially the last year. As Karen said, there is a lot to unload. And it is interesting because not only do I live at Greenwich Lodge, I am part of that neighborhood advisory committee. And I feel that, we're never part of an advisory. We are always being spoken to. We've always had the same presentations that you see, we see. We're never really asked or to sit at the table and make a recommendation. We try, but it's like, and I think Commissioner Yashki agreed with it earlier and noted it. Every time Greenwich Hospital comes before you, it's a new narrative. First, it was the doctors need to be closer. Then it was, no, it's for the patient care. Now we're hearing a narrative that only Lafayette, Lake Street is where this can be. I find that hard to be, that there is no other place in Greenwich that can fulfill this facility. Okay, there maybe the locations on Williams and some of the other ones weren't good enough, but we have to remember, this is not Greenwich Hospital. This is Yale New Haven, who has a ton of money. They can sell the properties they have within our community here and buy a bigger, better place within Greenwich that they can then put this now comprehensive cancer center. Again, they're also trying to have a fiduciary responsibility of competing against Stamford, which, may I add, is Dana-Farber, for those that may not be aware. There is Memorial Sloan Kettering, which is in Harrison. And I'm going to tell you, that is the #1 cancer of comprehensive cancers that you can find in the tri-state area. And after that, you'd really have to go down to Johns Hopkins or out to Cleveland, Ohio. So I don't see this fitting Greenwich and the community. It's constantly encroaching within Lafayette and the community within the hospital. It's Roth, who was the president of Greenwich Hospital before Ms. Kelly, he had said, oh, after bedtime, we will never expand again. And yet here we are. Now we're taking a community and trying to make it H2. And we're saying it's because now it's the only place that we can build this comprehensive center. They have lots of other properties. Who's to say if Ms. Kelly leaves that this won't happen again 5 years from now, 10 years from now? We know there's a lot of properties. We also know that I've heard there is a psychiatric facility that they're looking to expand within our community down the road. So, these are a lot of concerns. I'm not going to discuss POCD because I know that was touched upon.
Time, ma'am. Ma'am, your time.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. Okie dokie. Next speaker is Brooks Harris. You'll need to unmute. You have, followed by Barry Cohen.
Great. Thanks for everybody for your time. I'm really impressed by how much time you guys are devoting to this, and this is an important topic. So I'm speaking tonight as somebody who's been through the journey of cancer with my family, and I would hazard that, as educated as we might be about the things that we care about, it's really hard to have a visceral level of understanding of what cancer care really means until you've been through it. And so I would encourage you to maybe get some more testimonials from people in Greenwich who've been through that. But I want to address a couple of issues so you better understand what is the treatment that Greenwich residents should expect for cancer. And clearly the hospital wants to provide that. And one comment that was made earlier indicated to me that perhaps there's some misunderstanding of what cancer is or how it's treated these days. But I will say the way it's treated today is very different from the way it was treated 2 years ago or 4 years ago. And so the fact that we're changing our approach to cancer treatment is not surprising given that. And I'll give a specific example. The treatments that my family has used that are now current were experimental treatments just 3 years ago. They will extend the lifespan of somebody who gets them from 3 to 5 years to 10 to 15 years. And there are treatments in the pipeline that may cure this disease altogether for this specific cancer. And so when we talk about clinical trials and mission creep, and I'm scared of that, I think the two sides were kind of talking by each other, because the point that was being made is these clinical trials are the highest standard of care. They can save your life after the first line or the second line have failed and the cancer comes back. That's the treatment you want and you need. You can only get those experimental trials if they're being conducted where you're getting your treatment. So this is a tremendous boon to the town. And I fear that people don't appreciate that until they've actually been through this experience and they understand that. But I think we would be doing a tremendous service to our town by recognizing the improvements in the treatment of this disease, recognizing that its prevalence is increasing, and making available to Greenwich the best treatments possible. And this is something that's available to us now. Not every town is going to have this opportunity. We do. I recognize that there are compromises and that the neighbors will suffer some things that they don't want. There might be some traffic or noise or, the sight of this thing, but I would focus on the other side right now, which is saying this is something that will make Greenwich a better town. And I would encourage you to spend a little more time with people who've been through this battle to understand what it is that these people want to bring to our town and how it will help us stay the great town we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brooks. Our next speaker is Barry Cohen, followed by John McGinnis.
Well, I'm proud to be one of your usual suspects, and I hate to get to such a mundane thing as traffic. Now I feel terrible.
No, that's okay. I do it all the time. I'm like, I need to know about the traffic.
Well, I was at the meeting in the middle of June at the hospital about traffic, and the traffic report is supposed to be revised after that. So I don't know what the new traffic report's going to say, but I can tell you after that meeting, I went back to look at the tables, and the Ty and Bond were underplaying. The fact is, when you look at the tables, traffic gets better after the cancer center is fully functional. One of the levels of service goes from like a C to a B to a D to a C or something, like the intersection at Field Point and Route 1. I mean, it makes me very suspicious about that traffic report because there were no compensatory increases in the wait times at other intersections. It just, on net, it actually will improve our traffic. According to that traffic report, it'll improve our wait time at various key intersections, so they should be touting that. I'm surprised they didn't say not just that it keeps you at the same level of service. No, having this cancer center will actually improve wait times at intersections in our traffic. Of course, they left out a few things, like, you know, the times when the school buses are coming around. They didn't investigate that time around 2, 3 o'clock, 3:30. They didn't talk about William Street. Wasn't in the report. It's one of the streets that feeds into that main traffic circle. They didn't have that at all. And it's a narrow street with parking on either side of the street, depending on which part of the street you're on. You have to slalom around it. So it's not just about intersections. It's about traffic having to pass each other, and 2 cars passing in opposite directions next to a parked car in one of these narrow streets. I've tried it. Very scary, very difficult. Also, they didn't take into consideration the GPS programs like Waze and stuff. They're going to send people up Northfield to avoid traffic. You know, that little snaky, very narrow, curvy road with very residential? That's where cars are going to start going. That's how I get to the Merritt. But I'm very careful about it. I don't know about these people. Also, they were assuming that the traffic distribution is going to be the same from every direction as it is now. Well, I don't know. I think we may draw more from the west and from the east. That has to go into the equation. A lot of things weren't done very well in this traffic report, but I need to see the new traffic report before I could, you know, say if it's more accurate or if it sounds better. But the basic conclusion that this is going to make things better or not change them at all, well, I perfectly timed it. I am done.
Perfect, Mr. Cohen. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is John McGinnis, followed by Ann Chang.
I'd like to talk for a minute about the zoning change. I am an adjacent neighbor to the hospital today currently. And, you know, the hospital traffic that this would create, to me, from a practical perspective, you know, is much less intensive than if a developer would go in there and develop that property as multifamily residential. Realistically, I see this traffic as being, you know, 5 days a week, maybe 8 hours a day, 9 hours a day, versus a significant number of cars if this property were to be developed to its fullest. And we all know, unfortunately, that sometimes you don't have control over what gets developed. And you know what? That's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year in a neighborhood that all will readily admit is overburdened by traffic between the adjacency to downtown, the hospital, the private schools, and everything else. You know, a lot of times the only break we get is on a weekend. And if this were to go residential, I don't think that's going to happen. So honestly, I'm in favor of it. And I have other neighbors who are afraid of it. I respect Karen's position. We can look at each other window to window. But the reality is there are benefits to the neighborhood as well once the construction is over, that it actually, to the previous speaker, can actually slightly improve the situation longer term.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Ann Chang, followed by Laura Fusina. Ms. Fusina, if you would make sure that you accept the promotion to panelist. Ms. Chang, if you would go ahead.
Thanks so much. I'm a medical oncologist. I'm actually the deputy CMO for Smilo and the interim service line director for Cancer for Greenwich. And I just had a comment I wanted to pick up on what Diane said, and also what the patient who spoke earlier said. There's just been an explosion in cancer care, and it's really changed the way that we treat our patients. It's really improved our outcomes, and it's really changed and shifted our focus on patients and their experience of cancer, so that from the moment they come in the door or you're thinking about screening for cancer through their entire cancer experience, we're really trying to make it much easier and enhance all of those pieces of if you have to go through this, then to do it in a way that allows you to stay connected to your family and that allows you to have the best outcomes. And I think that, for example, having multidisciplinary specialists where, you know, before we would say, okay, well, you make a trip to New York City or you make a trip to New Haven. Now we're trying to do that, for example, have the surgeon, the oncologist the radiation oncologist there the same day to talk to you. So you don't have to take 3 days off and your family member, but you can have that consultation in one go, or speak to the palliative care specialists who we know that's actually improved people's survival. And then lastly, I think I'll just make the comment about clinical research. It's really the way that we are practicing care now. I think, offering our patients not only second line, but sometimes as their first treatment, clinical research trials where 10 years ago, I treated my first patient on a trial for lung cancer, and with immunotherapy, they never got chemo. And so that patient's doing well some last month. So I think these are things that we can do within our offices that really radically changes the nature of the patient experience and how they do with cancer. And I think that's so important to keep in mind as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chang. Our next speaker then is Laura Fusina, and she will be followed by Elisa Gallego.
Hi, so I was very interested in the gentleman who spoke a few speakers back talking about people who have that personal experience. And so I would actually like to share that as somebody who has undergone treatment on more than one occasion. And I have to say, we talk so much about, so much of the speakers have been speaking about the necessary changes and how this makes the community better. I mean, the number 2 cancer, I have a lot of knowledge, particularly related to medical issues. And, the number 2 cancer hospital in the world is a 6-minute drive away from me. And honestly, I'm going to choose that. And that was my choice, in fact. I think that we're talking about what does the community need? If the community needs a large major cancer center that's within a few minutes drive, they have it. And it's at Memorial Sloan Kettering. And as someone else pointed out, also Dana-Farber. And so we're trying to change a community that doesn't, to bring something in. You're answering a question that doesn't need to be asked, right? You're giving us something we don't need to have that already exists in 2 local places. And so that's my opinion. And again, that's probably is a rarity on this call so far, somebody who has actually had to make that decision for themselves.
Thank you very much. Well, I guess you don't always know who is on the call. Our next speaker is Elisa Gallego. And if you would go ahead, ma'am. Following her is Horst Tebbe. Go ahead, ma'am. Alyssa, yes, if you would go ahead.
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you, ma'am. You're not muted, but we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can.
Yeah,
yes.
there you go. Okay.
Good evening, Chairperson Alban, Commissioner Yaski, and the members of the Planning and Zoning Commission. I'm Dr. Elisa Gallego. I'm a breast surgeon at Greenwich Hospital. I specialize in the surgical treatment of breast cancer. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. Together with my associate at Greenwich Hospital, Dr. Barbara Ward, and I, we take care of over 200 women a year with a new diagnosis of breast cancer. The overwhelming majority of those women live in the town of Greenwich. We take care of women who live in Cos Cob, Pemberwick, Mid-Country, Old Greenwich, and all the neighborhoods of town. Sadly, Dr. Ward and I take care of patients who are sometimes quite young, in their 20s and 30s. We also take care of women who have young children who are enrolled in local elementary schools, middle school, and the high school. Very often, Dr. Ward and I take care of elderly patients who come to the office that are brought in by their adult children, who now bear the responsibility of taking care of their elderly mother who's just been diagnosed with breast cancer. Again, Dr. Ward and I take care of over 200 women a year, women with breast cancer. In 2022, the American Cancer Society estimates that about 2 million people will receive a new diagnosis of cancer. So that's close to 1 million men in this country will be diagnosed with cancer, and over 930,000 women will be diagnosed with cancer. breast cancer remains the most common cancer diagnosed in women, and it's the most common cancer we take care of at Greenwich Hospital. Out of those 200 women, in addition to being mostly Greenwich patients, the majority of those patients come from Fairfield County. So rough numbers, probably about 130 out of those 200 women live in Fairfield County. The prevalence of cancer, we know in Fairfield County, will go up over the next 10 years by 20 to 26%. On a personal note, my family and I moved to Greenwich almost 10 years ago, and sadly, my father was diagnosed with cancer last year in the middle of the pandemic. And I did not hesitate to bring him to Greenwich Hospital because I knew he would receive expert cancer care. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. Tebby, you may go ahead. And the following speaker after that is Dale Lewis.
Yeah, good evening, commissioners. Two things. I'm the person that makes sure that you get on GCTV and that this session will be available on our online for on-demand viewing on the town's channel. I'm also a 12-year survivor of and continue to have prostate cancer at Gleason 8 level. And I've, as the last speaker, I've been treated here. That's just by way of qualification. What I wanted to say is, I was happy to see that the hospital did a survey of people in the neighborhood, et cetera. And I thought the questions were a little too narrow. When I talk to my friends in Greenwich and when I, ask myself, the big question that needs asking and answering is, do we in Greenwich want a regional medical center, which is where I think New Haven and Greenwich Hospital is trying to go? Or do we, as a group, would we as a group like rather to have a good local hospital? And the answer I have and the answer I get from most of my friends is we'd like to have a good local hospital. If we need, major care, and as the other speaker said, there's a lot of care available right now. Then there are regional centers available. We don't need one in our town. That's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tebby. I hope someone's manning your camera. Mr. Lewis, if you would go ahead.
Good evening.
And Mr. Lewis will be followed by Henry Orfis and then Alice Ryan. Go ahead.
Good evening. I want to thank the commission and thank the chair for such a wonderful job and for listening so carefully. I'd like to touch on a few issues that relate to what we might see during construction and after construction of the hospital center, of the cancer center rather. And first to thank the hospital for making improvements in the plan. I think the hospital administrators know that we can tussle about certain things and we'll get there. But tonight I want to talk about some simple strategic questions. I'd like to ask Dave, for example, if he's still on the call from Redness, how deep the garage will be and how deep the water table is, because the pit that has to be dug, blasted out to build the garage is going to be extraordinary. And the water, as we've heard, will collect and then have to be distributed beyond that. That water is likely, of course, to go down Lake Avenue. My wife and I and our daughter live on Glen Court, the second house in. So we're very concerned, of course, about the water flowing into the pond. There's been some discussion about it. There's been some study of it, but we need a much, and I apologize for the following, deeper dive into what we can be assured is a solution to construction period flooding on our streets. We heard, perhaps it was from Chris, about parking alternatives. So we had a little bit of a smile this evening and laugh because any parking for staff members or visitors from the new cancer care center can obviously not be accommodated in the hospital garage, which is closed most days. It's filled, another plan is needed, and it can't just be spoken away. On Glen Court, we've proposed a safety and access plan and have asked the hospital to provide it. The hospital rejected the plan this week. We have children and adults, kids on bikes, strollers, cars, and already at this time can barely get in and out of Glen Court. We'll be losing the sidewalk on the side of the street where the cancer care center might be built. And what is needed at the intersection of Lake and Glen Court is a police detail of off-duty policemen, or perhaps not policemen and women, to direct traffic, to get the cars in and out of Glen Court, and to make sure that all of the people who cannot park in the employee garage don't park on Glen Court. It's a no parking street. We'd like to maintain that. We'd be interested to know what the hospital's commitment is to maintaining that. I asked that question. It has not been satisfactory. Answered.
Time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all very much.
But Mr. Lewis, hold all those thoughts and come back, because we're going to have a meeting where we're going to focus on the stuff you're raising, and that you're of my mind bent. And thank you. Okay, the next speaker is Henry Orfis, followed by Alice Ryan, and then Louise Lamners, maybe. Mr. Orfis, if you would unmute, and if you wish to turn on your vid, we'd love to see you, but your call.
I'll do both.
Oh, okay.
All right, thank you. My name is Henry Orfis. I live at 4 Deerfield Lane, which is a few blocks south and west of the proposed cancer center, and happens to be downstream, rather literally, because the stream runs through my property from the Greenwich Hospital area in Glen Court. I can appreciate the benefits of additional cancer center treatment facilities being added to the Stamford, Greenwich, and Westchester area. But as I explained in greater detail in the written comments I submitted earlier, those additional cancer facilities can be added in a location, I believe, that does not impose the hardships on the thousands of residents of central Greenwich that putting this particular center in this particular location would cause. Now, when this project was first proposed a year ago, I identified 3 major problems with it: parking, traffic, and noise from the treatment machines. The current application seems to have at least partially addressed the parking issue, but apparently at the cost of creating an increased danger of flooding for homes such as mine and other homes on my street that are downstream of a stream through which the water would run. So I suggest the commission consider very carefully the impact of the underground parking facility on water runoff for homes downstream. The 2 other concerns I had, noise and traffic, do not seem to have been addressed or resolved in this updated application. The traffic study talks about an additional 97 vehicles on the roads in the morning, 1:30 at midday, 1:37 in the afternoon. That's an awful large number of cars to add to a road network that already gets a great deal of use every day from thousands of citizens, frankly, in backcountry and mid-country as they come down to Greenwich Avenue. Now, I know the traffic experts hired by Yale New Haven think this is not going to cause a significant change, but I respectfully suggest that the commissioner or the commission members make their own decision about that rather than just rely on what that expert says. I happen to live a block from Deerfield Drive, use it every day, and it's enough of a traffic problem already, in my view. On the noise, I did attend the May 18th, 2022 informational session, and I heard nothing about the noise. Finally, I really do think that we could put this somewhere else, either in Greenwich or in an adjoining town. It would be extra cancer facilities for the area, and we don't have to inconvenience citizens. Yale New Haven may not own the property now, could certainly buy it in the future, has been said. I appreciate the thoroughness that the commission members have approached this issue with tonight. Commissioner Yesky, I thought, made some excellent points, and I think the residents of Central Greenwich look forward to you keeping our interest in mind when you make a decision about something that's going to benefit residents of Westchester primarily. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Orfis. Perfect timing. Ms. Ryan, if you would go ahead.
Yes, I appreciate all the words of wisdom from the patients and the professionals. However, I feel the location is primary. Smilo has 15 other locations in Fairfield County. This is one in Fairfield, Connecticut. As you can see, it's spacious. It's not near a dense residential community. Outdoor parking, bringing that to mind, blasting below the water level is such an intrusion into our environment. And I think we're all aware of how important protection of our environment and infrastructure is these days. We're aware we have to do something, and it's at the wrong location. Location, location, location. New Haven, Hartford, New Haven is a state-of-the-art facility. It has proton therapy, advanced machines called linear accelerators that have external beam radiation therapy. This is what we're talking about when we speak of state-of-the-art. Comprehensive was thrown around. The word comprehensive was thrown around today. That's available in 14, 15 other facilities, in addition to Stanford, White Plains, Harrison. And I think we have to pay attention to our residential community and realize that the focus needs to be on the main hospital itself as being a state-of-the-art regional hospital. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And finally, Louise Lammers.
Hello, good evening. Thank you. Yeah, I think I would like to reiterate what's already been said. I'm quite disappointed we're actually still having this conversation. We bought here when we moved here 10 years ago, that a residential area, that this is becoming increasingly industrialized. And that's my comment as a neighbor, a resident. And now I'd like to just comment as I work for one of the biggest academic hospitals in New York State, that putting this facility in place will not impact the well-being of cancer patients. There's no unmet need that's been already commented on. And in order to comprehensively deal with that, they'll require a much bigger footprint. So this doesn't seem to make sense. I assume it's leveraging philanthropy that's been made available since the houses have been purchased some time ago. And it seems, I don't know, I think Greenwich Hospital should focus on, improving its community services as it has. And this idea of, comprehensive cancer care requires facilities that are well, beyond its reach. So I think that's what I would like to say now.
Ma'am, thank you very much. We have a final speaker who has just joined us, Peter Alexander, if you would go ahead.
I hope so. Can you hear me?
Yes, we
I
can
think
hear
there's
you.
plenty of room on the existing campus. Why do we have to tear down a bunch of buildings and change the neighborhood? And
okay,
I mean, I'm waiting for the analysis of the C stuff for the sample that was taken of me. So I'm into trying to take care of cancer. But why not the existing campus or Dr. Borges' old property? Thank you. Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much, Mr. And Michael Frankel raised his hand in time. If you would go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm a physician here at Greenwich over the last 22 years. I'm also a lifelong resident of Greenwich. I was born and raised in Lockwood Lane in Riverside, and now have raised my kids on Summit Road in Riverside. And I can tell you as a physician, I think there's no doubt that this cancer center would bring to Greenwich residents something that they can't get anywhere else for lots of reasons. But I would also like to speak as a resident of Greenwich for what I consider to be most of my life. I have zero problem with Greenwich Hospital trying to continue to provide excellent care to the residents of Greenwich. I think that growing up in Greenwich, Greenwich Hospital has always been one of the gems of the town, along with our libraries and our parks and our schools and our everything else that we have. And the reason Greenwich has been such a gem is because they've always tried to keep up and provide excellent care for the residents of Greenwich. And this is another effort for Greenwich Hospital to do this. And I can tell you as a physician, I think that there's going to be no other way to get this for residents of the town of Greenwich except by bringing something into Greenwich. So, as a resident, I have zero problem with Greenwich Hospital trying to make this effort. And I truly hope that we can all come together and figure out a way to make this happen, because if it doesn't happen, it will at best be short-sighted on the town's part. And so I thank you for that opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I think he cut himself off beforehand. Thank you, sir. All right, okay. I think we're good. Almost 3 hours. I think we got a bit to go still. So until we meet again, did you want to make any parting comments? And as to Mr. Alexander's comment, I believe you had previously addressed that there was not space in the existing facility. We spent a lot of time asking you that at the first application. So the commission is aware of that. If you wanted to do this, do you have any parting comments, Dynamic Duo?
Like that. I don't.
You can just
have
go
any-
off into this. Okay. All right.
I'm not sure if there's anything Diane wants to add. But I guess my only sort of procedural request was that if we are hoping to be on the ARB agenda, and given the relatively short turnaround time between tonight and your very next meeting, whether we would be best served by going to your first October meeting for our continuation.
Yes, if you're going to go to the ARC meeting, then you come back to us in October. That sounds like a plan, unless you hit some sort of issue that you say, no, we don't want to go to ARC right now. But otherwise, I would say go ahead and let ARC look at your design and your landscaping, and we will give them some input, the input that the commission gave on the design and whatever, so that you're not starting cold.
Correct.
All
And
righty.
that would give us enough time also to start working through, obviously, there were a number of questions you had tonight, a lot of which overlapped with the staff comments, and what our intent was to finish working through the staff comments, get the necessary responses, and provide a comprehensive response, updated plan set, everything like that. So that way, when we come back, you'll have those comments and responses from your staff as well.
Great. Okay. We see you when we see you. Yes, ma'am.
I wanted, Margarita, well, thank you. I just wanted to follow up on one thing that I didn't get to with Mr. Lowe, is that he had mentioned something about concerns or hearing about the community meetings. And I just wanted to address that before the night ended, that we purposely had the community advisory meeting would be an ongoing meeting, and it wasn't going to be just about the Cancer Center and about how we would be working together as neighbors. And we have spent some time talking about some of the issues with the Cancer Center, because that is top of mind. I was hoping there was going to be one person on the call who was able to come to one of our meetings, several of the meetings, and really got her questions answered. I think she lives in the, she doesn't live in the lodge, she lives in Fairfield House. And, after those meetings, she was able to ask the Dave, one of the construction gentlemen, about the blasting, and she felt much more comfortable about it. So I didn't want to leave. And then we've also had some supporters in the meeting. So it's not exactly, it's not everyone's excited to be there and that they think this is going to be the best thing in the world, but there's more work being done. And I just wanted to make sure that we represented that, there's more balance. So I just wanted to end with that. And I thought the conversation was very helpful. And Mr. Yeski, I look forward to putting a public data analysis of our cancer prevalence together. And we can invite as many people who want to come.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. And goodbye, team. Okay. So I guess, Pat, you've got to do some of this because I cannot do all of it. Our next application, folks, is number 9, Indian Spring Limited Partnership for final re-subdivision for a proposed lot line revision between 148 and 181 Glenville Road. And we are waiting for the attorney. Tum. Do we have an attorney? Mr. Cohen. Okay, so this time you're really here.
I am really here.
All right.
Evening.
Okay.
Deep breath. Bruce Cohen, representing the applicant in this matter, Indian Spring Limited Partnership. Indian Spring Limited Partnership is the owner of a tract of land consisting of about 134 acres, which has frontage on Riversville Road, Glenville Road, a little bit on Zacchaeus Mead and Pecksland Road as well, large piece of property. Our application is to seek a determination by the commission that the proposed revision of lot lines, which I'll show you, does not constitute a subdivision or a re-subdivision under the regulations. And I think we can show you what we have in mind by the images that we provided to the commission. Pat, if you could show the first one.
Why he's finding that, Mr. Cohen, just I think you were there. You were not at the briefing session yesterday. Everybody on the okay, so you heard us. Everybody on the commission
did.
took one look at it and said, "Wow, this is so strange," and yet there you are. By our regulations, this is a lot line. This appears to be a lot line revision. The question that really, I believe you would come forward on development, go ahead and show the after picture. That's the one that's kind of mind blowing.
You're
All
going to
right.
do this whole thing, huh?
Yeah. So,
Okay.
so there it is. There's the before and the after. And I believe that this is a big enough parcel that unless somebody buys these parcels individually, that they are subject to come to before the commission if they are further subdivided, and that we would then have an opportunity to review that. Correct, Mr. Cohen?
Absolutely.
Okie doke. Mr. Cohen, I'm going to be rude to you. Does anybody have any questions on the commission regarding this proposal, which has on the agenda is a final re-subdivision or a lot line revision? Does anybody have any questions or comments?
I think the sewer division was looking for acknowledgement letter. I think that was put in. A lot of emails going back and forth. I'm not too sure. Mr. Cohen, can you confirm that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Ms. Hackman.
The sewer was looking for an acknowledgement letter on this.
An acknowledgement letter?
No, not on this one. You're
Not on
thinking about
this.
my next
Yeah.
one.
No,
Yeah. No,
I'm
no,
thinking about this one.
no,
Oh, wow, because I'm looking at August 30, 22.
and you're sure you're on the right
148,
application?
181 Glenville Road, comments to be addressed to the P and Z families. Prior to obtaining P and Z approval, required to submit a signed letter acknowledging. For some reason, in the flurry of emails we received, there may have been something that came in
No,
from your
I think
office.
there's confusion there. I think that
Yeah.
really relates to the next one.
Yeah, no, he's looking at the right application. I'm just gonna go to it, but I missed it too, Nick. Bleh.
Well, we did get
well,
that
well,
kind of communication on the Old Track Road. Let me just, you know what? You're absolutely right. Dated August
Okay, so
30th.
here's
So my
2022.
question is to Mr. Cohen, we got a lot of emails today. I didn't have the opportunity to go through
Yeah.
everything. Was it submitted today? Or was I seeing something else on 2 other applications?
I think it was, I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
Okay.
But what they want, what Rich Feminella wants is a letter acknowledging receipt of these comments. And that the owner has read all the comments and agrees to adhere to the comments. We certainly do.
Mr. Cohen, may I? Yes, but he wants a letter. So let me ask you quickly. If we leave this open and we do not close it until the end of the meeting after you are done with Renamba. And we have one more after that. Could you scrawl yourself out or ask if your assistant, if your partner is around, could you scroll out an acknowledgement and email it in writing to Katie and Pat? And then we will
Yep.
close your application at the end of the meeting and act accordingly.
We certainly will.
So all we need to know is that that has been sent. Actually, send it to Mr. Feminella, scrawl your name as the applicant, sign the acknowledgement, do it now. Is that sufficient, Katie and Pat? All right. I don't know why we didn't think of doing this. I don't know why. You know, other times when we've held up applications for this acknowledgement, we now have a solution. We'll ask the applicant to do it on right now. Just get it done.
You know, honestly, in light of the fact that there's absolutely no work being proposed for either of these sites right now, I'm
do
not
the
sure
piece.
that I just ignored this, but Mr. McRae is absolutely right, and we'll get
He's-
to the next.
Yeah, he got his little gold star tonight. Just get it done quick. We're going to give you probably an hour and a half or so. You should be okay. There's some guy who'll talk a lot on the next application. You'll be good.
I promise that we won't talk.
Good. Okay. Do I have any comments from the public on this application? This again is the lot line revision from for 148 and 181 Glenville Road. Please raise your virtual hand if you have any comments. No comments from the public. Unless the commission disagrees, we will leave this application open until we finish the public hearing, and we will close it at the end of the public hearing. Okay? All righty. Now, moving on. We are now at items 10 and 11. I believe nobody has any objection to combining 10 and 11. Mr. Cohen?
Not at all.
Okay, item 10, the Renamba application at 0 Old Track for a zoning map amendment to rezone for the GB MRCO overlay zone. Number 11, which is the final coastal site plan and special perm for Renamba Greenwich LLC, again, managed residential community to include a senior assisted living. Mr. Cohen, please proceed. And don't forget, you promised you wouldn't be talking much. No, just kidding. Go ahead.
No, I'll try to keep my promise.
Okay.
This is a follow-up, as you know, to the hearing that opened on July the 7th for both items. Both items have been postponed to tonight's hearing. The first is to amend the building zone regulation map for the purpose of, in effect, landing the new MRCO overlay zone onto the 2.5 acre property, which the applicant owns at the very end of Old Track Road. The second being for final site plan and special permit approval for the development of a managed residential community under the new regulations. So just quickly addressing the first application.
Why does the rezoning meet the POCD?
Yes, that's exactly correct. It meets the POCD because of the specific objectives laid out in the POCD as well summarized by the staff comments. Objective 2.3 of the POCD states that one leading objective of our plan is to facilitate housing options that encourage seniors to stay in Greenwich, aging in place, and are designed for enjoyment of all. And objective 2.3a recommends that the commission promote age-friendly housing options in or near walkable, pedestrian-friendly areas. And of course, in adopting the new regulations, MRCO, the commission made it clear that these objectives would be satisfied in part by requiring absolutely a limited location where the zone could be landed, specifically the GB zone, which is in effect a central Greenwich zone near town facilities, as this parcel is. We are at the very end of Old Track Road, which at the beginning of it has public transportation, walking distance, particularly for staff people to the railroad station. Nearby shopping and commercial facilities are available. So we believe that, and we also think that the commission took this under consideration during the
Oh, you just froze. Mr. Cohen, would you click off your vid and see if you do better? You're frozen. Uh-oh. Yeah, it was all going so well. Mr. Cohen? I don't think he can hear me. What should we try to do?
Can we try to turn off his, because sometimes we can.
No, we can't. We
Stop
could
video. I can stop his video.
You can?
Yep, I've got a button that says stop video for Bruce Cohen. Should I
Okay.
try it?
Yeah, try it. Now he's gone.
I think he left right before I pressed it.
I think his internet.
Yeah.
Cratered. Okie dokie. So, all we
Do
can
we
do is
run-
wait.
Maybe just
What?
run through zoning for site plan. Zoning, we're good.
No, you can't do that without the attorney here.
Yeah.
Well,
Sorry.
Are you asking the commission a question or are you asking?
If
Mr.
you are, if
I'm
you
not
are
asking,
asking,
no, I'm not asking a question. I'm just saying, I'm just doing a list of things that we have done.
oh, I think the applicant has to hear you discuss his application, sadly. But this is the first time we've really had a big problem with this. I am not seeing him back. Does anybody
No,
see
me
him?
either. Nope.
Okay, may I suggest then, just don't tell me that he's on the next one, is he?
He's not. It is.
So, Mr. Bazili,
It is Mr. Bristol.
okay, so if Mr. Bazili, is it complicated for you to stop the transcript for Renamba? Start a new,
Not at all. Not at all.
okay, so we're gonna move to another application to give him time.
Okay.
Is that okay with it? Is that legally okay? Yes, right?
Yes.
Okie dokie. So we're going to quickly go to the next application, which is Wendy Greenbaum trustee for final coastal site plan and special permit to merge 17 Road and 23 Smith Road. This is a final coastal site plan and special permit. Remove main house, etc. You guys have all seen this before. This is a must close tonight, although an extension is available. And Mr. Bristol,
Hello.
the outstanding question was sewer. Did
Correct.
sewer get addressed?
Sewer, what we tried to. The issue is this, is that in 2013, during the sewer department's infiltration study, I guess it was noted that there were two garage drains and a condensate line that were hooked up to the sewer system. That was while the under the prior owner's ownership. Our clients just purchased in 2021, and I got to tell you, I've done hundreds of real estate deals, and something like this would not be apparent to someone who's purchasing it because it's done by a study. It's not like a violation. It's on the land records or something. Now that we know it, the work to do it, the time it takes to do the actual work to remove this is probably less time than this meeting takes tonight. The permitting will take several weeks or about a month. We would really like to have a condition that we finish this. We do this very simple work properly. We'll commence it, within the next week, and we'll finish it before we get a zoning permit to get a building permit.
Once again, the comments, the sewer department has asked us to not decide this until their issues have been addressed, and they are outstanding since 2013. What we talked about in July and August, and Mr. McRae reminded me yesterday, is we're going to talk to the sewer department about how we handle this, because we are holding up applications on their request because they're saying, please don't approve it. We are being respectful of the town department and treating everybody the same as such. But on a house that's about to be demolished, I'm really not clear how this is relevant.
And the pumps are actually for the garage that's converted into a studio, but there's going to be a gut renovation. I mean, all of it has to be redone anyway. So it certainly would be encompassed with that scope of work. But
so
even I'm sorry,
I mean,
Steve,
okay.
Besides that, we'll do it very quickly. And as I said,
we just held, here's the problem. We just said to Chabad tonight, sorry, no dice. You fix your sewer thing. They are asking. We just said to Bruce Cohen, sorry, no dice. You get your acknowledgement letter. You know, we've been consistent. We are seeing how it holds everybody up. We are recognizing that Mr. Feminella needs to come talk to us and we need a different approach.
I do have the letter. I do have the acknowledgement letter, and included in there is the commitment to do it before.
But you don't have the disconnect, and we, at this point, in order to be consistent with all the applicants, we are continuing to respect Mr. Feminella's request, but we have decided, Nick again jostled me on it, jogged my memory that we really need to talk to Mr. Feminella, because this is holding people up. And for some of these issues, it is really minor. I know it peeves him that it's been outstanding since 2013. We're now 9 years. The other one we had tonight had been outstanding for 5 years. Folks, I don't know what else to do. I think we got to treat everybody the same, but I get that this is a big hassle, because this is not, in this case, you're getting a tear down and a gut rehab, and yet you're insisting on this disconnect.
And it's not even so much that, but the permitting itself takes a few weeks. The review, the sewer review takes a few weeks even to get the permission to do it in the first place.
I recognize that. That is not the issue, Mr. Bristol. I know you keep saying that to me like I'm a dum-dum, but I understand that. What I'm saying to you is we have been asked not to decide. It is not whether you could amply decide it before you begun the work. It is that we keep being asked not to decide until sewer conditions have been met. We need to talk to Mr. Feminella. And I think, Mr. DeAndrea, I am not going to call on you on this matter. I'm pretty sure I know what you're going to say. So we will talk to Mr. Feminella and we're going to deal with this, because this is holding up applications. But for now, we're going to treat you just like we treated everybody else, and we're going to leave this open. At least that's my vote.
Review it quickly so then we can get, we can move as quickly as we possibly can.
We will do that. In the meantime, unless somebody disagrees with me, I think we got to treat everybody the same, but we got to fix the problem, because it's holding everybody up. Okay,
Let's fix the problem.
we're fair, we're equitable. I felt terrible telling the kindergarten kids they had to stay home tonight over a minor sewer issue. So there's one that's harder than you tonight, and it bothered us having to do it. So we're going to leave you. Okay. No, I mean, we got little kids that want to go to kindergarten and we're holding them up. Okay. So thank you, Mr. Bristol. Do I have any comments from the public other than Mr. DeAndrea? I know, Mr. DeAndrea, you're going to disagree with Mr. Feminella. I've heard your comments on this before. You can text Mr. Bristol if you want to say something different. Otherwise, do I have any other comments from the public on this application? No. Okay. Mr. Bristol, I'm sorry. We're going to leave you open. Again, if we have, we'll try to accommodate you as a decision as soon as we can. I'm sorry, we're just going to add stuff to the next agenda because we can't leave people hanging. Okay, Patrick, sorry. Okay, thank you, Mr. Bristol. Over and out. Mr. Cohen, the timing was perfect. All right, now, if you
I
go.
apologize.
If you go down again, quickly turn off your video and then come back. Do you know what happened?
No.
All right. So, Mr. Basili, are you good with going back to the other transcript? He's good.
Yeah.
You got the
good.
best. You got the best court reporter.
I
We are
don't know.
now. We think you are. We are now returning to the Renamba applications number 10 and 11. We are continuing the discussion. Mr. Cohen, Bruce Cohen is presenting. Go ahead, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you very much, and I apologize.
Uh-oh.
Whatever
Quick.
happened to me.
Turn off your video.
Yeah. Turn off my video.
Just turn off your video because you're getting shaky again. There we go.
Well, He needs to,
Oh, and I look
Don't-
better. The, what I was getting into on the site plan
oh, frick.
to go through the way in which the new application.
No, this isn't gonna work.
With the
This
regulation.
isn't working. Mr. Cohen, this isn't working.
You cannot,
You're breaking up.
Can you
hear
just
me?
simply call in, Mr.
Yeah,
Cohen?
call in, call in.
Colin,
Call in.
Colin, we don't have a lot of questions for you. We'll do them as best we can. Call in.
Does he
And
have a
we'll-
number? Can someone tell him what?
Sorry.
who to-
Katie, and also
Yeah.
make sure that, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's the first time well, Mr. Cohen got a new computer after he had problems the last time. We're gonna have to get him to buy another one.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Oh, well, if you can hear me, maybe that's good enough.
Yeah, you sound good right now, actually.
Nope, there it goes.
There you
I'll keep
go.
talking. What I was about to say was that the application complies with the aspects. It is only,
okay, Mr. Cohen, do you have anybody streaming at your house right now? Anybody watching Netflix or anything like that?
that's a good question.
Tell
They're in
everybody,
trouble.
just fire those people. 'Cause he
Just
doesn't-
tell him to call.
Or
If he
call.
calls in, he can keep his video on and that'll be fine.
Yeah, good point.
You just-
Call in and keep your video on. We'll mute you. Call in.
Number.
Michelle
Katie.
just sent it to you.
Oh, Michelle.
Add a girl, Michelle. Oh, that's the other thing. We got Michelle here. I'm gonna promote Michelle. Can I find her? Yeah.
Over and above, Mr. Cohen?
She's
Well,
she's gonna love giving the presentation, Madam Chair.
We'll wait for
No,
Mr. Cohen
no,
to come back.
it's, she
but,
can
yeah.
she can just talk while, if there's gaps, she can fill them. Don't refuse
Oh,
me,
here it
woman.
is. Okay. Okay, get ready.
All right. All right. We're all waiting. Patrick, you're on the lookout. This still is nicer than meeting live, right? Everybody agrees we're still better than being live, right?
Mrs. Cronin
No,
looks like
it's
she's on.
Today,
right.
today is testing that.
All right. Did he call?
That sounded worse, whatever that was.
I just no, I'm asking. Okay, Michelle?
Her,
Okay,
Michelle.
you need to unmute yourself. Yeah, turn up your volume. Okay. All right.
Bruce, you're
Michelle,
you're
we can't hear you either. Can you figure out where your volume is? Your mic is off.
Can you hear me?
yes, we can hear you, but not consistently.
No.
No.
No, I think Michelle's connection is bad as well. I'm looking for Mr. Cohen in the room. I'm not seeing him either.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Well, let me just finish telling you what I was going to tell you. This is
Mr. Cohen,
Department of Public Health.
every third word is lost, Mr. Cohen. It's not working. There's no record here.
Okay.
All right, Michelle, we could not hear you before. Do you have your mic turned off?
No.
Nope,
she-
we can't
she
hear you.
also- yeah.
Are they in the same location?
That is
I'm guessing not.
terrible.
Are
No.
you guys living together? Sorry. It's like, all right. Okay, you haven't adopted Bruce Cohen because we could give you some other attorneys you could take home. Okay, now you're muted. Try unmuting.
Be completed as dialed. Please. And four. Welcome to Verizon Wireless. Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please check the number and dial.
I muted Michelle because her feedback was coming through, and that's what we were getting before. And now I'm just waiting for any phone number to pop up in the room.
Well, he's getting an incomplete phone call thing. All right, everybody try not to start giggling.
Has he just tapped out completely from the Zoom call and tried to reconnect?
Yes, he did.
What's the,
Michelle is resending you the phone number, Mr. Cohen.
I appreciate your being very patient.
Oh, we're just going to deny the application, so don't worry.
Don't do that.
I'm considering our options here.
Ouch, ouch,
That's land
ouch.
use jokes.
What?
101.
Yes, how many planners does it take to change a light bulb? Just one, but you have to have the right site
Oh.
plan.
Now, this is a good idea. Tony DeAndrea is the engineer on this one. Now I would let Tony talk. Because we have questions for him, do we not?
I have questions for Mr. Canning, actually.
Mr. Canning is not here, is he?
He is.
Oh, Mr. Canning, would you raise your hand? Yeah, okay. We're going to talk to Mr. Canning, okay?
Just for the record, Mr. Canning sent over a revised memo this evening, talking about the new traffic numbers. So that is included we sent that to the commission. It's in the record.
I was in meetings until we barreled in here, so you guys just have to tell me. What, Nick, did you have a chance to read what we got?
I'm looking for it right now.
And that number that you gave
Oh,
me.
we heard you there for one
Give
second.
me-
Michelle, now we can hear you, Michelle.
I'm muting. No,
Yes.
it's coming through on Mr. Cohen's.
Oh,
I'm
Can you
muting
mute-
Mr. Cohen. So
Please, mute them
Before-
both. We're going to talk
Yeah.
to John Canning.
And
I don't know why we're unable to mute here.
889.
Okay, now we got it. All right. Okay, Mr.
right.
Canning.
Mr. Canning, you're on. Okay, Nick, did everybody else on the
Yeah,
commission
I-
get a chance
I
to
found it.
review what came in? Okay, so y'all just lead with the update on the traffic from Mr. Canning, and if I still have questions, I'll jump in because I have my questions written down here. Go ahead,
I can't hear John now.
Mr. Canning.
I don't know. They've all caught the same contagion here.
Are y'all
Hello,
living
hello?
together?
Hello?
Okay,
Ah, there he
yeah.
is. Great,
All right,
thank you.
Mr. Canning,
All right.
you gotta wear your equipment, okay?
I've got too much equipment. I've got everything here. It's a problem.
All right, okay, let's go then.
Yeah,
Mr. Canning.
Good evening, Madam
Nick,
Chair, members of the commission. Yes, thank you for your time. Apologies for the technical difficulties. So we reviewed Beta and DPW's latest memorandum where Beta basically said, we believe that the analysis may be overly conservative. The operating conditions are marginally level of service D. Connecticut DOT doesn't make adjustments for COVID anymore. And so to respond to that, we went out yesterday morning and yesterday afternoon and conducted new traffic counts. And we found that our traffic counts were actually reasonably accurate. They were within 3% of what we had projected last year. So we were kind of pleased with that. But we reran the analysis with the new numbers using the same methodologies that were in the traffic study. And the new analysis was provided to you in a memo, and it indicates that with the traffic volumes we counted yesterday when school was in session, and with the projections to future conditions, level of service C conditions will prevail at the intersection in the no build and build conditions. That's with the project and without the project.
John,
Okay.
I'm sorry, that was level C, right? You said it remains?
it
Level of
remains
service
at,
C.
okay,
Thank
so
you.
you're gonna remain at level service C. What I got from the DPW comments was that y'all, correct me if you disagree, that basically they were not comfortable with working on that intersection. That was my take on it. So if you are now projecting level of service C, I was hoping, of course, that the applicant would contribute, Ms. Cronin and Mr. Cohen are listening, would contribute to any improvements that might be needed at the intersection as a cause of their putting in this facility. However, if the projection is to remain at C there is really no point in asking for those improvements at this time because it would be satisfactory to the town. I don't know what else we can do with that, wide open for ideas. Were you able to provide an accident history at the intersection relative to other areas?
Oh, we did.
Okay,
Let me
if
see if
the
I-
commission has seen it, I really didn't have time this afternoon, so if the commission has seen it, how did
Actually,
the
you know what?
accident?
We pulled that data, but we did not provide it. I do have that information here. Let me see where it is.
If I can just interrupt briefly, Mr. Cohen, if you could hit *6 on your phone, we can unmute your phone and you can use that as the audio.
And then can you mute him? Because I can't mute his other one and we're about to get a huge echo if we don't.
I
There we
got
go.
it. There you go.
Okay.
Okay, so Madam Chair, we obtained accident data from the Greenwich Police Department as well as the University of Connecticut repository crash records from 2015 through 2021, which is 7 years. And that revealed a total of 10 crashes on Old Field Point Road between Edgewood Avenue and Prospect Street. So that's basically the next intersection further up and the next intersection further down the street. So there were 10 crashes. 6 of these crashes were not at Field Point Road's intersection with Old Track Road at all, and were not related to activities occurring at the intersection. So only 4 of the crashes did occur at the intersection in the 7-year interval. So that's kind of 1 accident every other year. 2 of them were failure to obey the stop sign. So somebody came to the stop sign on Old Track Road and they should have waited for traffic to pass.
Yeah, it was a school bus. I remember it I was there when it happened. Yes, saw that. It was a car and a school bus and somebody went right through the stop sign. Got it. So there were only 4 accidents. Now we compare that. What did they tell us tonight? For the same number of years, Beta told us Arch Street is 90.
Correct, something like that. Arch Street is an extremely busy intersection.
And dangerous, as that was what Beta pointed out. And I'm just giving you guys a comparison point. The 7th highest accident rate in the region has 90 accidents in the same time period. Okay, so you got the accident history. There's only been 4 crashes in a 7-year period. You've updated your traffic analysis. You remain at level C. You were being asked to provide the turning radius for the truck movement. Did you send that in?
We did not. We believe that the turning radius and the issue of the left turn lane impinging on the ability for 2 lanes to move eastbound towards Prospect Street were related to the creation of the left turn lane. And therefore, if the left turn lane is not being created, the issue is moot.
All righty. Now, okay. I've got level, okay, that addresses the, now, I probably need, is Mr. DeAndrea still here?
Before we move on from Mr. Canning, it's
Okay, well, I'm looking for Mr. DeAndrea in the meantime.
all right. The left turn lane on Old Field Point. I've seen the drawing. It's quite intriguing. I'm not too sure how this would meet the standards from DPW. I'm assuming that actually this hasn't been brought to DPW's attention.
No, it was brought to DPW's attention, and it does meet the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials. I believe we referred to that in our last submission, and it is consistent with other left turn lanes along the corridor. You might like to have it a foot wider. I think it was 2 11-foot through lanes and 1 10-foot turn lane that we had proposed. DPW's concern, frankly, was that right now there's a center line down the middle of the road. So technically you've got, and I'm going to say the road is about 32 feet wide. So you've got 16 feet from which to make turns into and out of the right turn or the eastbound lane. And so DPW's concern was that if you put a left turn lane in, now you won't have all of that room because the lanes shift over a little bit, and it will be harder for trucks to make the turn because they would be turning into the newly created left turn lane.
Okay, right. I see that. I think one of the biggest concerns I've had with this project is that particular intersection.
Same here.
And going through it hundreds of times a day kind of thing. You know, it's, and I think it's not just particular to this particular project. It's all of the development that's happened on Old Track Road. And I guess as I see it, you know, we've got the gym, we've got the apartment building.
I
We
know.
have, this will actually be the thing, the lot is right at the end. But there's one more lot that's actually undeveloped. But in particular, this lot, actually, the undeveloped lot, is vehicle storage for a dealership down the street. So it seems that we have a lot of cars coming in and out of here. And I'm concerned is that even more development, we maybe get more vehicles coming in and out of here.
Well, the vehicle storage goes away, right?
No,
The vehicle storage that's on the lot itself is going to go away.
is it? I don't believe it's on the lot.
I don't
No,
believe
some-
it's on the lot either.
The last time I was back there, does somebody remember going back? There were also vehicles in that lot.
There
Does
are
anybody-
both. Yes, Madam
Oh,
Chair.
yes. Oh, yes,
There
there's
are-
both. But the one vehicle storage will stay. The vehicle
Right.
storage that's on the particular development lot will go away,
Right.
but
Correct.
it's still there. So I'm having it's the development potential for the whole street that's actually got to be hung up on this.
Well, let's
What
do
the-
something simple. Let's just talk about, sorry, Mr. Canning. Let's do something that we always do. Let's say that 1 year after the CO, we will evaluate that intersection. That intersection must be evaluated and they must be submitted, and they must submit a level of service for the peak areas and see how we do. And we'll look at the accidents and we'll see what's happened. That's a simple solution that we've done before.
And then what? That's, you know, if
And then
if
we talk
everything's
about
everything's hunky dory, we're great, fine, perfect. Let's move on.
Exactly.
And
then
then
if it's not,
if
we
it's
talk
not-
about intersection improvement. We need to get data on the intersection and see how we can better manage the traffic at the intersection. Katie, any thoughts? Patrick, any thoughts? This is Patrick's report.
Well, I was
sorry.
just gonna say, and if with the intersection improvement, if there isn't one, because I know it's complicated over there with the other roadways or whatever, I mean, potentially then it's either managing the traffic that comes in and out through restrictions, or, you know, heaven forbid, reducing the number of rooms, which I don't think that would work, but, you know, obviously having to manage the traffic differently.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but Mr. Canning can speak to this, but I think if the traffic is failing or increasing or creating an issue here, it's probably not going to be with this project, but the next project that gets built on the road.
Absolutely.
And that'll be the opportunity for the commission, the town to make, you know, measures that will appropriately accommodate or not whatever development happens. But you know, my take on reading the report is that the traffic is relatively low considering what has been going on. Granted, there's a lot of things that have been shuttered over the last, including the site, but it's negligible right now.
So I believe I told you this before, but just about the only use that generates less traffic per square foot than
Yeah.
assisted living is self-storage. It's about as low as you can go from a traffic perspective. And I agree with Mr. Leroux that you have the other vehicle lot in there. And if and when somebody decides they want to do something with that, you'll have another opportunity to look at it then.
I'm not ready to let go of the concept, but I'll give you that. Okay. The next two questions, I'd like to shift to drainage and sewer, which is is it okay if I shift to drainage and sewer with everybody? Okay, so the next two questions, Mr. DeAndrea, if you would unmute, please. Okay, so Mr. DeAndrea.
Good evening.
Good evening. I can't find, I know I read this sentence somewhere. I can't find where conservation talks about the Horseneck Brook and it getting untreated water.
Okay,
I can't believe that you would have done that.
right. I think her assumptions are incorrect. What we've done and worked closely with the engineering department and our LEP, the environmental professional, and the landscape architects. We all combined together to modify our original submission to increase the number of rain gardens within the recreation area to the southwest of the building, down in the triangular southern section, if you will. All of the runoff that we're generating on site is being funneled through one of the series of rain gardens. One is large, and it's in the main oval, if you will, in that area, the recreation area. And there are several other smaller ones. And all of them are designed so that we can demonstrate separation from anything that may remain contaminated. And we are completely consistent with our drainage manual as to the means in which we can filter the runoff vertically through the soil, the medium that's designed in accordance with the manual. So all of the runoff from the site will be treated and then ultimately discharged through the existing drainage system that runs along the base of the hill on the
Mr.
western
DeAndrea?
side. Yes,
The water that goes toward the Horseneck Brook
which
is
is,
being,
yes,
is being treated, yes or no?
yes, absolutely,
Perfect.
yes.
Okay, we're done. Next question for you, sir. Again, the 10-to-1 flow thing with sewer. Have
Yes.
you all reached an agreement with the sewer department on this?
We've had direct conversations with Mr. Feminella, excuse me.
okay.
Michelle and I had at least one positive discussion, and we accept the fact that it's he wants us to eliminate at a ratio of 10-to-1. What's been left open so far is that he hasn't committed to where this might be placed on our agenda. At the meeting that we had, Michelle and
hadn't
I,
seen it,
with
Patrick.
Mr.
Thank you.
Feminella, they had the CDM representative also attending the meeting. And we all agreed that it can be done. We want to do it on a main. We want to be able to have a reasonable size pipe, a smaller pipe, 12-inch would be ideal. And that just has not yet been identified. As late as today, or maybe yesterday it was, Michelle once again contacted Richard and asked, when and if we can have that commitment. Ultimately, we would be able to decide the equity of it and when and how that would be done.
Okay, so you do not have sign off from sewer yet?
We don't
Madam
have,
Chair,
yes, go ahead, Bruce.
sorry,
We have.
we have a letter in the
Ms. Albert?
file that it's a back and forth, just confirming that both sides agree that they're addressing all comments, and that was
Okay,
provided. So
all we have to do, if we were to approve this application, is we would say that they're gonna do the 10-to-1 offset.
yes,
Or as agreed.
Or as agreed by the sewer
Because
department.
it may yet be less than 10-to-1.
Okay, and Mr. DeAndrea, I caution you on this one. We implore you to be super conservative and careful, okay? Because you're on Horseneck.
We fully understand that, yes.
Okay, and you know that you love this town and this is an exposure for our town. The Horseneck line is always a concern. Okay, 10-to-1 offset or as agreed by the sewer department and that we have
CDMs, yes.
CGMs. Okay. All right. My last question is, I'm sorry, I blanked. They have been to ARC and gotten sign off, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. so
Return, they have
ARC
to go, back with 50% construction documents.
No problem. Okay. All right. I'm done. Anybody else? Okay.
I see, it's that left turn lane thing that's kind of hanging me. That's the problem I have.
But the left turn lane will not exist because they're not doing the intersection improvement. Isn't that what we just said, Mr. Canning? All right. So
yes, yeah. So
you-
I'm not sure. We sort of breezed over that, but the original concept was if the level of service was decreasing, the commission may be interested in getting that improvement. But now that the level of service is not changing, it's not necessary at this point in time. So if it's an option that the commission may have in the future, but it's not a request that the applicant's making anymore.
I would still be really interested that the commission reserve the right that the commission asked that the applicant come back with a traffic assessment of that intersection 1 year after CO. By then they should have full occupancy, and let's just see how that intersection goes. They may not be the straw that tips the camel's back, but let's just get the data. Mr. Canning needs to put food on the table anyway. Okay. I don't have anything else then, Nick. I think that since we're not doing the improvement, we would be all set. We've got Mr. DeAndrea on the record about Horseneck on the brook, and also on the CGM, on the 10 CGM, 10-to-1 CGM offset. Okay. Nobody else on the commission has questions. Does anybody from the public wish to inquire about this application? Mr.
Ms.
Tessie.
Zeldin,
Mr. Tessie wishes to speak. All righty. And then, yeah, Mr. Cohen, I'm sparing you, but I think you've gotten to the point where we can hear you because you're in stereo.
well, that's a good thing. What Mr. Tessie has finished, I've got a couple of technical things to bring to the commission's attention.
Great. Mr. Tessie, would you go ahead?
Yes. Good evening. Just want to confirm you can hear me. Never sure.
Yes, we can hear you. You're not breaking up. We can see you. You look tan. Go ahead.
Look old. Thank you. I'll be relatively brief, given your agenda and the fact that I spoke at your July, I believe your July 7th meeting was the last time that you heard this application. And I pointed out the concerns that my client, Mr. Ferrari, has as the owner of Old Track Road, private road, regarding the development. I don't want to spend much time on the issue of the rights regarding improvements of Old Track Road, because the commission has recognized that that is a private restriction / agreement situation. But given the fact that Mr. Cohen submitted a further letter articulating his quote opinion and citing cases, I just have to point out, and for the record, that there are agreements recorded in the Greenwich Land Records, book 2129 at page 16 and 2366 at page 92, that speak in terms of limitations of the rights of Mr. Cohen's clients to make any improvements in or on Old Track Road. That has to do with the physical paved area of the road specifically. Separately, there are rights to connect or install utilities, but there are limitations on that regarding the prohibition against affecting utilization of the road by other users. To the extent that therefore the commission's decision takes into account proposed improvements within the Old Track Road right of way, and there are improvements proposed. They include additional pavement, changing the grade of the road, addition of sidewalks, and the changing overall of the of certain areas regarding the turning radiuses having to do with our terminus at the end of Old Track Road. For the record, Mr. Ferrari objects to any work and believes that since work is being proposed in his right-of-way or his property, that he would have to be an applicant for the commission to have the jurisdiction over his property to authorize or require such improvements. And by the way, that would also include any proposed improvements that this commission may consider pursuant to the beta comments or DPW comments regarding the intersection with Old Field Point Road, to the extent that
They intersect
improvements
with
are
Old
proposed
Track.
on Mr. Ferrari's property.
If I could just consult with Patrick and Katie for 1 second, Mr. Tessie. So here's the thing, say we were to approve this application and it involves some work on the private road, wouldn't we just say that the commission finds that prior to the work being carried out, which has been approved by the commission, that the commission recognizes that the applicant must seek the necessary permission, full stop? I mean, that's all we have to do. We recognize it's there. We are okay with it, and the applicant is going to have to talk to the owner, but we don't have a problem with it.
I think furthermore, Madam Chair, that the applicant has also expressed their opinion that and their rights to do certain work. So if there is a private property dispute regarding those matters, it's not the commission that's asking for the work to be done.
We acknowledge, we don't even mention it. Okay, so we don't even acknowledge that there's a private property issue. But fundamentally, we're okay with the work being done, but the private property owner has to agree to it, and we're out of the picture from there on.
That's between them. It's not a zoning issue.
Okay,
So,
all right, okay. Mr.
I
Tessie,
think
that's
it's a-
what,
No,
We'll do that.
sorry, and I understand that. That's generally consistent with what the commission had basically come to at your July 7th meeting.
yeah, I kind of
just
thought I
wanted to
was
bring-
saying something again, but you never know. I was repeating myself. Okay.
No, it's not a question you're repeating yourself. Mr. Koenig, after the commission said that's a private issue, he again raised it by articulating an opinion and citing cases which have to do, as you read, it's just a matter of reading what he wrote, with someone having the ball right of an easement for all quote lawful purposes without any reference to restrictions that are in the record. And this is a bit of field of what the commission wants to get involved with, and I appreciate that. But I would have been remiss had I not brought it up. That is it. The only other point I want to stress, because it's really never been discussed, at least to my knowledge, either in the applicant's paperwork or in the responses by staff or departments, which is the construction traffic, particularly given the amount of material either being brought in or taking out of the site. I believe it comes, when you do the math, to thousands of trucks. And I touched upon it a bit, but again, at the July 7th meeting, given the amount of construction traffic, there should have been some type of proposal as to how that's going to be handled. When we're talking about that much construction traffic of major trucks going past basically through the parking lot, and I brought this up before, right, of the gym and of the residential units. Since the buildings are on one side of the street, the south side, and we have a double-deck parking area on the would be the north side. And I would hope that the commission in any event takes that into account and looks for some type of construction traffic proposal or other type of modulating proposals to assure the safety of these residents and these many families that attend the gym. And with that, I am done.
Okie dokie. Thank you very much, Mr. Tessie. Over to you, Mr. Cohen, for technical details.
Well, first, let me just quickly respond to what John had to say again. Let me say that the owner of an easement has an absolute right, particularly in this case where it's an easement for all legal purposes, an absolute right to use and improve the right of way. No question about it. There are things he cannot do, which John is alluding to. He can't prevent others from using it. He can't destroy the road. He's got to repair damage. All of those things the applicant will do. My client has attempted on several occasions to reach out to Mr. Ferrari to discuss this kind of thing, to discuss timing and that sort of thing. He's never received a response from Mr. Ferrari. So let me use the occasion of John listening in to ask once again to see if we can't sit down and talk about these things. But it's an absolute right that the owner of the right-of-way has to do the things that we're proposing to do. And I think it would be a mistake for the commission to involve itself into what rights we may or may not have. So now back to what I wanted to do on a technical basis. First of all, there is one condition that if the commission sees fit to approve this application, one condition that DPW would like the commission to make, and that is to require that the eastern driveway on the north side of the new building remain open and unimpeded for a turnaround for trucks and other emergency vehicles and that sort of thing. So that's number one, and I do believe it's in the staff report. The other thing is there are findings which the commission must make under the new MRCO regulations. They're found in section 6.115J. And let me just quickly review them so that the commission has in mind what those findings must be. That the development complies with the standards of 615, 617, and 615 H4 of the building zone regulations. 2, that the proposed development provides landscaping, planting, and screening at a sufficient height and depth to support any additional massing permitted over that of the underlying zone and mitigate visual impacts on adjoining properties. And 3, that the quality of architecture, landscape treatment, and the density and scale of the MRC development are compatible with adjacent buildings surrounding land use development and the general neighborhood context. And the commission is well aware of the fact that the applicant has been working with the neighbors uphill over a period of time to come up with an acceptable planning plan that will be installed before construction begins, so that we have a growth period that we can take advantage of. So with those, let me call them technical issues, the findings that must be made under subparagraph J of 115, and the condition that must be imposed by the commission on the eastern driveway per the DPW comments, I rest my case.
Okay. All righty, thank you. And so with that, since we had no more public comment, does anybody object to closing these 2 applications at this time? No objections. Therefore, both of these applications are closed at this time. Just as a question for you all, do you want to decide this? And there's one person who this is specifically directed at. Do you all want to decide this tonight? There are several findings that we need to make. There's some whereases. Are we in good shape for that, Mr. McRae? And is everybody else comfortable with deciding it?
I would like to defer the decision. There's a lot of moving parts that I would like to make sure I've got included. Specifically the findings, everything we just said about the traffic. And I want to make sure I've got the sewer thing correct. As I'm going through everything, yes, it talks about the offset, but I don't believe I have anything specific on that. I'd like to make sure that I've got that language correct on that.
The emergency vehicles, yep.
Yeah, everything else
Okay.
seems to be being
right.
able to button down. So I think we could probably quickly dispense with this at the next meeting.
Okay, remembering that Patrick says we have 17 items, but we will do our best. All righty. With that, Mr. Basili, we are now ending the public hearing.
All right, thank you.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
We see you soon. Get some rest because we're going to do a really marathon one soon.
Oh, can't wait.
Okay, now we have one more piece of work before us, folks. we have three decision items tonight. I believe that Mr. McRae has been working on drafting some stuff. This is for Greenwich
Excuse me a
Committee.
second. Excuse me. Do we have a discussion? item?
No, they all got postponed.
All right, so I missed that. All right, thank you, sorry for the
Oh, you
interruption.
know, the chair announces all that stuff in the beginning. You gotta be, oh, you were chewing or something. All
Thank
right,
you.
we got three decisions that we have on our agenda for tonight. I would like to ask you that we make those decisions. I believe Mr. McRae has been scrawling. It is the MI, the zoning map amendment, and the final coastal site plan, all for the senior facility on the McKinney Terrace campus. Is everybody amenable to getting that done?
Okay, so we did the bump outs.
Oh, wait, did Mr. Cohen come back to us?
He did, Madam Chair.
Oh, okay.
So
So,
we can vote. We can also vote on the Indian Springs.
so we
Glenville
can
Road,
also,
okay.
yeah, thank you for, that wasn't what Mr. McRae was gonna say, so we can also do 148 and 181 Glenville. Do you want to knock that one out real fast, folks? Because it's not complicated. Yes, everybody's nodding. Let's knock that one out. And then, Mr. McRae, if everybody agrees, let's try to get Vinci done tonight.
Yeah, I think we can do that somehow. Okay.
I think we got some
Great.
stuff to talk about on Vinci, so.
Okay, 141, 181 Glenville Road, application PLPZ 2022-312, final re-subdivision. Applicant is seeking revised common lot lines to convey 41.619 acres of land from 148 Glenville to 181 Glenville. And the lots lie within the RA2 and RA1 and R7 zones. The commission finds the applicant meets the standards in sections 258, so on and so forth, of the town subdivision regulations and section 205 of the building zone regulations, and is neither a subdivision or re-subdivision. Conservation issued comments on 9.2 indicating the value of the present open space. Zoning issued comments 8/30/22 indicating proposal meets the requirements of the BZR and endorsed the project for zoning permit. Sewer issued comments stating 8/30 requesting applicant owner submit a plan letter acknowledging receipt of P&Z comments. Engineering issued comments stated 6/26/22 stating a lot line revision does not seem to be typical. And wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire on 5/11/22 indicating no action required. Therefore, motion to approve the application noting the following. For sewer division requests, the owners have provided a letter dated 09/08/22 acknowledging receipt of the sewer division comments.
Is this an approval or a finding of neither a sub nor a resub?
This is an approval.
No, you said it before, I thought in the
I
beginning.
said it, yes.
Okay,
Section 2 of the building zone regulations is neither a subdivision nor a re-subdivision.
Yeah,
sorry,
I thought
missed
that's
that.
what I heard. Yep.
You're the brain forgot. Go ahead.
Am I speaking too fast?
Yes.
No, once I heard that one part, it's, yeah.
All right.
I'll
Okay,
go
ahead.
slower.
No, it's
Yes.
okay.
Go ahead.
The applicant should prepare a record sheet in the form of a suitable for the chairman of Planning and Zoning Commission to sign and file with the Greenwich Land Records. And the standard note concerning drainage facilities shall be placed upon the map. And the applicant shall address any and all outstanding staff or interdepartmental issues.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Levy has seconded. Mr. Levy, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0, and we go to Vinci. I believe we should open, before we split up into deciding the three pieces of Vinci, let's just talk about what the concerns are, what you would want to see in an approval of the different things. The site plan, I think the zoning map amendment is not as much of an issue, but that y'all may have questions on the MI and on the site plan. So Who would like to lead off with comments?
I have a question.
All right, sir.
Thank you. What happened to this whole 830G controversy? Did it go away? I don't see it.
This assertion that it was an 830G was made after we had closed the item, so we're ignoring it.
Okay.
That's my take. Katie, you happy with my saying that?
Well, it's obviously an affordable housing project. And we have our own set of affordable housing regulations, which is what they applied to. They applied to rezone the property to our own affordable housing, which is the elderly. Yes, it's the RPHDE. And when you read that section of the regulation, it refers to a section of the statutes that talks about affordable and below market rate. And the applicant talked a lot about that. So there's, no mention of it being under 830G in their application. There certainly was a lot of mention about how this would speak to our affordable housing needs within the proceedings, which is wonderful. I mean, that's what we need. That's a good thing.
Yeah, but we had asked them for some information. They never gave it to us, right? Like the housing equivalency points, that kind of thing.
Well, there's a good point of discussion. I would like to just ask the housing authority if we were to vote to approve this. I don't see any reason that we can't just make a condition of approval that the housing authority provide the housing unit equivalency points that this project would generate. There's no reason for us not to just make that a condition. Anybody find a reason not to? We can ask
No,
for that.
I asked them.
Katie? Wait,
Well,
let Katie and Pat
Yeah, no,
say.
I think that a better way to rephrase it might be to suggest that they do an affordability plan prior to CO. And I say CO as opposed to zoning permit, because at that point, they will know what their funding sources are, and they will have, obviously they'll know exactly what the units are. And I think at that point, you tell us based on what you've been able to get, how the affordability works with these projects. Because we know it is elderly, and we know they have a below market rate component, but how much of the below market rate is not clear. So Pat had asked them many times for an affordability plan. They never provided it. So really that's what I think that's a better way to phrase it, because all of that information that you're after should be in that affordability plan.
Well, let me ask you, can we ask for it for building permit? Because I know we can't ask Bob to say anything right now, but they can't start building until they have their financing. So they have to have an affordability plan before they go to build. So when they get their building permit, they have to know what their affordability levels are going to be.
Well, is
Right?
that true? Because I was sort of thinking that it might
Bob
be like,
can't talk right now. He could text you, but he can't talk.
oh, right. Sorry. Yes, he's not seated, but I was under the impression that they had made representations on the record that yes, they had funding sources in place, but that doesn't mean that there's not opportunity for other funding sources, which.
But once
I
they
know that
go, once they are ready to start construction, they have to have their funding locked in. But Bob, perhaps you could confirm that.
Well,
for
to
Katie.
construct, I mean, they can submit us the draft,
Okay.
draft affordable housing plan.
All right.
And then once the numbers
Okay.
are finalized. prior
So
to
we
CO,
want to
it's-
draft affordable housing plan, and we would like it to include the HUE points that are going to be generated. Could we
Sure.
do that?
Yeah,
Okay. All
Do
right.
you want, when do you want the draft?
prior
Well,
to zoning, it sounds like.
I wanted it, no, building permit.
Well,
I think you want the draft before building, but the final document doesn't get filed until CO.
Yeah.
Right.
Although, once they have all their financing in place, and Bob's going to text one of you guys and answer the question, and then he hasn't talked, but once they have all their financing in place and they can go build, they start building. The moment they put the shovel in the ground, they have to have secured their financing, I believe. That's how we did stuff, but maybe
Oh, no,
affordable is different.
Yeah, no, that's not a requirement under the zoning regulation though, is what is for them to have this other financing, which is why I was saying.
No, I know
that-
that, Katie, but what I'm saying is they will know their affordability plan the moment they have finished securing their financing. And that happens before they do shovel in the ground.
As long as that document continued to be, continue to be fluid until prior to CO, that's,
Okay.
that's fine.
Okay, so draft
Yeah.
prior to building permit and or zoning permit, whatever you
Yeah.
guys want to do, and final at CO. Okay, and that we would like that to include the HUE points, but
Yeah.
because we haven't been able to get that. And I know it's a tough thing for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund because they don't know where they stand.
And it's, yeah, and it's also to Dennis's point about the initial question, it's, you know, there was no mention of of it coming in under the statutes initially. And the statute says if you are going to be assisted, then you need to have government assistance, which I talked a lot about government assistance. That part's fine. But what they never did is provided the affordability plan, which is the other requirement under the statute. So they have an incomplete application. If they, you know, so that's, doesn't
Okay.
make sense, especially because
All
they
right. All right. Okay,
obtain variances, all things that you wouldn't do if it was an 830G.
all righty.
Can we talk about
Um,
the zoning though? Because the zoning changes.
Okay, now, okay, having settled that, can we go to all the stuff that's on people's minds that they would like to consider and resolve as we, in what, how they would condition and all of that? Mr. Levy,
Well, I don't know how to resolve what they're asking for the zoning. I think that what has been brought up by commissioners is that the configuration of what they're asking for is a little odd and certainly unnecessary. And we don't know what we're getting into by saying yes to it. So I would love, my preference would be to limit this zoning change rather than to
so
have such large area.
Peter, one of the things we've talked about, and I don't know how much thought the rest of you have given this, but Peter Levy, one of the things we've talked about is whether we could approve what is before us, but require an applicant to go to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund for money and see if they could change configuration of their building, et cetera. That we could require someone to, we could say, okay, you have an approval, but you must go, for example, to the Affordable Housing Trust folks and talk to them about how funding from them might change your project, improve your project, et cetera. And we'd have to be very specific on that. Katie, can you comment on how we would do that?
As long as you're just asking them to go before, but it's not dependent on something happening by that other board. Like this project's only approved if you get X amount of money for the board, that would be improper. But if
No.
if it was, please go to the board and see if you can work something out. If you can't, you can't. If you can, hallelujah.
If you can get money from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, here are the things we would like to see you do.
Yeah,
And
but see,
then-
doesn't the money from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund actually go to making the units more affordable?
Not necessarily. We sold it to the RTM on the basis that we could reduce the size of the building, we could do deeper affordability, or we could change the building, the unit configuration, et cetera. We told the RTM this is so that we can control the development project, or the trust fund could control the outcome of a development project.
So can we say that we don't suggest you go, but you need to go to?
We say you
to
go.
have that discussion and see
But
what
you-
you're doing.
Yes, but Mr. Levy, what Katie just said, if they go and the Housing Trust Fund says, sorry, the bucket's empty, we're not interested in you or whatever, they have our approval, okay? We can't make anything we do contingent on them getting money from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So we approve it, and then we say, but we're telling you to go to the trust fund and ask for money and see if you can accomplish the following objectives, and we
Well,
give them the objectives.
but as far as I understand, there's nothing's been funded yet. Is that correct? So
We
there's
may have
nothing to
money in
do.
the pipe. Remember that we have some money from the American Rescue Plan Act, and I believe the trust fund is working on some other sources at present and in conversations with some other ideas. So the trust fund may have money, and it may choose to give that to the Greenwich Communities. And we would say to Greenwich Communities, we require that you talk to the trust fund. However, they have an approval for what is before us now. Okay,
And
all we're saying
maybe
is go.
we can one egg or two egg them, as opposed to just giving them that choice. So they either, I don't remember exactly what the, reduce the size to X and or go to the fund and have a
No,
discussion.
okay, that's a possibility. So
That way,
Mr.
in other
Right.
words, if they don't have an agreement, the approval is to build something smaller.
The only, okay, so what Mr. Levy is suggesting is that we modify the site plan and reduce the size of the building. So do I have reactions on that? And I will comment last. I do have a reaction.
That's a great idea. But if we're tying this back to the housing trust fund, it kind of puts us in this weird loop.
No, he's doing two things. One, we modify the application, and B, by the way, go get money from the trust fund. So he's doing two things.
Okay.
So thoughts?
So it's not make it, take a floor off and have the housing trust fund give you money to do that.
Well,
It's-
that's what I'm gonna say, because that's the third option.
Right, just take a floor off.
It's either under the site plan, under something under 615 or 617, there's a finding that the building should be reduced because of X. That's one option. B, please go to the building's approved, but we would like you to try and get some monies from town sources so that you can reduce the size of the building. That's option B. Or option C is the building is approved, and see if you can increase the affordability within that construct. So there's two options that you can discuss with the trust board.
Right.
Right, so it's actually go to the trust board prior to zoning permit. So to see if they would provide you with the additional capital so you can actually remove a floor of the building. That's option B. That's prior to zoning permit. The only question I would have with that is if, yes, they do receive the capital from the housing trust fund, they lop off a floor of the building. Is that a significant change where it have to come back to us, or would we just be okay with that?
Oh, well, they probably have to come back to us.
No, my take has been that if we approve the maximum that somebody could build, if they reduce it, they would be okay.
Well, would they have to go back to ARC because now it's a different building? So
Well, I'm saying what we talked about when we formed the trust is that rather than get caught in this do loop, for those of you who still remember Fortran, that we say this is approved as is. If you make it smaller, it's still approved. Now, does anybody else have a comment on this? Because I'm gonna comment last. I do have a comment on it.
I think it's I understand that. I think it's it's a great idea. It's the open-endedness of this.
I get it.
Because it's okay, cutting the floor out, that's great, but then what happens? And
Just have a smaller building. But
Okay.
now, to which I would say to you, the housing authority is before us because we need senior low-income housing. I know there's a concern about the neighborhood, but we do need the senior housing and we need low-income housing for seniors. Is it really in the best interest of our community to reduce the size of this building? And I ask you that, you know that I fight for community character every chance I get, but we need this house. We do need affordable housing for seniors. We have a lot of, if you look at the numbers, we got a lot of low-income seniors in town. And they need something like this. So is this a direction we want to go in? I ask you that question because I personally am not that comfortable with it.
What are the numbers again in terms of the reduction?
If you take, Nick, do you have it in front of you? If you, I haven't entertained what each floor has. It's 52 in total.
Yeah. I don't
Um,
have that number in front of me.
Does anybody have it quick? But
I mean,
I'm just,
that's why that third option becomes quite attractive, which is that they go to the trust and say, this is what we're building with the monies that we've secured already, because obviously they know what that is. They presented that on the record. This is the building we want to make. We think this is the right thing for the community. And if there's an opportunity through monies from the trust to deepen that affordability or create more affordable units, then that's a good thing.
Well,
see,
then,
that's
so that's the point. That's the point. So if we're going to get the bulk, we want them to increase the affordability. And if they don't, then they can make it smaller, kind of thing. That I think that's a good way to look at it.
I think our first goal for something like this should be to deepen the affordability.
Yeah.
If they can get more money, can we deepen the affordability? And again, when they do the affordability plan, they'll be able to tell us how many HUE points we get, because remember, the more deeply affordable it is, the more housing, the more points we get towards the moratorium. So we want it to be deeply affordable.
Right. Well, thank you for that, Katie. That was good.
Okay. Other thoughts, folks?
I think we really need to address the architecture, at least I do. I think that we've talked a lot about national historic areas and other applications over the course of years. I've always found that this one basically is not respectful of what's out there as the existing historic building and even the buildings that are actually adjacent to it that were done years ago. This seems to be a complete departure from any kind of respect of those. I think that something that was of concern of me was that I don't believe we had any information from the fire marshal's office about the nature of this building, the nature and how safety can be addressed. Specifically, understanding the population of this building is probably one of the most vulnerable in our town. It's a 4-story wood building, that kind of thing. And, you know, how is the fire department take a look at this in terms of actually addressing safety concerns?
But that's easy because we just condition that. We just say you must,
Yeah, I was
fire
gonna,
department, you know.
no, but can we condition the architectural elements here, Nick?
Yeah. Why not? We could put a condition in it.
I seem to remember a fair amount of resistance to any change in the.
Well, I mean, their point.
I associated that with cost issues, but who knows?
Yes,
their
but
point-
they're going out to get money from other sources, and that will be part of what they need to raise. That's all. I don't think that's not a problem as far as them going forward, because they haven't secured their sources of funding yet.
Yeah, but
when they do, they'll secure sources, and then they'll have the money.
This isn't like it's a market rate project, though. It is hard to secure dollars for affordable housing. And their point to us when we kept talking about the architecture was it's hard enough to cobble the financing together. I can tell you guys right now.
Oh, it's really, I mean, I've seen this before, and it's not such a big issue. We're talking about a very small part of the funding of this project, we're talking about, this is a very expensive project, and we're talking about a fraction of the soft costs of
Okay, Peter.
of doing this. I mean, it's
Yeah,
just not.
Peter, so how do you explain the nature of their pushback on this? I'm not saying
Well,
you're wrong. I'm just wondering.
Right. Well, I'll tell you just the way I'm looking at it. It's they don't have a source of funding yet, so they can't speak to it. But once they get a source of funding, getting a few extra dollars or incorporating that into the big picture is not an issue. We're only talking about thousands of dollars. We're not talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars to do this.
Yeah, I thought I heard them represent on the record that they do have a source of funding, and
Yes.
further, that they had said that if they've been to ARC 3 times, there was something specific. They said if there's something specific you want us to do, and it's within the realm of reason, they're happy to do it. But they're not comfortable with, please go back to the drawing board and rethink this or something. That's what I recall. them
That's
saying.
exactly, Katie. This is what I'm referencing. Yeah.
Okay, so
Well,
why don't we do that?
Okay.
You guys who are concerned about the architects, can you spell out exactly what you want to see happen?
Okay. There
Go
we
ahead.
Oh, right
Waiting.
now you want to do it right now?
Yeah, right now, if you want them to modify the architecture, you've got to say what
They
you
need
want to
to-
see.
They need to indicate on revised drawings, removal of all the vinyl siding, replace it with a brick veneer, revise the roof line geometries in keeping with the National Adjacent Historic Register site.
So in other words, the roof configuration they have is not appropriate. They need some kind of gabled or hipped roof, not a mansard roof. It doesn't really mix. That's a big change.
Okay. All right, so you want the roof lines to line up, you want to get rid of the vinyl siding. And you're saying they go and they make those revisions and that is satisfactory.
We have to, well, for the architecture.
For the architecture.
You don't need any greater specificity with regard to those proposed changes than what you've said?
I don't think so, but I mean, they want the roof lines to be consistent. I would pick a reference that you want it to be consistent with.
Okay, so the fire school, the geometry of that roof is hip.
Okay.
So they could use that. The
All right.
geometry of the smaller buildings is a gable. They could use that. They gotta pick one.
All right,
I
so you give them the option. Katie, go ahead.
I thought the issue was that the reason they had to pick the roof line that they did was so that they could fit the number of units up there. And if they had a different roof type, they would start getting into height issues and that kind of thing. So, and they would lose basically the floor area, which is why they went with the mansard looking like.
This is the basic confusion that we keep on coming up against. When we're talking about community character in the POCD, these things, that's a real issue and you can't just fudge it. It's the same thing with the Board of Ed lawn. I'm not going to use the word. I think that shows a bit of a disconnect in understanding what's important to connect to our town. That's the issue. If you are saying that, well, the most important thing is to get a few extra units in there and get the other floor, and the community character simply is trumped by it, then that's your solution. Or you could say, well, community character has to have more application here, and you can't do that in this scheme. It doesn't work because then you don't have community character. Then you aren't following the POCD. And that's the kind of clear understanding that needs to be pushed here. There's a confusion about the architecture otherwise. Period.
My thought would be if we were actually talking to any other developer, would we be, we would be looking for the best possible building to be built. And I think it's the same thing here. We're looking for the best possible building to be built. Something that actually affords the balance between, yes, we're getting affordable housing, but we're also getting a building that needs to relate to its surroundings and something that the town of Greenwich needs to live in for the next, live with the next 75 years.
Well, that the town is proud of.
Exactly. And it seems that actually people went out of their way to make sure that the Byram School was made a National Register area, so they were proud of it. The new other buildings were actually designed and constructed in a way to actually complement the building, the Byram School. Why would we not look to do the same with this one?
Sounds good to me.
Their comment is that the brick veneer is a lot more expensive. That was what they said at the meeting.
That's what they're raising money
And
for.
if it was a developer doing another development of of multi-story family, multi-family housing on 4 stories, would we be talking about the same thing? Would we say, yeah, you have your building, but the building doesn't work. We're making suggestions of things you should do as part of making the building fit better with the neighborhood.
I mean, I think the problem is that the application ran out of time, and so now you're saying things like change a roof line. And I think that the brick veneer thing was brought up and they said that wasn't within the budget. But the changing the roof line though, I mean, that has zoning implications to the point where they may not be able to do that and still get the number of units they want. That's the concern. In other words, is that still an approvable plan? We just don't know because you don't have the plan before you. That's the concern.
Mm-hmm.
Can you guys live with just doing the change in the vinyl and leaving the roof line alone?
It's all about the mass of the building. It's that architecture and how it relates to the school.
I mean, this might be one thing that would be of interest to go to the trust about, actually, and say, maybe, I don't know, that's something I guess we'd have to discuss and see whether that would be an appropriate use of the money. But if they took some of the trust money to do some of the affordability part of it and then use some of the other money that they had to do the building part of it, I mean, maybe there's some play in there. But the biggest concern I have though, and Nick and Peter, you're the experts, is changing the roof line. That's, to me, feels like something, geez, can you still comply with zoning? I mean, do you think they still can, based on changing from that mansard to a gable or hip situation?
Sure,
Yes,
and it might mean making it smaller.
Right, but that's therein lies the problem. This is a 52 unit, is it, Pat, or 50 unit? But this you can't say, well, oh shoot, it didn't work, now we're down to 48. I mean, I think that kind of messes them up. That was the impression I got from their presentation, that they had certain numbers that they needed and wanted, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Same impression. Okay, you guys, can we land on something? Because
I've landed.
Okay, so what is your landing then? Because I'm hearing Katie say hard to change the roof line, and I asked again, can y'all just live with changing the siding and leaving the massing the same, but letting them go to the trust and spelling out what the trust would theoretically fund for, if Bob can raise some money? And good poker face.
I think they should go to the trust. That should be part of, any application we see coming through. That's what it's there for.
Mhm.
I think if they're going in for the trust, are we going to actually suggest things they should be using the money they get from the trust?
I was thinking yes. I
And
was
if they don't,
thinking, yeah,
and, well, and if they don't get the money from the trust, what happens?
then
Yeah,
they're approved as is.
Okay,
So
I
it's a
discussed this.
question.
I don't know
So-
if I don't know if I can live with that. That's, it's approved as is. There it is, and I don't want to be able to have to live with the building approved
Okay, so
as
what
is.
because what we talked about, well, then split it out. They don't talk to the trust about the vinyl. You require that it be veneer. And they talk to the trust about something else, like change it, whatever else you want them to talk about. But you pick the thing that you absolutely want changed, you guys, and we'll change that regardless. And then if they can get money from the trust, more power to them. I personally, the only thing is we need affordable housing and we have a lot of low income seniors in town. I think we have to be supportive of that. So what do you absolutely, you two cannot live without it being changed? What is your absolute have to fix this? That is what you change. What would be
There just
nice
has
to
be
have.
compromises here on both sides. I mean,
Exactly. So where's your line?
Well, got to do something about that roof line. That's pretty rough.
They're
And,
gonna need, that's a problem for Katie and Pat because you might mess up the zoning. Can y'all live with the roof line and just ask for the change to the veneer?
I don't think so, because the whole idea of this is to try to fashion something which really does work. And that roof line is just going off in the wrong direction.
You're essentially saying it's going to be neither fish nor fowl by doing one but not the other, or you're attempting to do something that's half-baked. And it what I'm hearing from Nick and Peters, it's not, there's no sort of halfway measure that's going to achieve what they're trying to achieve. Is that right, you guys?
I think so. I mean, I don't, these things are pretty straightforward. There's, you have to do certain things in order to create this relationship. And you can't just say, well, I'm not gonna, well, we'll do one, but not the other. No, you have to do, there's certain things you have to do in order to make it work. If you don't go all the way, then it doesn't really work. What do you bother with it for?
What might happen is if you get that roof line, it might get longer. You see what I mean? Now, is that acceptable to you? You haven't seen that plan, so you might not like that.
Well,
yes,
I think
that 50 units, and so that therein lies the problem.
Well,
is that when you had this conversation with the app, go ahead.
They could, there's, the configuration can change. I'm not worried about that, but they do need to get a lot of things right. Well, there are form-based, form-based zoning, which works very well, but they don't, they just give them some parameters like what Nick and I are saying. And they figure it out. They change the massing, they make it an L shape, they put it in, whatever, they do things in order to modify and accommodate the form-based zoning.
But we don't have a form-based code.
Okay, we don't have form-based code. We're not gonna go there. It's
But I'm
all,
just saying that, you don't have to, this is basically what we're asking them to do, right?
okay, but we're not there, folks. Let's keep the church in the village. Yeski, you've been too quiet.
No, I hear what they're saying. I think one solution is just to reject the applications. Maybe not the MI, but just to say it's we reject it because you can state all the reasons. The other one, number two, is to put in those architectural conditions. I've never seen us do that, but what do I know? But what they'll do is say, it's pretty clear, this is not being recorded, right?
Yes, it is.
No, it is. Sure.
Sure. Of course
Well,
it is.
They've
And
been to
and-
ARC, they're basically stuffing us. They're saying, we don't care what you think. You need affordable housing, we need it, we don't really care. So we're gonna build it our way. And so if we put those conditions in and they don't want to do it, what are they gonna do? Sue us, right?
Yep.
Well, the ARC was relatively okay with the building, don't forget. They had got, they
They're
had made.
advisory.
They
We had
made
that before. If our commissioners, want what they want, it's nice that ARC was okay, but if the commissioners want what they want, they're advisory to us.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So
Yeah.
we thank you very much, but we want it, and here's what our proposal is and conditions. I've never seen us put architectural conditions on. We usually negotiated with them and get to a point by this point that they were kind of in the ballpark. They're not in the ballpark from what I'm hearing.
Right.
So you either reject this thing right now, or you can do the MI, I guess.
No, you can't do.
And the zoning map seems to be a big issue that they're carving out a big chunk of the land that may not be necessary. But certainly the site plan, Nick and Peter don't seem to be in agreement with. So either you can approve the MI, maybe even the zoning, unlikely, and reject and tell them to go back to the drawing boards. They sue us, right?
Well,
Maybe-
let me ask Katie something. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Dennis, but I just got hit with an idea.
Good.
If we approve it with a modification, can't we ask that it come back to us for review, the modification? When you approve something with a modification,
What's that do for you? That doesn't do anything for you.
I'm trying to handle this roof thing that these people want so much. I'm trying
Yeah,
to
but
come
you
up
mod-
with
you-
a way.
You're talking about the modification of the roof and the siding, that we
Yep.
put that in and they have to come back to us?
I don't know. Is there a solution, Katie? You're worried about the roof not complying with zoning if we approve it with a modification. What happens when you approve a modification? Can you approve it and they come back
what
to
I did
us,
hear-
or do they go to you, or what happens if this is what the commission wants?
The one glimmer of hope I got out of the conversation was that if the roof line is the thing that is so horrible or whatever, but if you're willing to accept that as you change the roof, that the building may go out further, I think from both Nick and Peter that was okay. That if it gets a little wider, if it gets a little longer, fine, just fix the roof. If that's the case, then you could approve it with that condition that you make it this roof instead of this roof. And understanding that it might, the dam is the water's gonna come out somewhere in order for them to get the 52 units. So if that's okay, they will submit the application to staff. I think everyone wants them to go to the trust. So let's see how it plays out with the trust. Maybe there's some money options there or whatever it is. And then they'll have a plan that comes to staff, which is a normal course. And if it looks, I think rely on staff to sort of make that judgment. Obviously, if it's very different, then we'll say, geez, I hope this is what the commission wanted. Let's bring it back as a discussion item and check in with them. But the idea is hopefully it will meet what you're saying.
Do they
Fix
have
it.
the ability to go out long? You're basically saying, that take those units up in the Mansur and put them out the other end. Do they have that room?
I think they do. I think they have a little wiggle room out. I mean, not
Why
much,
not?
but.
They
and
could
if
make it a U shape. They could do so many different things to accommodate this.
If they can do it by going.
change
if
the
they can do it
massing.
by going up and they can meet the height, then that's perfect. I just feel like I remember from their testimony that they couldn't do the roof line that you wanted because of height issues. But if they can, that's perfect. That's great.
Right.
So I mean,
Okay.
Does anybody,
if
do
you just
have the
maybe.
site plan there? Does somebody have the site plan? Nick?
Yeah,
Patrick does, yeah.
I do.
Can you?
I have it
can
right here.
you-
Yeah, but he's
Hey.
a bad sharing guy. Patrick is a better sharing guy. I'm just saying, some people didn't do as well in kindergarten as others. I
So
mean, I
as I
needed
s-
a
as I
levity
see-
right now. Okay,
As I
go
see
you
it, they could,
guys.
they could go towards the ball field a little bit. Not so much in the opposite direction because they're right on top of another building. They have a significant amount of unexcavated area underneath the building that they could use for some units if they needed to. You know, and as Katie's doing it, you know, if it's, you know, we're changing the roof, but does that squeeze it out in a different direction? I'd have no issue with that as long as it, you know, they can do that.
I think
It's
they
the, it's,
can.
the- yeah,
So
it's the
that's-
proper building.
That sounds like we're getting somewhere.
All right, got that, Nick? We're getting somewhere. Yes, Keith, go ahead.
No, I'm looking for the site plan to see if, you know, it's nice to say that to him, but Nick's already said the one side is abutting the other building. You can't do anything. So what about the, I don't see the, I see something now.
It's coming.
Go to C200. One more. Keep going. Okay, so the
That's not abutting the build, well,
it is. It's pretty much on top of the existing building to the right of the view we have here. To the left is the corner of the to the left is the corner of the school building. But so there's some room on that side to go closer towards the ball field, which is on that side.
Yeah.
Okay, but also you can see in the upper left-hand corner of the floor plan, those are units. But in the lower right-hand corner of the floor plan, that's all unexcavated.
I thought that said it was all rock. And that's why they're building it there like that.
Again, getting back to the, you know, their bang for the buck. And I think short of the beach, everywhere you're gonna build in town, you're gonna hit ledge.
So
It's a
I mean,
given.
the correct thing is the way it was just described before, that, you know, this is the plan that's before you. If there's some opportunity to make a change, either through trust money or just because they're willing to, whatever, it should come back and get reviewed. That would be the easiest, cleanest, of course.
Mhm.
Making modifications to a plan where now you're talking about rock and proximity to buildings and potential height issues. I mean, that's obviously, you know, if it's a very minor where maybe you bump something out over here, that's one thing. But to make a modification to a plan like that is a full new plan, is a you know, so to put the chips where they lay. If you're not happy with the plan, then you're not happy with the plan.
Katie, you're the one that suggested, you know.
No, I know, Dennis, but I'm just, now that I'm looking.
Yeah,
just,
I was
you
like,
know,
okay,
you
so
wanna-
can
you want to try
we
to help.
just-
I'm picturing it being minor, again, I gotta focus on that word, very, very minor. You know, a little bit, like a foot here or something like that, but now.
I think
if
when we
Nick, if you
start
think- if you-
moving the building is
that's
troubling
not-
me.
That's not appropriate, yeah.
That's not appropriate. Never in the conversations we had about the trust and approving something, did we say building relocation? We said, bring
Oh, I
it
wasn't even
down.
thinking about the relationship with the trust. I'm just thinking purely zoning. You know,
Okay.
your job is, does something comply with the zoning regulations? You can't kind of say, well, in this instance, we don't really mind that much about the setbacks, so violate the setbacks. Not that that's what anybody's suggesting. I'm just making an egregious example.
Okay. Where are we with this? What are we gonna do?
I kind of think I've stated what I wanted to have happen. You know, it's the
right,
vinyl, it's the brick, it's the roof line.
But Nick,
Okay.
on the roof line, just explain one more time. Do you believe when you say something like that, that it's just as easy as taking the roof line that they have now and making a different roof line and nothing else will change?
I think they can do that. I think they actually can be clever enough to actually include underneath a hip or a gable their units that are required or that they want to have. I think actually taking a look at it, seeing how it's going to work, they could probably do it.
Oh, boy. Okay,
This has to
All right.
be, we have to decide something right now.
well, we said we were gonna decide it tonight. We've closed it. What's our max decide deadline?
October 17th.
You've got time.
Yeah, so
We've got time. I mean, I guess we could leave it partly decided and, I mean, I would rather decide this.
What would we be waiting for if we postpone?
Yeah,
Um,
what's the problem here? I mean, can we just
7.5
roll out?
7.5 hours of meeting and going back and forth on this, a similar sort of back and forth on this tangent of whether they can do it or they can't do it. Is it going to queer the whole deal by, having to redo the whole plan or not? And how much we really care and how significant it is to deny something that is going to bring us affordable housing, which we want. I mean, those are.
I mean, I guess obviously you can't receive any new information because the record's closed, but I think what you're saying is, there's been discussions that now you want to individually think about.
We can say that.
Yeah, I'm saying that because we've been sitting here for 7.5 hours.
But just as a little teeny weeny word of warning, we're gonna sit here for 7.5 hours in 2 weeks too. I'm just telling you, the next agenda, as Patrick pointed out, is even worse than this one tonight. So we can take a second break or whatever we could, but I'm just saying, chew on this. Why don't we go ahead and finish? Okay, I would just like to know the affordability plan. That's the only thing I care about. I would like to maximize how many units we get. Nick and Peter Levy feel strongly about the roof line and the siding. Is there anything else you guys want to talk about tonight?
The crystal tree needs to be relocated, tree and the marker.
Yeah, okay.
The ARC asked for an electronic return to address outstanding items. They should go back to ARC with 50% review of construction documents. Beta had concerns in their report that need to be addressed. The fire marshal needs to look at this because they have landscaping around 3 sides of the building. Let's see, conservation had issues and they wanted to make sure that actually a specific plan was developed for material storage areas, protection of the woodland, and keeping dust down, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that we can just condition. That's easy. We're gonna condition.
Yes, and then the app, ZEO had issues about the distance
So-
to the rooftop of the stair, so on and so forth.
That got addressed. I think the
Did it?
ZEO has signed off at the end. Yeah, Patrick, Katie, somebody confirmed, but I remember that being addressed. I don't think we had a.
I don't
No?
think I have a note on that, no.
Did we?
Huh?
If
I'm
we
sorry,
play this out, if we go through these applications, Nick and Peter are gonna reject it, the thing is gonna fail, right? And the only way you're gonna pass it is if you put in the architecture and the siding and you condition the other stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Am I missing something? I mean, if you put this to a vote the way it is, they're gonna, we could do that. Why don't we do that? But
Yeah,
then
no,
when they
that-
reject-
The other option is to look at this differently. And
Now I'll turn it down. I'm gonna look at it differently.
but there is an option to revise an affordable housing project. I mean, like I said, there was enough
Modification.
documentation put on the record about the affordability aspects. I mean, they obviously didn't provide it in their application materials that they were submitting at 830G. But there was talk about it being an affordable housing project, which could speak to what they submitted it as, which is a zoning application. They submitted it clearly under our zoning, it seemed. But if you wanted to look at it as an affordable housing project under the statute, what they are incomplete in is not providing an affordability plan, but there is that section of the statute that allows one to take action on this and ask them to, it's effectively a denial, but you say, I want you to come
Right.
back, I think it's 830GK, and just say, come back under that with a new roof line and the affordability plan.
Okay, well then you're right though. You're rejecting this,
You
you're telling
turn out,
them why, and giving them a chance to come back.
that's absolutely an option if you wanted to take that motion. I mean, I wish they would be more clear in their application because it's not, this is not a good way for the applicant to proceed.
All right, look,
Procedure administratively, I mean.
I don't like this changing.
I agree.
The way I do not want to proceed along these lines. I object to changing how we're handling the application. I would again say what we have before us and what the applicant has presented, can we try to approve it? What we're stuck on is this issue of the roof line, that if it's changed, how does it still comply to zoning and what does it do? Can we delegate that to staff for sign off?
The height of the roof?
Your roof line thing. If there's a problem with it, can staff sign off? I mean, can we just get past this somehow? If this
Yeah, I
is
think
what,
if, it's not staff, I think I would send it back to, or would require that it go back to ARC for them to look at. They're the
no,
experts, there are things.
no, it's a zoning issue that Katie is raising
Exactly.
with this.
If there's
Not
no
an
footprint
ARC issue.
Yeah, if there's no footprint change and it's literally just the roof line and the number of units stay the same, then that's no problem at all. That's easy to handle at a staff level. It's
Okay.
when my concern is that the roof line is going to be such that now changes the number of units. It's going to make them want to go out further. There's going to be changes that staff, I don't think should be looking at.
So why don't we just make it that simple? They are to change the roof line to consistency with one of those two buildings that you cited. And that it, without impacting the number of units, and they are to switch from vinyl to brick veneer. And they are to address any outstanding comments from staff, and they are to provide a construction phasing, and we need a draft affordability plan and the HUE points, and there you go, you're done. Good?
Yeah, that's option B.
All right. Okay, no change in the number of units. Okay, and the last thing is we encourage them to go to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And what do we want from the trust fund at this point? I think we want to keep the number of units because Katie doesn't want to shrink the number of units, correct?
Well, no,
She's-
they can. And by the way, I don't have an objection to them reducing the number of units. I think increasing them then increases traffic and parking and blah, blah, blah. So
Okay.
reduction of the units, I think that's fine. If
They
they
can
have,
go to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and address a reduction in the number of units and/or what I would truly love to see more than anything else is deeper affordability. A, because we need it, and B, because they've told us this in the past. For those of you who think money is easy for them to come by, they are financing themselves. I keep telling you guys, they are raising money by doing some market rate, and that enhances their cash flow so that they can cover some of these operating costs that they have because they're not getting supported by the town. They have told us that many times. So this
Okay,
thing
so
about,
it's
oh,
a-
it's just
It's more
easy to get
affordability,
money.
more
I would want
affordability
deeper
or,
affordability.
or,
And I'm not enthusiastic about reducing the number of units, but I defer that to you. I'm just saying to you, they need a certain number of units, and also just bear in mind, everybody kept telling Barilak and me when we were rolling forward with the trust, oh, so easy to raise money for affordable housing. Not true.
Yeah, we didn't tell you that.
You didn't,
listen,
but
do
I'm
you want
just telling
deeper-
you.
Yeah, you want deeper
I'm ready to go.
affordability. That means they're gonna have more market units in there.
Not necessarily, not if they get money from Bob.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a hope.
That's
which
a
is not-
hope. If they
that's-
get money from Bob, they do deeper affordability, but they don't do more market rate units. What we want is more affordability. Very clear need that they have stated to us that they need affordable units for seniors. Okay, can we
Very well.
try Now, let me talk about a point of order. If we're going to make motions, and I think we've got most of it on the table now, if we're going to make motions, what sequence are we going to go to? Are we going to go ahead and do them in the sequence that Mr. LaRoe has listed them in the agenda?
MI, zoning,
Mhm.
and then site.
Okay, now, we're agreed on what he's going to say in the site plan motion. What he would go to the trust for. But I just think, don't be cavalier about, they can just go out and get $100,000 for new plans, because that's tough. Okay, maybe they can, but I'm not sure, just because my limited experience. Bob, do you have any more? Oh, I can't ask him. Shit, sorry. Not supposed to swear in a meeting. It's
I
hard
just
not
think-
talking. Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
No,
Dan.
I think they're just gonna take this and say, we'll go, but we probably won't get money. We're gonna sue you anyhow because you're being unreasonable. This is affordable housing, not mansions. So, and they're both of those guys are big on PR, you know, they like to splash it in all the papers and everything. So that's what you're gonna get. But you know, that's fine as long as we're prepared to deal with it.
But you know what, the regulations are the regulations. They're applied uniformly and they're applied the same to everybody. These are the regulations. You gotta
Well,
comply with them.
there are no regulations on architecture. Not on, I understand the height is a problem, but not the architecture. That we don't have regulations that demand that they build, you know, the architecture that's being suggested.
Well, Tony Johnson had said at the last meeting, he was very forthcoming. He said, I've been to the ARC 3 times. I've done exactly what they asked me to do. I'm here before you now. If it's something reasonable, I'm very happy to change it, he said, but I can't.
We had
go-
this discussion. The ARC is nice, but you got two commissioners that want what they want.
Right, but he said, I need you to tell me specifically what it is you want me to do, because I can't just go to the.
They are. They're
So I think you- I
telling
think
you to change the roof line and change the siding.
Exactly. So I think that that's specific enough, and I hope.
I hope they go along with it. Maybe they get money from the trust and we'll see.
Yeah.
I'm just saying we got to be prepared. They're not, they don't play nice.
Okay, now you know they're listening. I'm just telling you. All, Mr. Tessie, Mr. Romeo, Mr. Johnson, and the press are here, just letting you know. Okay, now,
Should we make
are we ready for a motion?
Yeah, we can do that.
All right, we're gonna start out with the easy ones.
Okay, municipal improvement, 71 Vinci Drive, PLPZ, 2022-226. Whereas the Office of the First Selectman is requesting municipal improvement status to construct 51 units of senior disabled housing. The commission finds that at a meeting held on July 12th, 2017, the Board of Selectmen at the time voted to refer the MI to the Planning and Zoning Commission in accordance with Section 699A2 of the Town Charter. The proposal is consistent with guiding principles 2.1B of the 2019 Plan of Conservation and Development. Therefore, a motion to grant municipal improvement status in accordance with Section 99A2 of the Town Charter.
Do I have a second for that motion?
Second,
Was that Mr. Levy?
yes.
Okay, Mr. Levy has seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Levy,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
and Albin is also aye. And with that, the motion passes 5-0, and we go to the zoning map amendment.
71 Vinci Drive, PLPZ 2022-061 for zoning map amendment. Whereas the applicant is seeking a zoning map amendment to rezone 89,161 square feet portion of land in the R6 zone to the RPHDE zone. The commission finds that the zoning map amendment is keeping with the purpose statement of the zone per the BZR, specifically sections 635B3. The Connecticut General Statutes, section 113A M states elderly persons means persons 62 years of age and over who lack the amount of income which is necessary as determined by the authority or nonprofit corporation, subject to approval by the Commissioner of Housing, to enable them to live in decent, safe, sanitary dwellings without financial assistance as provided under this part, or persons who have been certified by the Social Security Board as being totally disabled under Federal Social Security Act, or certified by another federal board or agency as being totally disabled. Per guiding principle 2.1B of the 2019 POCD, the rezoning of this parcel to RPHDE zone would allow the development of elderly and affordable housing, both of which called out in the POCD as needed and desirable to continue to strengthen our diverse housing stock. The commission further finds that the zoning map amendment is contiguous to an existing RPHDE zone. Therefore, motion to approve the application for zoning map amendment as proposed.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Was that Mr. Levy?
Yes.
It's just he's saying it in this little soft voice. Okay, Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Levy,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Albin is also aye. And now we get to the brass, whatever's, brass tacks?
Brass tacks.
71 Vinci Drive, PLPZ 2022-060, final coastal site plan and special permit. The applicant is seeking final coastal site plan and special permit approval to construct 52 units of senior disabled housing and associated site improvements on a 2.047 acre parcel located in the RPHDE zone. Whereas the applicant requested and received MI status under application PLPZ 2022-226. The applicant has requested and received approval for a zoning map amendment under application PLPZ 2022-061. The applicant has received a PZBA variance of rear yard setback under PLZE 2022-042 on July 27th, 22. The commission finds that per the applicant's counsel's letter dated 7/29/22, the updated traffic report mentioned above also provides that the sight lines of the Vinci Drive intersection with Western Junior High School, Western Junior Highway are adequate and do not need to be improved. Therefore, no street trees will need to be removed. The application is not a congregate housing as defined by section 6.5A 11.1 of the BZR. Zoning issue comments on for 2022 indicating the proposal meets the requirements of the building zone regulations with comment. Engineering issued comments on for 2022 indicating issues to be addressed prior to zoning permit. Sewer division issued comments on 7/27/22 indicating that the division does not have any further comments required to be addressed during the P&Z phase. Conservation issued comments on 6/1/22 indicating concerns to be addressed. Beta issued comments dated 6/2/22 indicating concerns with the provided traffic analysis. ARC issued comments at their 5/4/22 meeting requesting an electronic return to address outstanding issues. Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire dated 2/28/22 indicating no action required. Therefore, motion to approve the site plan with the following conditions. Plans and drawings indicating sightline improvements shall be removed from the future submittals. As per the applicant, the sightlines at Vinci Drive intersection with Western Junior Highway are adequate and do not need to be improved. The record reflects the applicant's testimony regarding conformance to the purpose of section 635, which requires decent, attractive housing that would be eligible state and or financial assistance and would be owned and managed by the housing authority of the town or a nonprofit sponsor. Prior to certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall consult with the Affordable Housing Trust Board to explore available funding of the trust, which may provide further affordability options for the future tenants or a reduction in unit count. Prior to the building permit, the applicant shall submit a draft affordability plan to the planning and zoning staff and law department for review. The affordability plan shall outline HUE point calculations and how the building provides for the financial assistance of tenants meeting the definition of elderly pursuant to the Connecticut General Statutes section 8, 113 AM. Prior to the certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall submit an affordability plan to planning and zoning staff and law department for review and appropriate recording in the town land records. The affordability plan shall outline how the building provides the financial assistance for tenants, meeting the definition of elderly pursuant to Connecticut General Statutes, section 8, 113 AM. Per conservation memo, prior to the zoning permit, the applicant shall provide a comprehensive plan indicating minimization and management of noise and dust pollution created during the development phase. The plans shall indicate storage areas and where excavated and blasted material will be stored. The S&E plans shall indicate protection of the existing woodland areas. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall address outstanding ZEO comments concerning the distance from the rooftop stairs to the east wall of the building. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall revise the landscape plan to indicate the relocation of the Christoph Memorial Tree and marker to the center landscape island to replace one of the proposed Japanese cherry trees. If by recommendation of the town tree warden, the existing memorial tree cannot be relocated, then a suitable replacement shall be planted in the center island. The replacement tree shall be selected in conjunction with the town tree warden and the Christoph family. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall electronically return to ARC to address outstanding concerns. Revised exterior elevation drawings shall be provided indicating removal of all vinyl siding, replacing with brick veneer, revised roof line to a hip or gable geometry in keeping with the adjacent National Historic Register site.
I'm sorry, Nick, you want that to go to ARC? I thought you wanted that to go to P&Z staff. 'Cause I thought it was the
P&Z
landscape.
staff, no
Okay.
more ARC.
Yeah,
ARC asked them to come back by electronic return. It's in
And
their
that's done.
minutes. No,
Yes, but
it's not.
that's,
but you're.
no,
you're
no,
totally
but my
changing the
point
plan at
is
this
you
point.
then went right into the roof and the vinyl go into ARC and that's an ixnay.
Okay, so it's P&Z staff instead of,
Instead of ARC.
fine. Okay, but ARC still wanted them to come back because they have
That's
outstanding
fine.
issues.
That's
'Cause
fine,
it's
they
for
can go
the
back,
landscaping,
but
right?
the vinyl and the vinyl and the roof only go to staff because otherwise you're just like going into
Okay.
that whole,
Opening it up again, yeah.
Okay, I'm not too sure because this probably be addressed in the electronic return. That they have to go back to ARC for a final review of lighting and landscape. The applicant shall return to full ARC meeting to review 50% construction documents. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall address beta concerns number
Wait,
2
I'm
and
sorry. Can I back up to the ARC again? So why are they, because again, as Dennis was saying, they're advisory to you. So at this point, you've said, I want this changed. I want brick and I want roof. So I don't know why they're going back to 50% because what's the ARC gonna do with it at that point?
because that's what we
plan.
do with brand new buildings. We've been doing consistently that they go back to look at the construction documents. We're reviewing something now.
R-
That review is basically confirming that we have now in front of us, or what's being proposed is actually
I
in the
think-
construction documents.
Right,
Mr.
but-
Macker, I
hold
think
on,
the
hold on one
difference,
sec, Pat. But, sorry, I just want to finish this point. So they go back to ARC with 50% construction drawings for something that they or you approved, but at this point, that's now changing per your approval. So there's nothing to go back to ARC for. So I think the 50% construction drawings are not what they have looked at before. They haven't looked at the 0% construction, so I think it's really just a staff. I mean, the material, the outside, the
all the
exterior
staff.
materials have changed and the roof line has changed. So that's got nothing to do with what the ARC's reviewed already.
Okay, so it's
Just staff,
just
All the
staff.
staff.
Okay,
except for the lighting and landscaping.
Right. And again, everybody, I'm just asking every single person who's seated, please read the decision letters when they come out. It's normally, Nick and sometimes a couple of other people, but try to focus on these because these are big things we've done or are doing. Okay.
easy staff to review 50% construction documents. So prior to zoning permit, applicant shall address beta concerns number 2 and 3 in their 6/2/22 memo. Prior to zoning permit, the planning and zoning staff shall consult with the Greenwich Fire Marshal's office to review the proposed landscape plan in conjunction with providing access to all sides of the proposed building. if
Good.
significant changes are to the landscape plans are required, planning and zoning staff shall review the changes.
Okay, did you do the staging plan?
Yes, I
The
did.
construction? Okay, I missed that. I know I'm a little tired. I was having trouble retaining. And when they do the landscaping, is it inappropriate to add that the tree, to make that, whereas the commission notes that the tree conservancy has offered to give them trees?
We can do that.
Not
Okay.
yeah, just, that's a
Whereas the
wonderful offer.
commission notes that, and it was a testimony from Messina, they've offered to give trees, that they contact the tree conservancy to follow up on this offer for tree donation in for the property as they look at their landscaping. Okay, does anybody have any consciousness of anything being left out? No, okay.
Okay, then applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or in-department issues.
Okay. I'm trying to think, can anybody think of anything that needs to be added at this time before we go to a second? Katie's talking and I can't hear her because she's muted, but she's
Thank
got
God,
jet lag.
so I was talking, I was saying something so important.
I
So
think
one
actually,
thing is just-
one
is
thing-
just that there's
Wait,
no
wait.
footprint change, and if the number of units have to be reduced slightly, that's okay, but there should be no footprint change in this roof line thing, because otherwise that does change the building.
Also, no drainage change.
Yeah, exactly.
And that actually, I
Yeah.
take it back, there may be a drainage change if you're changing the roof line. So let's just say no footprint change.
Well, I will say this, that we always route the plans to engineering when they come in for zoning permit sign off, so that'll get dealt
Okay.
with.
All right. And we got the final and we got the affordability plans. Okay. And you got your vinyl and you got your roof line and P and Z staff approves it. And do we say there's no change to FAR with the roof line or do we leave it be?
I was just gonna say that if it's a footprint reduction or an FAR reduction, that shouldn't be of issue. If it's increasing that, then I believe it has to go back to the commission.
Right.
No
so- right,
increase.
So it has to go back to us if there is an
There shall
addition.
be
So-
no increase in
the-
building volume or square footage without a return to the commission?
Well, the volume is just a threshold trigger, so I don't think the volume is it, but it's certainly square footage or height.
So
or-
square footage. Okay.
Well, height will go
And the
up.
height shall remain within compliance with the zoning regulations, but there
Right.
should, okay, everybody's got to jump in and review these letters, okay? I mean, this letter. Okay,
Yeah.
do I have a second?
Well, I just want to make sure I understand. So let's say that they decide that they want to bump it out a little bit, then they have to come back to the commission and we can review it then.
I think you have to, because then it's.
Yeah,
Okay,
because the zoning has changed. Okay, do
Yeah,
I have
okay.
a second?
second.
Levy has seconded. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Levy?
I,
He seconded already.
Well, you can second and not vote
Oh,
in
he's,
favor.
I'm sorry. I thought he took. I
Robert's
apologize.
rules allows that. I always have to check it because I've done it myself.
Yeah.
Lowe
Aye.
and McRae.
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. Okay, we got it done. All right. Fortunately, Dennis could not complain that we went past midnight. Phew. Folks, it's been grand. We'll see you next Tuesday.
See you. Good night,
Good
everybody.
night.
Cocktail hour, everybody.
A little late.